Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. The Fire Mages. Perhaps it was the loss of Jaime's precious right hand that had changed his state of mind. Whatever the reason, after Robert captured King's Landing, he immediately began expelling the Fire Mages. Except for a rare few, most of them now lived in fear and anxiety. Others might not have felt it deeply, but to the Fire Mages, the change was unmistakable. They could no longer flaunt themselves as they once had during Aerys' reign. Back then, some among them had been close advisors to the king. One even served as hand of the king. Now, under Jaime's purge, even the alchemists' guild built for them under Aerys' orders had been torn down. Yet even the remaining Fire Mages in King's Landing had heard the rumors Viserys might be a dreamwalker. Though they didn't necessarily believe it, they discussed among themselves and decided that, as the son of the Mad King, Viserys might share the same fascination with their fire tricks. More importantly, Viserys had already secured his foothold on Dragonstone, and King's Landing was not far from the island. So, a few dozen Fire Mages gathered some small boats and sailed for Dragonstone. They were hoping for fortune and power. When Ser Willem heard that those damned Fire Mages had come to enchant his king, he rushed to warn Viserys without a moment's delay. Your Grace, these Fire Mages bring nothing but disaster. In the time of Aegon IV, they nearly burned half of King's Landing to the ground. Under Aegon V, they caused the tragedy at Summerhall. And Your Grace, you must not forget your own father, Aerys. You must not trust them. Willem's voice trembled with urgency, terrified that Viserys might follow in the footsteps of the previous Targaryen kings who had embraced the flame. Yet Viserys' expression revealed hesitation. He turned to the man beside him and asked, Ser Gerald, do you also think I should drive them away? The question caught Gerald off guard. Viserys had always struck him as decisive in matters of importance. By all logic, he should have ordered these pests removed without a second thought. Was this another Targaryen thing, this love for fire? Of course, Your Grace. Those Fire Mages bring no benefit to the realm. You must be cautious. But Gerald's plea didn't seem to sway the young king. He still hesitated, almost as if he was reluctant to cast them out. May I ask my mother first? When Viserys said this, both Gerald and Willem exchanged glances, alarm bells ringing in their minds. If he needed to ask his mother, something was wrong. Still, they decided to let him go. They believed that Rilla, having seen firsthand the havoc those Fire Mages had caused, would never allow them to remain. She had suffered greatly from their influence. Aerys had often taken out his twisted desires on her after watching fire executions. There was no way she would agree to let them stay. The two knights could only hope Rilla would talk some sense into her son. After Viserys left, Gerald and Willem grew anxious. He seems interested in them, Willem said, frowning. Just when they had finally secured a foothold on Dragonstone, now these parasites appeared. We'll speak to Arthur and Oswell. The four of us will present our case to his grace together. Yes. When Gerald said, the four of us, Willem felt a small surge of pride. Though all four of them were members of the Kingsguard, Willem had yet to earn any particular merit. He was the weakest in martial skill among them, and despite the equal trust Viserys showed him, he often felt a distance between himself and the other three. Gerald's words made him feel a sense of belonging, and in that moment, Willem swore to help eliminate the Fire Mages completely. When Arthur Dane and Oswell heard the news, they quickly gathered with Gerald and Willem. The tension on Dragonstone rose palpably with their meeting. After some discussion, they agreed that the Fire Mages posed a real threat to the realm. If Viserys refused to act, then one of them would have to make the sacrifice. If his grace won't drive them out, then I'll kill them myself. You three can bring me to him afterward for punishment. Arthur said, his tone resolute. He couldn't bear the thought of their long-awaited restoration being tarnished. I'll go. I'm the captain, said Gerald, extending his injured right hand. You all stay. He felt it was his duty. He was the oldest among them, and he had once been wounded for the king. If a sacrifice had to be made, it should be him. With the weight of his authority as captain, Gerald persuaded them all. Afterward, a strange feeling washed over him. Back when Aerys burned Lord Rickard Stark and executed his son Brandon, when he defiled Queen Rilla, Gerald had done nothing, just stood and watched. And yet here he was now, ready to defy his king if necessary. A king's men are but his shadow. The phrase, spoken once by Viserys, echoed in Gerald's mind. He knew now that he served a different kind of king, a just and noble one, and it was changing him. Together, the four Kingsguard made their way to Rilla's quarters, waiting for Viserys to make his final decision. Meanwhile, Viserys was playing with young Daenerys. I am Daenerys Stormborn. Do. The little girl didn't understand what was going on, but gave a toothless smile all the same. When Viserys had heard of the fire mages' arrival, his first thought had been to kill them and absorb their essence. Although they had always been more ruin than help in the Targaryen dynasty, Viserys knew better. He knew they possessed real power. When the red comet appeared in the sky and dragons returned to the world, their true strength would be revealed. He couldn't let the opportunity slip by, especially since fire magic might be tied to the hatching of dragon eggs. But the four Kingsguard were ever vigilant, always guarding against the possibility of their young king becoming another mad Targaryen. So Viserys had to proceed with caution. Last time, he had sold the prisoners as laborers in Pentos to buy time. This time, he would appear to retreat by hesitating then strike swiftly. Watching his siblings play, Rilla felt more content than she had in years. She gazed at Viserys, her eyes full of love and something more pity. She knew her son would soon leave again, venturing far to find a haven for their family. No one in Targaryen history, she thought, had ever carried such a burden at so young an age. If only he had a few more years. He didn't even need to be a grown man, just look like one. He should still be clinging to his mother's arms, not facing blades and death. After a while, Viserys looked up from the swaddled Daenerys and said to Rilla, "Mother, the fire mages have come to Dragonstone. I intend to kill them all." Rilla said nothing. She simply nodded, firmly. 52 The Fire Mages, Part 2. Your Grace, we beg you please send those fire mages away. As soon as Viserys stepped out of Rilla's chambers, the four Kingsguard dropped to one knee before him in unison. "Sir Knights, rise. Not unless your Grace promises us." They insisted, still kneeling stubbornly. "Why must I drive them away?" Viserys asked calmly. The question struck them like a blow to the chest. Gerald, already prepared to give his life, felt a cold weight settle over him. Was it truly time to correct a king's error with blood? "Your Grace," he began. "I intend to kill them myself." "Your Grace, what did you say?" Arthur blinked, stunned, as did the others. For a moment, they thought they had misheard. Hadn't he been hesitating only moments ago? Why this sudden shift? Viserys helped each of them to their feet, then quietly spoke his mind. "I've thought it over. These fire mages are nothing but a plague upon the realm. Their use is outweighed by the danger they bring. Time and again, my ancestors were deceived by them, and yet the lesson was never learned. Your Grace," the four of them looked at him, visibly moved. "I will kill them with my own hand, to show you the strength of my resolve." Hearing that, the Kingsguard's anxiety transformed into admiration and renewed purpose. "Your Grace, allow us to handle such a minor task," Arthur said, hand resting on his sword. But Viserys shook his head. "No, Sir Arthur. As king, I hold the right to pass judgment upon any man. But if I do not face death directly, if I do not look my condemned subjects in the eye and hear their last words, I fear I may one day lose respect for life itself. If I am to order executions, I must at least have the courage to watch them die and ensure my conscience is clean." Those words left the Kingsguard awestruck. To them, he was no longer just a king, he was the very ideal they had longed to serve. If all their pain under Aerys, all the sorrow of losing Rhaegar, had been to lead them to this moment, then it was worth it. The waves crashed violently against the cliff face, roaring as white foam lashed upward like a hungry beast, waiting for anything to fall. 40 fire mages had been bound and hauled to the edge of the cliffs, suspended by ropes. All Viserys needed to do was sever the lines, and they would drop into the sea below like a string of grapes falling from a vine. Killing them one by one would have been far too troublesome. Some of the fire mages had tried to shout curses or threats at the king in their final moments, but their mouths had already been gagged. They had spent their brief time on Dragonstone plotting how best to gain the king's favor. They believed their power over past Targaryen kings had come from one truth, their hunger for dragons. They had planned to begin with the dragon eggs, to prove their worth and win Viserys' trust. But this young king had no intention of listening. He'd simply ordered their mouths sealed. Now, Viserys unsheathed his sword and cut the ropes. The mages dropped like fruit from a tree, their bodies plummeting toward the jagged rocks and foaming sea. Some bounced against the cliff face, some spun midair. For an instant, the scene reminded Viserys of nature documentaries from his old world, lambs and rabbits snatched by eagles, carried high into the sky, then dropped to their deaths. The white waves surged forward, swallowing the falling bodies whole. Within moments, there was no trace of them left. The Kingsguard, watching in silence, finally gave approving nods. "A pity the so-called High Priest of Flame wasn't among them," someone muttered. In the original timeline, there had been a fire mage in King's Landing named Thuras of Myr. Thuras had been the real deal. His resurrection magic had been potent, though whether it worked for all people remained a mystery. System message appeared in Viserys' mind. Essences acquired: Apprentice Fire Mage X29, Fire Mage X8, Flame Sorcerer X3. Flame Sorcerer? That sounds powerful. Viserys did not intend to store the essences. He fused them on the spot and gained 6 full Flame Sorcerer essences. The moment he absorbed them, a strange sensation rippled through his body. It felt as if a new sense had awakened, one he had never known before. Even with his eyes closed, he could now perceive things beyond the ordinary. He slowly turned his head toward the castle, more precisely, toward the volcanic mountain of Dragonstone. There, he could feel fire magic swirling, leaking into the air from the volcanic vents. But the fire magic felt thin, too sparse to use effectively. Is this why, after Aegon III's time, Targaryen dragons stopped hatching? Has the fire magic of Dragonstone grown too weak? Why did Daenerys' eggs hatch in fire, while Aegon V only brought tragedy at Summerhall? If it's about sacrifice, didn't more people die at Summerhall than at Daenerys' pyre? The questions filled Viserys' mind, but there were no answers, not even in the memories of the fire mages he had consumed. Still, he had gained something. He now understood how to create wildfire. To his surprise, one of the main ingredients was Dragonglass obsidian. Even more crucial than the ingredients, however, was the incantation itself. With the knowledge from 6 sorcerers, Viserys believed he could now produce a more stable version of wildfire. He had also learned basic fire magic. He could now imbue weapons with flame. Though the effect would not last long because of the low ambient fire energy, he would need to draw heavily from his own reserves. As for high-level spells like a flame staircase, he was not yet capable. Another peculiar thing, he now sensed a latent ability to see the future through fire. But he dared not use it. After the events surrounding Lyanna and Rilla's childbirth, he had no doubt that hidden forces were at play. And if such entities truly existed, then what he might see in the flames could just as easily be lies they wanted him to believe. He had no intention of becoming another Red Priestess. As he and the guards made their way back, a steward named Alaric approached. "Your Grace, emissaries from the Iron Bank have arrived requesting an audience." The Iron Bank? Viserys blinked in surprise. He could not imagine why the Iron Bank of Braavos would come seeking him now. 53. The Tentacles of the Iron Bank. Inside the throne hall of the Stone Drum Tower, several emissaries from the Iron Bank of Braavos stood respectfully. Each of them wore plain but well-fitted brown coats. Their beards were braided into thin strands that hung neatly down their chests. These men were the descendants of the original keyholders, the founders of the Iron Bank. The keyholders held a profound understanding of wealth. To them, money was more than just currency. It was a tool, a weapon, armor, and a sword. In their eyes, gold was their servant, their soldier, and their shield. They made wealth work for them. The Iron Bank was like an unfathomable creature, its tentacles spread across the known world. And to the ears of the world, it had only one resounding creed: the Iron Bank will have its due. If a common man owed them money, the bank would make his life unbearable. If a king was in debt, the Iron Bank would throw its support behind that king's enemies, making the throne an uneasy seat. And if the enemy succeeded in toppling the monarch, they wouldn't just inherit the crown, they would also inherit all of the debts, both their predecessors and their own. Father didn't take out a loan from the Iron Bank, did he? On the way to the throne hall, Viserys asked Rilla quietly. There were still 3 or 4 million gold dragons left on Dragonstone, and he had plans for every last coin. The thought of Ares, that reckless spendthrift, having left him some massive financial trap made him uneasy. I don't think so. The treasury at King's Landing was overflowing. He had no reason to borrow from the Iron Bank, Rilla replied, trying to recall clearly. Viserys nodded, but his heart ached all the same. The royal treasury and the Targaryen family vault were always kept separate. The kingdom's treasury was in King's Landing, while the family's wealth was stored on Dragonstone. If only all that money had been moved to Dragonstone. Chances were, it had all been squandered by that damned Robert. Soon, mother and son arrived in the throne hall. Rilla took her seat on the throne and addressed the visitors. I wonder what brings the esteemed guests of the Iron Bank across the sea. She spoke as the host. Though Viserys had already been crowned king and held undeniable authority on Dragonstone, the two had agreed beforehand that in matters of diplomacy, Viserys would act the part of a young, inexperienced monarch. This approach was meant to lower their guests' guard and, hopefully, lead to unexpected advantages. Their little tactic worked flawlessly. The keyholders, seeing Viserys standing there blankly, paid him little mind. Their attention was fixed squarely on Rilla. Your Grace, this is a token of our respect. We hope you will accept it, said the lead keyholder. His beard, also intricately braided, was the longest, nearly reaching his navel. His name was Nassar. According to the original timeline, Littlefinger would later become master of coin and regularly borrow from the Iron Bank to support Robert's lavish spending. Nassar, in this case, was the bank's chief representative for its business in Westeros. 7 large chests were opened one after another. Inside were fine jewelry, garments, and treasures. Gold, onyx, crystal, and silk overflowed from the containers, nearly spilling onto the floor. For a moment, it was as if a radiant glow filled the hall. Of course, Rilla, having once been queen, had seen such riches before. She merely offered a polite thank you. After this elaborate prelude, Nassar finally got to the point. Your Grace, we've come to propose a business arrangement with House Targaryen. A business arrangement? Rilla repeated. Yes, Your Grace. We've heard that House Targaryen is considering establishing a new homeland on the continent of Essos. Forgive my frankness, but maintaining such a vast fleet must be a heavy burden for a house no longer seated on the Iron Throne. Should you be willing to part with some of your warships, we would be very interested in purchasing them at a fair price. Nahar's tone was calm and measured. Kings, dukes, governors, and prince, she had dealt with them all. But more than anything, his confidence came from the authority of the Iron Bank behind him. Buying warships? As expected, merchants and bankers never came without an eye for profit. Viserys lowered his gaze. In truth, he had already considered cutting the fleet by half or even more. The Iron Bank's initiative caught him off guard. This organization was far more proactive than he had expected. Rilla, aware of Viserys' thoughts and having already discussed the matter with Gerald and the others, agreed that the fleet would need to be downsized after leaving Dragonstone. She responded, House Targaryen is indeed considering selling a portion of its fleet. May I ask what price the Iron Bank is offering, and how many ships it intends to buy? Nassar smiled slightly. We are prepared to purchase around 30 warships. Depending on their condition, we are willing to offer between 1,000 and 3,000 gold dragons per vessel. TCH. Viserys sneered inwardly. These people were like sharks who had smelled blood. 3,000 or 5,000 gold dragons for a warship. The cost of building a Targaryen warship ranged between 8,000 and 15,000 gold dragons. His personal flagship had cost upwards of 30,000. Even the older ships he was considering selling were worth far more than their offer. They were clearly trying to take advantage of him. Wait. A sudden realization struck Viserys. The Iron Bank was based in Braavos. Though it was said to be independent from the Sea Lord's government, there was undoubtedly some level of cooperation between the two. This visit might not be solely about purchasing ships. It could also be a probe to gauge the true financial state of House Targaryen. Rilla wasn't satisfied with the offer either, but viable buyers were scarce at the moment. She replied, parting with warships is no small matter. I will need to consult with the lords of House Targaryen. Still, we thank you for making the long journey. Please stay here on Dragonstone for a few days. Your grace is most gracious. We are honored, Nassar said with a deep bow, joined by the other keyholders. Once the emissaries were housed and discreetly watched, Viserys and his council convened for an emergency meeting. Your grace, those scoundrels clearly think they have us cornered. We must not sell our ships to them, said the old crab, now promoted to master of coin, shaking his head furiously. To him, losing money was more painful than death itself, and the Iron Bank's offer was daylight robbery. But what concerned Viserys now wasn't the offer itself. It was what the Iron Bank intended to do after acquiring those ships. Braavos already had a thriving shipbuilding industry. Their own production capacity hadn't even been fully utilized, yet they still wanted to buy ships from him. They must have sales channels already in place. If Viserys could discover those channels, he might secure a far better deal. Indeed, Your Grace, the price is far too low, and the number of ships too few. I suspect they intend to buy more than 30 in total. This is likely a tactic to drive the price down, and I don't believe the Iron Bank plans to keep the ships for themselves. They're likely looking to resell them. 54. The Tentacles of the Iron Bank, Part 2. As a former smuggler, Davos was all too familiar with such tricks. Viserys agreed with his analysis. A colossal city like Braavos didn't rely on the profits or losses of individual transactions. Buying warships from Viserys might win them ships, but if it led to a lack of orders for their shipyards, many workers could lose their jobs, a domino effect no wise ruler would ignore. They clearly didn't need the warships for themselves. It was obvious they intended to resell them, but to whom? Unless even they weren't sure if their potential buyer truly needed warships. Warships were where else might a war break out in the near future? Viserys turned his head toward the map of the free cities on the wall. His gaze landed on a city across the sea from Sunspear Tyrosh. That's right. Not long after the canon story begins, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters starts fighting again. Realizing where Braavos might be selling these ships filled Viserys with excitement. But then Alarys, recently brought back from the wall, spoke up. Your Grace, what if the Iron Bank buys our ships only to sell them to Robert? Her suggestion sent a cold shiver down everyone's spines. It wasn't an impossible scenario. Your Grace, could it be that Robert already sent envoys to Braavos? What if they plan to strike Dragonstone together? Ock added, deepening the unease in the room. Led by Ser Gerald, the military officers immediately began discussing defensive strategies should Braavos and Robert form an alliance. Davos stared at the map, thinking about where they could flee if things went south. The Maesters were visibly troubled by the possibility. Rilla looked anxiously at her son. Viserys thought for a moment and concluded that the likelihood of such an alliance was very slim. First of all, he was certain Braavos had no love for vast territories ruled under a single banner. They surely remembered what life was like when Valyria was still thriving. Second, in the original timeline, the Beggar King would flee to Braavos under Willem's protection. The Sea Lord of Braavos even acted as a witness to his betrothal. That alone was proof enough they had no desire to see the Seven Kingdoms unified again. They won't. It's highly unlikely, Viserys reassured the others, explaining his reasoning and easing their fears for the moment. Lately, Viserys had also been wondering whether the turmoil in the Goer region was connected to Braavos or perhaps both Braavos and Pentos. Both free cities were major trade hubs. Goer stood at the intersection of the Rhoyne River and the Valyrian Road, a critical junction for all of Essos. The rise of a strong power in such a place would have clear consequences. Whether that was truly the case, however, would require Viserys to investigate personally. Once the council was somewhat pacified, Viserys announced his intent to travel to Braavos himself. As expected, he faced unanimous opposition. "Your Grace, even if they don't plan to attack Dragonstone with Robert, you can't take such a risk. Let me go in your place." Ser Gerald was the first to step forward. Arthur and the others followed suit. "Yes, Your Grace, we can't let you endanger yourself." Davos, thinking of his family, also volunteered. Naturally, Rilla opposed it as well. So did Alaris and the rest who had just returned from the wall. Though they had assumed Rilla held all the power, they quickly realized Viserys' authority on Dragonstone rivaled that of any adult king, which meant if anything were to happen to Viserys they'd all be in serious trouble. But Viserys stood firm. "My lords, I understand your concerns. Your loyalty burns hotter than the sun. But if we cannot show enough resolve now, we'll pay a far higher price when we try to move east. Braavos and Pentos will both make things difficult for us. Don't worry. This journey to Braavos will not be more dangerous than the Battle of the Gullet or the fight at Shipbreaker Bay." Viserys had several reasons for going personally. One was to finalize the eastern relocation plans as soon as possible. Another was that the massive population of Dragonstone consumed vast resources each day, resources he couldn't afford to waste. In the end, he chose Arthur and Davos to accompany him to Braavos. Gerald would prepare 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 laborers to await word from Viserys, ready to begin the first wave of migration. However, Viserys kept his travel plans a secret from the Iron Bank emissaries. He told them only that a member of the Kingsguard would be sent in his place. Nassar and the other keyholders hadn't expected House Targaryen to agree to visit Braavos so directly. It seems House Targaryen still has some capable minds. "That Queen Mother Rilla is no ordinary woman," Nassar said as he looked out the window. "Shall we return to Braavos with them, my lord?" "Yes, we must. Who are they sending, by the way?" "They said a Kingsguard knight." "A Kingsguard?" Nassar felt he might have overestimated the Targaryens. Perhaps there was someone clever among them but clearly not bold enough. He had expected Rilla to come in person. That would have shown true sincerity. Now it seemed there was still room to push down the ship prices even further. Viserys had deliberately released this false information to protect himself. Though Varys was dead, Robert still had money, and with money came the power to hire all manner of killers. More importantly, Viserys wanted to give the Sea Lord a surprise. If the man had been scheming from the start, Viserys felt it only fair to return the favor. If the Sea Lord was only prepared to meet with Arthur, then Viserys' sudden appearance might disrupt his expectations and provide Viserys with a psychological edge, possibly shifting the negotiations in his favor. Before departure, Viserys made sure to visit Elia and Lyanna. The two women had grown closer over time. Young Aegon and baby Rhaenys enjoyed standing at the side of Jon's cradle, waving toys and making him laugh. Sometimes, Lyanna would take Elia out to practice archery. Elia, once frail and sickly, now looked much healthier. When Viserys arrived, the two women came to greet him at once. They both knew very well who was shielding them from the storm so they could enjoy this peaceful life. "You're heading to Braavos?" Lyanna asked. "Yes, I must. Be careful." "I will. You might lose your appetite on the ship. I have some snacks Oberin sent over. I'll pack them for you," Elia offered. "Thank you, Elia." Viserys didn't speak with them long. The real reason he visited from time to time was to ensure that, should anything happen to him, the two wouldn't fall into conflict over matters of succession. After saying his goodbyes, Viserys slipped past the Iron Bank's eyes and boarded the ship. With him were 20 hand-picked boys from the Crab Claw Peninsula. They were all around 13 or 14. Viserys planned to personally train and refine this elite group. No one would suspect that a band of adolescents could rival grown men in combat prowess. These 20 were the best of their peers and nearly half of them were common-born. Viserys intended to use this to redefine their social standings. In the future, what mattered wouldn't be noble bloodlines or a powerful father, but how many heads one could sever. With 20 elite youths, 300 guards, and 5 ships, Viserys departed Dragonstone for the richest and most powerful of the free cities, Braavos. Hot on his heels, Nassar and the others released a raven. Though ravens originated in Westeros, technology leaks were inevitable. Even if using ravens outside Westeros was costly, the Iron Bank could afford it. They needed to notify the Grand Banker and the Sea Lord of Braavos ahead of time that House Targaryen was sending someone. The letter specifically noted that the envoy was merely a Kingsguard knight. Nassar glanced again at the Targaryen fleet, now with a touch of contempt. If Rilla and Viserys didn't even have the courage to come to Braavos themselves, it meant two things. First, and most likely, Rilla was a woman good at scheming but lacking in decisive action. In that case, Dragonstone's recent victories were nothing to fear. Second, it suggested a power imbalance, weak ruler, strong ministers. If necessary, they could even employ the Faceless Men to eliminate this so-called strong minister. Let Braavos take control of House Targaryen. 55. The Giant. The fleet had been sailing for over half a month. During this entire voyage, Viserys had not drunk a single drop of water, only weak ale. As the ships neared the eastern shores of the Narrow Sea, the number of vessels around them increased dramatically. It was clear that maritime trade was the backbone of the free city's prosperity. The closer they got to Braavos, the more ships they saw bearing the iconic purple sails. Viserys summoned Davos to ask a few questions about commerce. The Valerians built so many ancient trade roads, and I hear they're still in good condition. Why is sea trade still so dominant? Davos replied, Your Grace, I believe it's because of the Dothraki. Explain. The grasslands where they roam the Dothraki Sea pose a constant threat to merchants. Trade caravans that pass through are often attacked. Those who survive lose everything. And worse, the Dothraki enslave the merchants and sell them off. I suppose merchants think pirates and storms are safer than the horse lords. Viserys was silent. The original text didn't go into much detail about the Dothraki, so his knowledge was limited. Still, he didn't want to arrogantly compare the Dothraki to mere nomadic kingdoms, so he pressed further. Don't the horse lords understand moderation? Couldn't they trade with the merchants instead? Davos shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Grace. I don't know much about them either. Viserys nodded. He would gather intelligence once they reached the continent. If he planned to establish a stronghold in Goer, he'd have to deal with the Dothraki eventually. So far, his understanding of them was limited to names like Drogo, Kull, and Screamers. He knew little about their daily life, military strength, or ideology. That would have to change. As Viserys was still pondering, Davos suddenly spoke up. Your Grace, we've arrived. He pointed toward a statue on the horizon, no larger than a thumb at first glance, his eyes shining with excitement. As they approached, the statue grew larger. The sails flapped in the wind with a rhythmic rustling. A great mountain ridge rose from the sea, and the statue stood at its narrowest pass. The statue's eyes burned with yellow flames, serving as beacons. It was the Titan of Braavos of the 9 wonders of the world. The entire statue formed an arch-like structure. Perhaps to preserve it, the Braavos had clad it in bronze armor. It was both the tallest, brightest lighthouse of Braavos and the maritime gate into the city. According to legend, the Titan's interior held an armory. Viserys guessed its height matched that of a 40 to 50-story tower. The only irksome part was that, to enter Braavos by sea, one had to sail between the Titan's legs, an indignity he did not appreciate. As their ships drew nearer, they could make out the slits and murder holes on the Titan's thighs and waist. Roar! The Titan let out a thunderous roar, as if it might come alive. Your Grace, the Iron Bank's men say they will take over as pilots from here, said Davos's eldest son, Dale, reporting to Viserys. Viserys looked over to see the Iron Bank's ship picking up speed, moving to take the lead. He pulled his hood down, hiding his identity once more. If the Sea Lord could operate behind the scenes using the Iron Bank, then Viserys would use surprise to his advantage, throwing off their plans. He would not be led around by the nose. Following the Iron Bank's ship, Viserys' fleet docked at a private harbor reserved only for Braavos locals and the nobility, the Purple Harbor. It wasn't large, but it lay directly beneath the domes of the Sea Lord's palace. Braavos had a thriving textile industry, and the harbor was named for the deep purple dye extracted from sea snails. Many of the buildings in the harbor were painted with this rare pigment. Viserys, wearing his hood, blended in among the boys he had brought with him. No whispering, no looking around. Everyone in the back keeps their eyes on the person in front of them, and the first person watches Ser Arthur. Hidden in their midst, Viserys gave the order. It was their first time in a prosperous city like Braavos. These boys from the remote Crabclaw Peninsula couldn't stop their eyes from darting around in wonder. Fortunately, Viserys' presence kept them mostly in line, though several still looked around, wide-eyed. The domes of the Sea Lord's palace were painted in shades of blue. Before it stretched a grand plaza with a fountain, flanked by guards in blue armor wielding long spears. At the center of the plaza stood a statue, part fish, part dragon. It had a fish tail, a dragon's head, and wings. Considering Braavos styled itself the bastard daughter of Valyria, the symbolism felt apt. Greeting them was a swordsman in a blue cloak. He appeared to be just under 40, younger than Ser Gerald. His brown hair was stiff and brush-like, his eyes sharp and brown. This was Quaero Valentine, first sword of Braavos and chief bodyguard to Sea Lord Fergo Antrion. The moment he saw Arthur Dayne, a glint of challenge lit up his eyes. One was the first sword of Braavos, the other the legendary sword of the morning from Westeros. Both were eager to measure each other's strength. But Quaero knew his duty and spoke first. Ser Arthur Dayne, I am Quaero Valentine, first sword of Braavos. I welcome you on behalf of the Sea Lord. You have nothing to fear, there is ample security within the Sea Lord's palace. You need bring only 50 men. Arthur immediately recognized that this man was cut from the same cloth as himself. And since Viserys had given him full authority to act, he replied readily. Very well. We are grateful for your guidance, Lord Valentine. Arthur selected 40 guards, and among the 10 boys chosen to accompany him was Viserys himself. As they passed through the plaza, they caught glimpses of gardens, courtyards, and even a glimmering lake. Eventually, the first sword led them into a side chamber. Ser Arthur, please wait here. The Sea Lord will arrive shortly. Arthur left the others outside and entered the chamber with Viserys. The interior showcased the wealth and taste of Braavos. The stained glass windows told stories like a series of murals. The floors were covered with ornate rugs, and even the dome overhead was tiled with glass, filling the room with light. They waited for nearly an hour, their stomachs beginning to grumble, but the Sea Lord still hadn't appeared. Your Grace, it seems they did not expect you to come in person, Arthur said. If they had known, I imagine they would have prepared a more elaborate reception. Sir Arthur, I may need to trouble you to spar with that first sword later. Do you think you can beat him? 56. King meets king. The moment Arthur and the first sword locked eyes, both men were already eager for a duel. Given the task Viserys had just assigned him, Arthur responded with enthusiasm. Rest assured, your grace, I will defeat him, he said confidently, gripping the hilt of his sword. It was the kind of confidence only someone who had never truly lost could possess. His defeat by Goer in the tournament had been planned. Since the age of 15, Arthur Dayne hadn't lost a single real contest of strength. After what felt like a long wait, a voice finally rang out from beyond the chamber. Sea Lord Fergo Antrion has arrived. At the arrival of their host, both Viserys and Arthur composed themselves. Fergo was an experienced negotiator and understood the role of stamina in such engagements. He knew Arthur Dayne was a legendary knight in Westeros. If Arthur were his opponent, Fergo would be at a disadvantage physically, so he had deliberately delayed his entrance. Fortunately, Viserys had expected this tactic. Both he and Arthur had concealed some dried meat in their garments, so they were still in decent condition. Fergo entered through the main hall, accompanied by Quero Valentine and a translator. On the eastern continent, Valyrian was spoken far more commonly than the common tongue. But the first thing to catch his eye wasn't Arthur, it was a silver-haired youth. The boy stepped forward and addressed him in fluent Valyrian. Your Majesty Fergo, Braavos truly lives up to its name as the greatest of the free cities. Ever since I saw the Titan, I haven't been able to look away. And now, seeing this magnificent palace, I must say your people are truly remarkable. Viserys' opening words caught the Sea Lord slightly off guard. But a moment later, drawing on his intelligence briefings, Fergo quickly recognized who stood before him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied with a trace of sarcasm. For a supposed heir of the Dragon Lords, skulking around in disguise seems rather laughable, doesn't it? He sat down as he spoke. Viserys showed no offense, responding coolly. House Targaryen is dangerously thin-blooded these days. Not just men who can fight, even those who can merely stand are few. By the blessing of my ancestors, I won 2 battles and have managed to keep the crown on my head. When the fate of the family rests on a single person, one must be cautious. Fergo, hearing Viserys speak with such clarity and poise, shed his earlier contempt. He now regarded the young king as a worthy adversary. The two exchanged words fluidly, while Arthur, who only spoke the common tongue, couldn't follow a thing. Not that it mattered, he and Quero Valentine didn't need words. They studied each other, and from the look in their eyes, both knew what the other was thinking, a duel. But without the command from their respective monarchs, they would have to wait. You must be here to discuss the matter of relocation, Fergo said. What are your thoughts on the territory Braavos has offered House Targaryen? I've been thinking, Viserys replied. To be frank, perhaps relocating east isn't the only path. Oh, it seems House Targaryen has found a better option. Not necessarily. It's just that I lack the talents of my elder brother. I may not be capable of establishing a foothold on Essos. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain centered on Dragonstone, surviving off the narrow sea until our family can produce another conqueror like Aegon or my brother Rhaegar. His words carried both humility and warning. When he spoke of surviving off the narrow sea, it was clear what he meant: piracy. It was a direct threat to Braavos and its trade routes. While the Braavos navy was superior to Dragonstone's, distance played a crucial role. A distant naval campaign could easily turn costly and fruitless. And Viserys, basking in the momentum of 2 recent victories, might just be bold enough to try. Realizing this, Fergo quickly changed his tone. I urge you to reconsider. Without land to rally around, how can you unite hearts and minds? It will only make reclaiming the Iron Throne more difficult. What can I do? Building a new homeland on foreign soil requires endless coin and manpower. I once heard a saying, even the finest cook can't bake bread without flour. What can I possibly do? There's always the Iron Bank. You could borrow from them. If you need an intermediary, I'd be happy to assist. But the Iron Bank is far too greedy. Right now, House Targaryen's most valuable asset is its fleet, and their offer is unacceptable. That's when Fergo had a sudden realization. Viserys still intended to relocate east, but he was dissatisfied with the Iron Bank's offer. Fergo had arranged for the bank to buy Dragonstone's ships as a way to profit on both ends, but it seemed Viserys had seen right through it. If they couldn't make a double profit, then perhaps it was best to abandon the small in favor of the large. Raise the price, and buy goodwill. In that case, Fergo said, how about this? I offer to buy 50 warships on behalf of Braavos, at around 5,000 gold dragons apiece, depending on their condition. Viserys smiled inwardly. Diplomatic value was still value, after all, but 5,000 per ship still didn't satisfy him. 5,000 is a decent offer, he said, but in the early stages of settling new land, I'll need much more grain, iron, armor, tools. It sounds like a lot, but it still won't be enough. I'm willing to sell you 30 ships at that price. The rest I'll send someone to the disputed lands. At the mention of the disputed lands, a subtle change flickered across Fergo's face, but it didn't escape those violet eyes. So, Braavos did plan to act as a second-hand dealer. Fergo was surprised, but after thinking it over, he realized there weren't many buyers who could absorb an entire fleet from Dragonstone. Even through process of elimination, it wouldn't be hard to guess. But the Kingdom of the Three Daughters hasn't shown any signs of war, Fergo said. Maintaining those ships will cost you dearly. He was clearly rattled. Viserys knew he had guessed correctly. Has your majesty ever heard of the term, arms race? He asked. Arms race. Fergo raised a brow. He quickly understood the meaning, though he wasn't sure what Viserys intended. I could start by selling at low prices or even just leasing to one of the parties. Then gradually raise the price. I imagine they'd be quite eager. Fergo now understood the idea of profiting from reselling warships was dead. In any case, the ships were merely the small pot. The real question was, where would Viserys choose to build his new homeland? Then may I ask, Your Grace, where do you plan to settle? 57. Going with the flow. From the moment their meeting began, Fergo felt as though he was being led by the nose by Viserys. Since the two had met, Viserys had already caught him off guard 3 times. And now, this made the 4th. You're saying you intend to build your power in Goer? Fergo asked in astonishment, staring at Viserys. His eyes were filled with confusion, surprise, disdain and a glimmer of delight. First of all, anyone with sense could see that Goer was a land of chaos, undulls, Rhoynar, bandits, river raiders, and Dothraki. What few knew, however, was that Goer and the Rhoyne Valley were also the next battleground between Braavos and Pentos. Though Pentos had technically won their last skirmish with Braavos, in terms of real power, they had been the ones dominated. Their victory had only bought them better negotiating terms. One such term was a restriction on the size of Pentos's army, enforced by Braavos. Naturally, the governors of Pentos were unwilling to submit so easily. As a result, the two sides had begun a series of proxy wars in Goer. Had Goer the Rhoyne, more broadly, not been such a mess, it would have been obvious to all that Fergo hoped House Targaryen could serve as his hound, carving out a power base in Goer on Braavos's behalf. He wanted to pit wolf against tiger, then reap the rewards. Fergo's disdain was for what he saw as Viserys' arrogance, and his delight, for that same reason. Still, his cautious nature urged him to double-check. Viserys had proven himself too clever thus far. This choice didn't fit. Yes, Viserys answered smoothly. The Rhoynar once built a great city there. I believe House Targaryen can too. Fergo was speechless. Something didn't add up. Very little added up. If Viserys hadn't already demonstrated such surprising clarity, Fergo might have believed him. But now, he simply couldn't take the young king for a fool. Do you truly believe that? Fergo asked. I know you're worried about the bandits, raiders, and Dothraki, Viserys said, gesturing toward the man beside him, but I have the loyalty of the Kingsguard. This is Ser Arthur Dayne of Starfall, known as the Sword of the Morning. He is the greatest swordsman in all of Westeros. Does he really think one man's strength can solve all of Goer's problems? Fergo felt as though his mind was full of question marks. You don't believe me? Viserys offered brightly. Then let my Sword of the Morning face your first sword. You'll see for yourself. To make Fergo believe in his supposed recklessness, Viserys was more than happy to arrange a duel. Fergo understood then, if Viserys was handing him the hilt of the blade, it would be foolish not to take it. He beckoned Quaero over. The first sword leaned in to listen as Fergo whispered, Quaero, I want you to lose to that Westerosi. Quaero was bewildered and clearly reluctant. But he could not disobey the Sea Lord and silently accepted. Arthur, unaware of what had been said since the conversation had taken place entirely in Valyrian, only noticed that Viserys had pointed at him. And now, hearing that he was to fight the first sword, he was thrilled. They left the hall and entered the courtyard in front of the palace. Arthur drew his greatsword without hesitation. Quaero followed suit. The two began circling, eyes locked, looking for an opening. Meanwhile, seated beside Fergo, Viserys began boasting about Arthur's heroic feats. During the Battle of the Gullet, Arthur led 30 swift-sailed ships in a flanking maneuver. It was like a hammer smashing through wood. At Storm's End, he held the usurpers' forces at the gate while we burned their fleet before their eyes. Viserys' animated gestures made it clear to Fergo the young king didn't appear to be hiding any secret weapon. When he brought House Targaryen's remnants to Goer, he would likely be crushed within a year, maybe even 6 months. Even this Sword of the Morning. Fergo glanced toward the dueling pair. Arthur and Quaero were locked in a graceful, tense dance. What a waste, he thought. Such a fine swordsman, doomed to die in Goer. Viserys, while praising Arthur, never took his eyes off the battle. Braavos swordsmen were often called water dancers for their fluid style and elegant movements. If Arthur's greatsword was a storm of steel, Quaero's footwork was like wind and water, graceful and elusive. One of Arthur's mighty blows struck the stone floor, sending sparks flying and leaving a deep crack. The greatsword he wielded was the ancestral blade of House Dayne, forged from a fallen star. The duel continued. Dozens of exchanges later, sweat glistened on both men's foreheads. Neither had yet revealed their full strength. Finally, following Fergo's orders, Quaero offered an opening. Arthur saw it and took it in a flash, bringing his sword to Quaero's neck. Victory was his. But Arthur could feel it, something was off. That hadn't been Quaero's true strength. Well done. Truly worthy of the title Sword of the Morning, Fergo declared with feigned admiration. Whether the two swordsmen agreed or not, the duel was over in the eyes of the two kings. The result was clear. Frigga ordered his servants to present Arthur with a set of Braavos plate armor. Adorned with gold and gemstones, it looked magnificent. At this point, Frigga was almost certain Viserys truly meant to rely on martial strength to subdue the chaos of Goer. And if by some miracle Viserys succeeded? Nonsense. Frigga believed that even if he drained 10 or 20 years of Braavos' future to pacify Goer, he still wouldn't manage it. Targaryen, in the end, was a defeated house. What power could they possibly wield? Frigga himself had spent years infiltrating the Rhoynar factions of Goer and had barely made progress. The Rhoynar Council of Elders had resisted him at every turn. He had only managed to win over one sympathetic voice. It would take far more than swords to build a true power base. Even if Viserys managed to restore order, it would take decades, maybe a century, to gather a population and grow an economy. And during all that time, he'd rely heavily on Braavos. In the end, both sides got what they wanted from the negotiation. Viserys secured a favorable price for part of his fleet. Frigga believed he'd found a sharp blade to advance Braavos' interests in Goer. In this supposed win-win, the meeting ended on a pleasant note. As they parted, Frigga asked, "When does your grace plan to depart for Goer and begin your settlement?" 58. A marriage alliance? This was now the matter that concerned Frigga the most. Since Viserys had shown a willingness to leap into the fire pit, Frigga wanted him to jump in as soon as possible. If necessary, he wouldn't mind coaxing or tricking him into doing so. Well, as you know, Goer is far from a paradise. Just stabilizing the chaos there will take a long time. I plan to send House Targaryen's forces in waves. If things don't go well, I'll reconsider your earlier offer. So he's not entirely a fool, Frigga thought. But he had already made up his mind. The first phase of Viserys' settlement must succeed. He would nudge the young king into slowly committing all of his resources. It seems you're a cautious man. If you have any requests for your initial venture, speak freely. Consider it a sign of friendship between us. Since the Sea Lord had opened the door, Viserys wasn't shy. Then, on behalf of House Targaryen, I thank you for your generosity. In the early stages of our settlement, I may need warhorses, oxen for plowing. Dragonstone is quite barren without dragons. Weapons, armor, food, cloth, these things are all in short supply. Seeing Viserys speak so plainly, Frigga felt even more contempt. It further confirmed his belief that even if the Targaryens managed to carve out some land in Goer, they wouldn't be able to hold it. Still, to lure Viserys deeper into the trap, Frigga was willing to take a small loss on this deal. Worry not. If you don't mind, Braavos has quite a bit of surplus stock. Some of it is a little old, but still perfectly usable. I can offer it to you at a favorable price. Trying to dump your old stock on me? We'll see what happens when the old crab and Davos start slashing your prices, Viserys thought to himself. Then, he said aloud, by the way, if any Braavos noble families are interested in marrying into House Targaryen, I'd appreciate it if you'd keep me informed. Marriage? But your niece is only 5, and your sister just born. Isn't that a bit hasty? Viserys replied with an awkward smile. Not Theme. There's no alliance more reliable than one by blood. Rhaenys and Daenerys were far too young, so Viserys was putting himself forward as bait. Political marriage wasn't about feelings, it was about interest. Frigga was initially dismissive of the barely grown Viserys. But he had to admit, for one so young, the boy already had the right instincts. Still, it was hard to imagine any noble in Braavos being foolish enough to accept such an offer, given House Targaryen's current state. Viserys' shamelessness caught Frigga off guard, but he gave a perfunctory nod of agreement. As the meeting neared its end, Viserys asked Frigga to keep his presence in Braavos confidential. Frigga readily agreed. In fact, he had already given up the idea of controlling the Targaryens through underhanded means. After all, if they were already moving exactly as he wanted and perhaps even better than expected, what need was there to control them? You have my word. Also, Braavos has many Valyrian-descended families with silver hair and purple eyes. You're welcome to explore freely. If you're not comfortable staying in the Sea Lord's palace, I have a few other residences you may use. By the gods, I thank you for your kindness. Like Westeros, Braavos had a number of ancient noble families. The title of Sea Lord was selected from among them. 3 families in particular were the most powerful: Antarion, Frigga's own house, Zanin, and Frigga. 5 slightly lesser families followed behind them. These 10 or so families controlled the majority of Braavos' industries: shipbuilding, banking, textiles, fishing, mining, construction, even cultural sectors like the brothels. Any one of these industries could support a city on its own, yet here, they were all concentrated in a single city-state. Braavos' wealth and power were evident. Frigga summoned the heads of all the prominent families. The Iron Bank was also present. True to his word, he kept Viserys' arrival secret, but he revealed House Targaryen's plans. Goer. Sounds like the Targaryens know as much about that place as a rabbit knows about the sea, a middle-aged noble in purple robes scoffed, drawing laughter from the others. Goer is ours. No one else gets a piece. Declared another, clad in red robes, the commander of Braavos' garrison. This man was thick-set, with a cruel gleam in his eyes. He clearly didn't hold the others in high regard. Commander Dar speaks true, but let's not forget Pentos still covets that land, another reminded them. For years, both Pentos and Braavos had been stirring unrest in Goer, supporting rival factions to serve their interests. The conflict between them was far from over. And geographically speaking, Pentos did have the advantage: they were closer to Goer. "Let the Targaryens be our blade. Let them clash with Pentos's forces and bleed each other dry," said another noble, his temples streaked with grey, his eyes still sharp. His name was Tormo Frigga, the man who, in the original timeline, would become the next Sea Lord. He was close with Frigga, and his suggestion was exactly what Frigga had hoped to hear. Smiling, Frigga said, "We all know that to make a ship sail fast, it needs good sails. House Targaryen is no different. If we want them to invest more into Goer, we need to give that dragon stripped of wings and claws a strong push. Don't you agree?" The nobles all nodded in agreement. Goer sat along the upper Rhine. If they controlled it, they would effectively control the river. To the west, they could check Pentos. To the south, they could suppress Valeria's eternal rival, Volantis. To the east, they could squeeze Norvos's expansion. In short, Goer had massive potential. Some early investments were well worth it. Soon, the heads of the various families began offering their support. Those in livestock pledged over 1,000 warhorses and oxen. Those in arms and armor offered weapons and plate. Those in grain and fishing pledged food supplies. Even the Iron Bank agreed to provide low-interest or even interest-free loans. Meanwhile, Viserys had expected Frigga to try baiting him into the Goer venture. But he hadn't expected them to be this generous. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Viserys planned to send 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 farmers in his first wave. Even if those 5,000 arrived with nothing but the clothes on their backs, Braavos could fully equip them for war or work. This further confirmed for Viserys that Braavos was one of the driving forces behind Goer's chaos. 2 days later, Viserys sent Davos back to Dragonstone to retrieve the 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 family men. He also instructed Davos on his new immigration incentives. "Which Kingsguard will you have lead the troops to join you in Goer?" Davos asked. It was an important question. The first battle of the Eastern venture would be critical. It had to be a victory. But Viserys' answer surprised both Arthur and Davos. "Let Ock lead them." 59. Foundations of Power. Viserys firmly believed that his current Kingsguard were beyond reproach loyal, noble, brave, and supremely capable. But there was one problem. Their morality was simply too high. Essos was not Westeros. Here, conflicts were fiercer, the cruelty more naked. Viserys' arrival in Goer would require thunder and steel, not mercy and grace. And in that regard, Ock Velwater raised from the lower rungs of society fit the task far better than the rest. Of course, Oberin would have been his ideal choice. The man had earned the nickname Red Viper for good reason. If Oberin had come along, Viserys believed their success would be even more assured. In any case, once the first stage of expansion was complete, it wouldn't be too late to bring Gerald, Oswell, and the others afterward. "Ser Davos, be careful on the road," Viserys said. "Don't worry, Your Grace. I'll swim back to Dragonstone if I have to, just to deliver your orders," Davos replied earnestly. He was already deeply moved that the king had come to the Purple Harbor in person to see him off. But what Viserys said next struck him even harder. "No, your life is worth far more than a few warships. If you encounter storms or harsh weather, just find a port and wait it out. Don't take unnecessary risks." Davos bowed deeply, his heart touched. He didn't want his head to rise higher than Viserys. What happened next nearly brought him to tears. The young king took a pair of soft calfskin gloves from a boy of Crab Isle and handed them to Davos. "I asked the Sea Lord for these on your behalf. They're made of soft calf leather, try them on." As the gloves slid onto his hands, Davos felt his jaw tremble. "Thank you, Your Grace. Go now." Davos gave Viserys a deep bow, then turned, eyes misting over. "Father, what's wrong?" asked his eldest son, Dale. "Nothing, just the sea breeze," Davos replied. Dale looked up at the sky, puzzled. There wasn't much wind today. After sending off Davos, Viserys and Arthur began touring Braavos. Their main goal was information gathering. Though Braavosy courtesans were famous across the continent, Viserys wasn't in the mood for such distractions now. Arthur, for his part, was a chaste and stoic man, seemingly uninterested in such things altogether. They first visited the shipyards and harbor of Braavos. Over 1,000 ships were docked there. Masts stood like a forest, packed so tightly they resembled a field of spears. The Braavosy boasted that they could launch a new warship every day. While perhaps exaggerated, Viserys and Arthur saw enough to believe that a new ship every 3 to 5 days was quite possible. And that kind of production capacity required an enormous industrial chain: shipwrights, timber, ironworking, textiles, forestry. It might not be sustainable in peacetime, but in wartime, launching one warship per day might not be an empty boast. In truth, the strength of Braavos' shipbuilding was a reflection of the city's overall industrial might. Even Arthur, a man of sword, was impressed and a bit worried. If Braavos ever allied with Robert Baratheon, they would be a fearsome enemy. Next, the two men wandered deeper into the city. Braavos was known as the City of 1,000 Isles, and unlike King's Landing, it did not reek. Based on their observations, its population was at least equal to that of King's Landing, possibly far greater. Braavos' geography gave it a natural advantage. Essos was a land of constant strife, filled with city-states forever warring. In such a fragmented landscape, power centers were often described with a saying, strong arms, sharp edges, but a soft belly. In other words, while the outer regions appeared fortified, the central areas were the most vulnerable, open to attacks from all sides. That's why many free cities located inland, like Norvos and Qohor, never achieved great fame or scale. Their soft belly positions made expansion difficult. Braavos, on the other hand, was a golden horn. It sat in the northwestern corner of the continent, nestled between the narrow sea and the shivering sea, surrounded by mountains. Its geography could hardly be better. But should a truly strong central power arise in Essos, Braavos would quickly decline. Locations vulnerable on all sides also had the potential to become the center of the world. They drew people like a flame drew moths. And the most likely location for such a rising power? The Rhoyne River. History had already proven this. Look at the legacy of the Rhoyner. Braavos would never allow a dominant power to take root along the Rhoyne. If Viserys merely established a stronghold in Goer, they might tolerate it. But if he dared expand along both banks of the river, Braavos would surely intervene. And not just Braavos. Volantis, Pentos, and the other coastal powers that relied on sea trade would not sit idly by. But for now, such matters were far off. Viserys first needed to secure a foothold in Goer. He and Arthur continued exploring and discovered that Braavos held far more temples than the rumors claimed. Legend had it that the first Valyrian slaves to arrive here were guided by the Moon Singers to a place of safety. Thus, the Temple of the Moon Singers was the largest and most magnificent in the city. Its pure white dome was striking. The Temple of Ruler, by contrast, was crimson. And of course, there was the infamous House of Black and White. Naturally, without the coin, Viserys couldn't enter. Perhaps it was fate, but the estate Friggo had gifted Viserys had a red door. In the original books, the residence Viserys and Daenerys stayed in while in Braavos was famously called the House with the Red Door. Lately, under Arthur's guidance, the Academy Guard that Viserys brought with him had been training day and night in the courtyard. Arthur didn't quite understand why Viserys had brought those boys along. Maybe it was due to the martial culture of the Crab Claw Peninsula. They were decent, at least in potential. But to train them into usable soldiers would take 4 or 5 years at minimum. Truthfully, even all 20 of them together would struggle to make Arthur break a sweat, let alone beat him. That night, when everyone had gone to bed, Viserys quietly opened his golden finger interface. Title, King. Forces, Kingsguard Dragonstone Fleet Academy Guard. He opened the Academy Guard tab. The original listing blurred and split into a long list of subunits. Academy Guard Model Unit, Academy Guard Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, Class 4. Including the Model Unit, there were now 13 groups. The Model Unit was the 20 children he had brought with him. Viserys was about to grant each of them one elite essence. 60. The Transfer of Essence. Goer's Brun was half a year shy of 15, one of the eldest among the children. He longed to fight for Viserys, but unfortunately, his skill with the sword was not yet up to standard. Arthur, while instructing them, would often repeat a particular phrase: "What will you do on the battlefield if every enemy is like me?" Poor Goerys didn't understand how could a battlefield ever be filled with monsters like Ser Arthur Dayne, a man born once in a century? Still, they all cherished Arthur's teachings, and so they trained hard. That night, while Goerys was asleep and dreaming, strange images began to enter his mind. He found himself training with a sword in unfamiliar places. His clothes soaked with sweat, his body sore and aching. Soft palms blistered, the blisters burst, scabbed, and hardened into calluses. He wasn't just training in those dreams, she was fighting. His opponents were faceless, blurry, unrecognizable. But he remembered vividly the feeling of blood splashing onto his face or the thrilling rush when he drove his blade into someone's flesh. In these dreams, he was always either fighting or training. And he wasn't alone. The other boys all had similar dreams. As a result, all 20 of them overslept. When the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, Arthur's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "You little brats. What the hell's going on today? Get up and start training." The Academy guards shot awake, panicking, especially Goerys, who had been responsible for waking everyone up that day. Under a hail of groggy complaints and blaming glances, they scrambled to throw on their clothes and rushed to the courtyard to assemble. Arthur's icy stare made them all shiver more than the morning wind. "You think I can't teach you anymore? You think you're done with training? If you don't want to train, I'll have His Grace put you on a ship and send you home." His words sent terror through the hearts of the boys. They had been raised to believe that loyalty to the crown was sacred and that desertion was shameful. If they were sent home, their families wouldn't just be embarrassed. Some of them might not even be allowed back in the door. "We don't want to go home. Please keep training us, Ser Arthur." "We don't want to go home. Ser Arthur, we're staying." Looking at the red-cheeked faces in the cold morning air, Arthur's fury softened. Maybe he'd trained them too hard lately, worn them out to the point they couldn't get out of bed. Still, a lesson had to be taught. He called Goerys forward, the boy in charge of waking the others, and ordered him to spar. Standing in front of the tall, imposing Arthur Dayne, Goerys felt his throat go dry. Arthur's strength was one thing, but Goerys could also feel the man's simmering anger directed at him. He braced himself for pain. But what happened next stunned everyone. Arthur stepped forward, preparing to sweep with his sword. Goris, noticing the movement of Arthur's feet, barely dodged the blow. A flicker of surprise flashed in Arthur's eyes. He hadn't used even 30% of his strength, and yet from his own estimation, that attack shouldn't have been dodged at all. But the boy had predicted it. Was it a coincidence? Arthur's mind raced, but his body moved faster. He increased the tempo, speeding up both his swings and pressure. Clang, clang, clang. After barely evading 3 consecutive strikes, Goris' sword was finally knocked flying. Arthur lowered his blade, but his expression had changed. There was potential in this boy. He'd seen it in Goris' eyes, in the way he attacked. That look of determination, that faint killing intent. Yes, he was a promising seedling. Arthur decided he'd give Goris extra lessons after today's training. Not bad. After training today, swing your sword 300 more times. That'll be your punishment. As you command, Sir Arthur. 300 swings? That didn't sound so bad to Goris. Arthur sent Goris back to the line and looked around, ready to pick another boy for sparring. He couldn't let this lesson end too lightly. He pointed casually at a tall, long-limbed boy, someone built for swordsmanship. You, attack me. With a small beckoning gesture, Arthur invited the youth forward. The boy began circling him, looking for an opening. But Arthur Dane, the legendary sword of the morning, had no openings. And even if he did, a novice couldn't spot them. Arthur deliberately left a tiny, barely noticeable gap. To his surprise, the boy seized it. He lunged forward like an arrow, but Arthur sidestepped cleanly. Interesting. Another promising one. Arthur was genuinely pleased. As the greatest swordsman Westeros had seen in 100 years, he had no jealousy in his heart. Quite the opposite, he was eager to find talented students. After defeating the second boy, he picked a third, and then a fourth. What he discovered left him stunned overnight. These boys had all improved dramatically. Some of them were already more skilled than veteran soldiers with years of experience. Arthur couldn't help but feel a rush of joy, like a gambler hitting jackpot after jackpot. By the time he had sparred with all 20, his arms were numb, and his mind buzzing. These children weren't just average trainees. They had potential, real potential. He needed to start teaching them more advanced techniques. And he needed to report this to Viserys immediately. Any one of these boys could become a Kingsguard someday. Just as he turned around, he saw Viserys standing at the edge of the courtyard. The king had been watching for some time. Your Grace, these children. I saw everything. Train them however you see fit. If you need anything, just tell me. Arthur looked at Viserys, and a realization struck him. The king had personally chosen every one of these children. Could his Grace see talent at a glance? Arthur's respect for Viserys deepened, and his confidence in their upcoming campaign in Goer grew stronger than ever. 61. Departure. The official reason Viserys gave for appointing Velwaterthy's new noble instead of one of his trusted Kingsguard was his concern for Rilla's safety. No one questioned the decision further after that. When heard the news, he was stunned. He hadn't expected Viserys to choose him, but once the surprise wore off, he was too excited to sleep. This meant new honors, new accomplishments. Even so, the other Kingsguard weren't entirely reassured. Over the next few nights, they took turns cramming as much military strategy into his head as possible, especially on the topic of battlefield command. They didn't hold anything back. Due to limited time, Ser Gerald made the final decision. Together with Willem and another Kingsguard, they chose to teach Ock the tactics for commanding archers. They taught him how to position archers in different terrain, how to anticipate the effect of wind on arrow trajectories, and how to read battlefield conditions quickly. Meanwhile, preparations for the expedition included the careful selection of 3,000 soldiers. Only a few of them wore armor initially, as Viserys had promised to distribute proper gear once they arrived. These soldiers were hand-picked. Most were from Dragonstone, Crab Isle, and Tide's Head Island. Many were originally from the peninsula of the Crabs, though they had long served in the Dragonstone fleet. Their combat ability was secondary. What mattered most to Viserys was their loyalty. Many had families still residing on Dragonstone. Viserys' rewards for military merit were also generous. He didn't bother with outdated noble titles. After all, once he started giving out too many, dukes and barons would quickly lose value. Instead, he granted land directly. One enemy had earned 20 acres of land permanently owned, inheritable by their descendants. At present, his strength didn't allow for grand claims of national ownership, nor did he intend to lecture these soldiers. Many barely educate on the difference between ownership and usage rights. It was far more effective to tell them plainly, this land will be yours. Alongside the soldiers, 2,000 farmers were recruited. To attract them, Viserys offered a 3-year tax exemption for newly cultivated land. Most of them were married men with families. This secured their loyalty and, in times of crisis, their potential as military reserves. One of these farmers was named Jason. He and his wife had 4 children in 10 years, all strong and healthy. His wife believed it was a blessing from the 7. Jason had long lived on Dragonstone, but the land there was barren and poor. When Viserys spoke of rich, fertile land by a great riverland their sons could one day inherit, Jason could no longer remain still. You must take care. The children and I will be waiting for good news, his wife told him, cradling their youngest daughter in her arms. Don't worry, Jason replied. His Grace is a dreamer. If any danger comes, we'll see it coming long before it arrives. He looked longingly at his daughter. It wasn't easy leaving home. But what gave him peace of mind was the fact that Viserys had already provided their family with half a year's worth of food rations. And not just that they had ordered the families of the recruits to be housed together, with soldiers assigned to maintain order and keep them safe. Without this level of care, most men wouldn't have been able to abandon their homes and farms. Jason's wife nodded. She understood. Without Viserys, Dragonstone might have already fallen. Soldiers and bandits were often one and the same. Just look at what had become of King's Landing. After saying his goodbyes, Jason arrived at the designated gathering point. There, he discovered many others like himself. Then he saw something unexpected: a group of boys, around 14 years old, standing tall and solemn. They, too, were preparing to cross the narrow sea. Jason couldn't help but wonder what use boys like them could possibly be. Certainly not for war, not yet. Most didn't even look strong enough to plow a field. Others had similar thoughts. But Viserys had already divided the children of the Crabclaw Peninsula into classes based on age. Class 1 included the oldest, with an average age of 14 or 15. Viserys planned to keep them close once they reached the eastern continent, secretly forming them into his own elite bodyguards. A hidden trump card, unknown to any of his enemies. If he intended for these boys to become future officers, then they would need to be tempered through fire and blood. In 2 more years, they would be of age, and Viserys would have a cohort of loyal, literate, and well-trained commanders. His army would surpass anything this era could field. Once he established firm control over Goer, Viserys also intended to select more children from the families of these pioneer farmers, training them at his academy. When those families realized that their children could one day become magistrates or generals under House Targaryen, they would bind themselves wholly to his cause. They would become the backbone of Targaryen expansion into the east. The first time Viserys had left Dragonstone, he had taken 5 ships. This time, he commanded 50. Half of them were captured vessels from the Battle of the Gullet, taken from the fleet of Green Shield Isle. Many had been merchant ships repurposed for war. The rest were old, decommissioned ships from the Dragonstone fleet. After transporting the troops to the eastern continent, all 50 ships were to be sold to Fergo. And Viserys wasn't the least bit sentimental about it. At the docks, as the ships prepared to sail, Queen Rilla stood watching, overcome with a desire to board. Even Rhaegar had never gone so far from her. Now her youngest son was sailing beyond the narrow sea. Lately, she often found herself poring over maps, tracing her fingers across them again and again. Her eyes always landed on Braavos. As if, by staring at that spot, she could somehow see her child. "Don't worry. Viserys will be fine," Elia whispered gently. Rilla nodded. She knew it was true. After all, Arthur was with him. Just as the fleet was preparing to set sail, an unassuming ship arrived at the harbor. It was the Red Viper's ship. After officially informing Robert that Dorne would no longer support House Targaryen, Oberin had made straight for Dragonstone. It wasn't his fault Dorne refused support. That was Dorne's choice, not his. "Your Grace," he said to Rilla, "may I join the fleet to Braavos? I believe I may be of use to King Viserys." Rilla looked at the Red Viper. He had just returned from meeting with Robert. If it had been anyone else, she might have turned them away on the spot. But with Elia now living on Dragonstone, Rilla no longer feared any hidden motives from Oberin. "You have my thanks, Prince." She respected both his martial prowess and his cunning. With him by Viserys' side, her son would be all the safer. And so, under the personal farewell of Rilla and Elia, the Red Viper, Velwater, and Davos set sail for Braavos, escorting 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 farmers across the sea. 62. Illyrio. If 5 ships had been enough for Viserys to keep his movements hidden, 50 black-sailed warships were impossible to conceal. Pentos, the city-state closest to Dragonstone, spotted the fleet shortly after it set sail. Though the news of the Targaryens' eastward migration was already known, Pentos immediately raised its security levels. At the same time, they sent out a ship to inquire about the fleet's destination, more specifically, to find out where Viserys had chosen as the destination for the Targaryen relocation. When they learned that the Targaryens had chosen Goer as their new home, the governors of Pentos quickly convened an emergency meeting. At the head of the council room sat a man in a golden robe. Upon closer inspection, his robe was divided. The upper half was gold, while the lower half was blue. Behind him stood 2 beautiful women, one in an apricot-colored dress and the other in a sea-blue gown. This man was the Prince of Pentos, but his title was merely symbolic. He had no real power. True authority lay with the various governors of Pentos, who held sway over the city's affairs. In fact, if disaster struck or a war was lost, the prince could be dragged out and sacrificed to the gods. This had happened before during their war with Braavos, for Pentosian princes had been executed following a defeat. The man's name was Audro. He was nothing more than a figurehead in this meeting, observing as the governors argued around him. His disinterest was apparent as he cast a glance at his 2 wives, who represented land and sea. Audro knew they weren't virgins when they married him, and they had lost their virginity only shortly before their wedding, mere hours before their marriage night. Audro had long sought power but knew it was an almost impossible task. He had given up once, but a recent event had reignited his ambitions. Over 2 years ago, Illyrio, a rising figure, had divorced his cousin and fathered a child with a mysterious woman of unknown origins. The insult stung Audro deeply, and it stirred his resolve once again. Targaryen, this might be my opportunity. But Audro's gaze shifted to Illyrio, who was growing increasingly corpulent. His massive head was covered in gold hair and a matching beard, and his pudgy fingers were adorned with a variety of brightly colored jewels. Illyrio was being berated by the other governors. If we lose Goer, it's all your fault. One of the governors shouted. You made unreasonable demands. Targaryen is no fool. Illyrio shot back, unflustered. Targaryen isn't a fool. Then why did they choose Goer? Just wait, Goer will drain them dry. Maybe that Targaryen queen will end up in a brothel, raising an army for her son. Illyrio's mood was foul. In less than a year, he had received the news of Varys' death, a blow that had stripped him of his once immense advantage in business intelligence. Illyrio had risen from being an assassin to a wealthy merchant thanks to Varys' invaluable help in providing him with internal intelligence from across the kingdom. This had allowed him to become one of the most powerful figures in Pentos, even enough to oust his cousin. But now, with Varys gone, Illyrio felt as if he had lost his eyes and ears. He could feel his position in Pentos weakening. But it wasn't just the loss of power that troubled him, it was something far darker. The question that gnawed at him was who had killed Varys. Through his network, Illyrio had learned that the day after Varys' death, Rilla had fled with her son. Even Elia, despite the Mad King's order for her to remain, had disappeared. Furthermore, after Rilla's flight to Dragonstone, the Targaryens had won 2 consecutive battles. Illyrio came to a horrifying conclusion: whoever had killed Varys might be on Dragonstone now, or possibly even working for the Targaryens. The person who had killed Varys was a formidable threat, and Illyrio feared this figure might be aware of his connections with Varys. More than that, he feared retribution. Illyrio knew what he had to do. He had to leverage Pentos's influence to strangle the Targaryens in Goer. After fending off criticism from his political rivals, Illyrio stood and addressed the room. It's clear now that the Targaryens have aligned with Braavos, or at the very least, they've secured promises from them. We must strengthen our agents in Goer to handle this. Pointless bickering accomplishes nothing. Wasn't my plan intended to protect Pentos and all of your coin purses? His words carried weight, and soon the attacks on him ceased. I've heard that there are 3 Kingsguard accompanying the Targaryens. Can we not try to bring them to our side? Said a silver-haired nobleman, who claimed to have Valyrian blood. Perhaps that was why he had some sympathy for the Targaryens. Illyrio knew he couldn't reveal his true intentions just yet. We don't know what price Braavos has exacted for their cooperation with Targaryen, he said. If we start currying favor with them now, the cost will only rise. Do you really think we can match Braavos' wealth? It's better to let them suffer a little first, then we can discuss cooperation. Illyrio's proposal was quickly accepted. The governors estimated that the Targaryens wouldn't reach Goer for at least another month, and that would give them plenty of time, at least half a month, to strengthen their agents on the ground. After the meeting concluded, Illyrio returned to his estate. A beautiful woman with delicate features and shoulder-length silver-gold curls was waiting for him. She held a young boy with light golden hair in her arms. This was his lover, Scylla. Illyrio had divorced his cousin for this woman, choosing her not only because of love, but because of a deeper secret. She was a Blackfire descendant, a fact his friend Varys had revealed to him. This meant that Illyrio's son carried Targaryen blood. As he gazed at his lover and their son, a thought formed in his mind. If I can eliminate Viserys and take control of the Targaryens, my son might one day sit on the Iron Throne. 63. The Road to Goer. On the yellow-green plains, a gray-black road stretched like a spear, piercing the horizon where the sky met the earth. This road, known as the Valyrian Road, was constructed by the Valyrians. It rose slightly above the ground, enough to allow 3 carriages to pass side by side. At one end of the road lay the port built by the Valyrians, now controlled by the Braavos. At the other end, the road connected to the upper Rhoyne River, a tributary of the Rhoyne River, where there was another port. Viserys was here waiting for his army to arrive. They would travel along this road, reach the upper Rhoyne River, and then navigate upstream to Goer. The Valyrian Road is incredibly sturdy, you should try it yourself, suggested Frijo, who was accompanying Viserys. A few Braavos nobles were also with them. Viserys turned to look at Arthur and saw him eager to give it a go. He motioned for Arthur to take a long-handled pickaxe and try it. Arthur removed his helmet, revealing his brown hair and pale purple eyes. Immediately, several noble women were taken by his charm. The tall, strong, and handsome Arthur Dane had become the dream lover of many noble women in Braavos during his short stay. In less than 2 months, he had received so many love letters and handkerchiefs that they could barely fit into a basket. Arthur had thought that by spreading rumors about his oath to remain unmarried and childless as a member of the Kingsguard, the noble women would leave him alone. But instead, their advances had only intensified. Every morning, fresh flowers and fruit baskets were placed outside their residence. Some of the more bold courtesans even made public declarations that they would offer their entire fortune just to spend one night with the Sword of Mourning. In other words, some were willing to pay for Arthur's company. This caused Viserys to feel a little jealous, though he also thought that the oath of celibacy imposed on the Kingsguard was perhaps a bit inhumane. Maybe one day, he could relax this restriction for them. Pushing those scattered thoughts aside, Arthur raised the pickaxe high and struck the road with a mighty blow. There was a resounding clang, and the sound seemed to echo in the hearts of the noblewomen watching. Viserys approached to inspect. He saw only a shallow white mark on the road's surface. The Valyrians' construction techniques were truly terrifying. This was only their road paving technology. Who knew what other wonders lay hidden in the ruins of Valyria? Your Majesty, our fleet has arrived. A servant handed Viserys a telescope, through which he could see a fleet of black-sailed ships approaching quickly. With his keen eyesight, Viserys counted. Exactly 50 ships. Around 2 to 3/4 of an hour later, the fleet docked, and soldiers began disembarking. They looked weary, some of them glancing around lazily. But no one dared to underestimate Viserys' army, for the condition of the soldiers was no different from that of any other fleet. While the soldiers were still gathering, Oberin, and Davos arrived in front of Viserys. Prince Oberin, what brings you here? Viserys asked, genuinely surprised by his arrival. You're the Dreamwalker, aren't you? Couldn't you have dreamed this? Oberin said with a mocking smile. Would you want me to dream of everything you do? Viserys shot back. Oberin pictured the scene and then shuddered, explaining, I wouldn't have come if it weren't for Elia. Viserys smiled but said nothing. Since Oberin had come, he would likely be of some use. Viserys led Oberin and the others to say goodbye to Frijo. We've prepared 5,000 sets of armor, 20,000 spears, 500 bows, and 50,000 arrows. There are also 1,000 warhorses, 150,000 bushels of grain, 800 pounds of herbs, and 1,700 tents ready for you. Once the Targaryens are established in Goer, we will also send 2,000 oxen. In addition, various consumables, such as kitchenware, were all included. Frijo had offered everything at rock-bottom prices. Though the armor and weapons were somewhat outdated, and the grain was old, the price was incredibly low. Viserys had acquired everything for less than 30,000 gold dragons. And most importantly, Viserys hadn't even paid any money. He had used the Iron Treasury's interest-free loan. In other words, Viserys had acquired everything simply by signing an IOU. The moment he resold these items, he would make a profit of 3 to 5 times his investment. This demonstrated just how much Braavos wanted the Targaryens to fall into the trap of Goer. However, the items worth over 100,000 gold dragons were just a drop in the bucket for Braavos. Viserys felt that he should try to squeeze out a bit more. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty the Sea King. The Targaryens will forever remember your friendship, Viserys said, now fully aware that Braavos' intention was to get him caught in the pitfall of Goer. He had no moral qualms about exploiting Frijo in return. The two exchanged pleasantries for a bit longer before Viserys' servant came over to report that the supplies had been verified and there were no issues. Viserys turned to Frijo and said, Your Majesty, my ships are currently empty. Why don't you take 2 of them back with you? That way, we can settle the loan with the Iron Treasury. Viserys gave a mischievous smile, and Frijo didn't call him out on it. That works, Frijo said, casually pointing at 2 ships. Take those 2. When Viserys saw which ships Frijo had pointed to, he couldn't help but grin. Those 2 warships were worth only a little over 1,000 gold dragons, but now their value had skyrocketed several times over. May I ask, when does His Majesty plan to depart? Frijo asked, now seeking confirmation on the departure time. The soldiers have been at sea for almost half a month, so I plan to give them a few days of rest. We'll head out looking our best when we reach Goer, Viserys replied, sidestepping a direct answer. Viserys now had a nagging feeling that the constant strife in Goer, preventing its development, might be the work of Braavos. Yes, you're right. It's best to move quickly. If you let those river bandits get too much time to react, it will only harm your army, Frijo advised. You're right, let's make it 5 days then. We'll depart in 5 days. Viserys agreed, knowing it wasn't a binding commitment. Seeing Frijo so eager, Viserys became even more certain that Braavos and Pentos were secretly trying to influence Goer. Since Frijo was so eager to get him moving, Viserys decided he would look for an opportunity to extract a bit more profit from him. Frijo, seeing Viserys agree so easily, smiled and said, I wish you long-lasting peace and stability in Goer, Your Majesty. I look forward to that day. 64. The Settler Legion. Nearly a week had passed since Frijo arrived at the palace of the Sea King, yet there was still no word of Viserys' army setting out. Instead, what came was a messenger seeking aid. Your Majesty, the man addressed respectfully, a number of our soldiers have come down with fever and diarrhea. Lord Viserys sent me to request supplies fresh grain, herbs, and, if possible, some healers to assist us. Frijo didn't doubt Davos' words too much. From what he described, the symptoms sounded like a simple case of poor acclimatization, maybe also the result of eating spoiled grain. Don't worry, I'll have men gather what you need, Frijo said. Is the situation very severe on your end? Make it sound worse, Davos recalled Viserys' instruction. We need more time. He quickly replied, there are 300 to 400 soldiers and farmers affected. Worst of all, several of our commanders have fallen ill too. It may take some time before we can march. Frijo nodded. With such a delay, Goer would no doubt be alerted and on guard. So, he decided to give Viserys another push. After all, it would be a blow to morale for this to happen just as they arrived on Essos. Along with the requested supplies, Goer even sent 10 catapults to Davos to take back. That was a delightful surprise for Davos. Of course, the truth was nowhere near as dire. Under the crescent moon, rhythmic chants echoed from Viserys' camp. 997. Hup. 998. Hup. 999. Hup. 1000. Ugga. A group of shirtless farmers dropped their massive longbows and began slapping their arms, which had gone completely numb. Their arms ached and burned, but smiles tugged at the corners of their mouths. Jason, for instance, could almost smell roasted meat already. Soon, they'd be eating meat again. Back on Dragonstone, as farmers, they might have eaten fish or meat a few times a year at most. But Viserys was feeding them generous chunks of fatty meat, glistening with oil. At first, these farmers had been wary of being drafted into what was called the Settler Legion. After all, they'd come to till the land not fight. But after joining the Legion, not only did they get meat regularly, they also received wages. Though it was only a third of what regular soldiers earned, the seed of loyalty had already begun to sprout within them. In stark contrast to the farmers' joy, their trainer, Ak, was growing more anxious by the day. From everything he knew, this was not how archers were trained. You needed targets to build accuracy. A proper archer took at least 2 to 3 years to train. Yet Viserys seemed to believe he could turn over 2,000 farmers into archers within a month. To Ak, it was utter fantasy. He couldn't understand why his normally wise and capable young king had suddenly grown so naive. Oberin felt the same way. In his heart, he had already decided, if Viserys lost this war, he would return to Dorne and take Elia with him no matter what. But before that, he still wanted to confirm one thing: was Viserys truly a fool, or just pretending? You don't actually think this will produce real archers in a month, do you? Oberin said, his voice thick with mockery as he looked at Viserys scribbling by candlelight. You could feed them all the meat in the world, and it still wouldn't work. Viserys set down his pen, tilted the candle beside him, and smiled. Then let's make a bet. In less than a month, they'll be competent, no, excellent archers. And I'll deploy them to the battlefield. Seeing Viserys so resolute, Oberin's last shred of hope died. Fine, he thought, once this ends in failure, I'll return and take Elia home. And if he could say he'd saved Viserys in the process, then Rilla wouldn't have the heart to stop him from taking his sister. Meanwhile, Arthur had returned to camp after a long absence. True to Viserys' request, he'd brought back several captives, clearly leaders of some kind. Thank you, Sir Arthur, Viserys greeted him. The journey had taken over 2 weeks, and it had been through unfamiliar territory. Arthur had grown visibly thinner, his cheeks sunken with fatigue. Yet he still gave a detailed report on the state of Goer. First, there were historical concerns. Goer had once been the home of the Rhoynar. But after the Valyrians destroyed the Rhoynar civilization, the region had steadily declined. So much so, that even the scattered Undals left on Essos could now fight them on equal footing. There was something else too: the bandits in the region had grown organized. A single band might claim several, sometimes even a dozen villages as their property and levy taxes on the people. Of course, they had their own logic for this behavior. Many of these bandits were also of Undal descent. Have the local Undals not formed any sort of power structure? Viserys asked. Arthur shook his head. The commoners live hard lives. Though the Rhoyne River is nearby and could easily irrigate farmland, they can't even farm in peace because of the constant raids by pirates and bandits. To Viserys, the answer was becoming clearer. Goer hadn't become this chaotic on its own. There had to be meddling from Braavos and Pentos. How else could a place go for centuries without a stable regime? Power hates a vacuum. If there was no visible authority, then hidden rules had surely filled the void. Determined to find the truth, Viserys decided to personally kill the captives Arthur had brought back and use their essence to absorb their memories. No method could be quicker. Sir Arthur, please go rest. We'll likely march on Goer soon. As you command, Your Grace. Oberin glanced at Arthur, feeling a bit of pity. Such a legendary man, bound to get himself killed by following Viserys. After Arthur left, Viserys ordered the prisoners brought in. 2 men, both around 25 or 26 years old, were dragged forward. Their faces were swollen like pig heads, with half their teeth knocked out. Their clothes were filthy, stained with grime, and their armpits and backs bore several long, split gashes. They looked absolutely miserable. Viserys turned to Oberin and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid my interrogation techniques are best kept private. Would you mind resting for now? I'll share any useful information with you later. 65. The Cat Company. Oberin showed little interest in Viserys' cryptic posturing. Inside the tent, only a few of Viserys' personal guards remained, young men he had brought with him from the Claw Isle. They were now his personal protectors. The 2 captives quickly realized that they were being held by children barely out of boyhood. Naturally, they couldn't help but feel a bit of contempt. You must be the little Targaryen king, one of them said with a patronizing smile, as though coaxing a child. Why don't you let me go and I'll become your king's guard? I'll help you take back the Iron Throne. But Viserys didn't bother replying. He circled behind the man and drove his short sword straight into his back. The brigand stared blankly at the blood-drenched blade protruding from his chest, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. He still had plenty of useful information to bargain with. Why wouldn't this little brat follow the rules? As for the other captive, Viserys didn't waste any words. He gave him the same treatment, one clean thrust through the heart, then instructed his guards to drag both bodies out. Essence acquired, veteran, infantry, 1. Veteran, cavalry, 1. Viserys absorbed their essences directly. Their short lives, spanning just over 20 years, held little of interest. What caught Viserys' attention was their most recent memories. Redbeard, isn't that the leader of the cat company? What's he doing here? No idea. I heard someone hired them. Said the Targaryens lost the Iron Throne and came to Essos looking for a foothold, chose this place to start. Redbeard's helping us drive the Targaryens out. Who hired them? You'll have to ask Dirty Benny, don't know. After going through their memories, Viserys extracted the most valuable part for himself. The next day, he went to Oberin and asked about the cat company. Seeing that Viserys was interested in the mercenary group, Oberin immediately perked up. The cat company isn't small. They've got over 2,000 mercenaries. And their leader, Redbeard, is a ruthless and greedy bastard, loves torturing prisoners. With a leader like that, the rest of them are probably even worse. Over 2,000. Viserys mused aloud. Seeing Viserys lost in thought, Oberin suddenly asked, "Wait, don't tell me they're in Goer too?" Viserys nodded. "Yes. Seems like someone hired them to block our way." "What? Who? Did you get that from those prisoners yesterday?" Oberin asked urgently, clearly agitated. "Yes, but they're dead now. Just minor officers, didn't know much." "Could it be Robert?" Oberin asked. "Maybe. Doesn't matter. Whoever it is, we'll crush this obstacle first." Viserys' confident tone drew a faint sneer from Oberin. That mercenary company had a savage reputation and over 2,000 men. Combined with the forces already in Goer, Viserys' odds didn't even seem to reach halfway. 47. Heave. 48. Heave. The sounds of the peasant archers' awkward training echoed again, and Oberin honestly didn't know what to make of it anymore. Goer's location was strategically exceptional. Mountains bordered the north, while the western side was flanked by the Little Rhoyne River, and the eastern side by the Upper Rhoyne. Both rivers flowed into the main Rhoyne to the south. Yet for centuries, no single force had managed to fully control the region. The Loenar held the east bank of the Upper Rhoyne, while the Undals controlled the west of the Little Rhoyne. This fertile land, one that could have easily birthed a powerful realm, had become a battleground of blood and ruin. In a worn old earth and wood fortress, a group of bandit leaders had gathered for a meeting. Each one commanded anywhere from 100 to 500 men. The more troops they had, the louder their voices. Especially since Pentos had recently delivered a shipment of fine weapons and armor. Some were beginning to speak with an even greater sense of entitlement. "When we catch that Targaryen brat, I'll have him marry one of my daughters and give me a whole brood of dragon-blooded grandsons." The speaker was an old man in his 50s, his beard and temples streaked with white. His name was Old Punk. In his lifetime, he had never managed to father a son, only 7 daughters. As for their looks, best left unsaid. But in terms of size, each one was larger than the last. He had married off the eldest 3 by offering a dowry in copper coins equal to each daughter's weight. But with 4 still left at home, and little money to spare, the prospect of a former royal son-in-law seemed like a once-in-a-lifetime chance. "Ha ha ha, Old Punk. You'd better make sure your fat girl doesn't crush the poor lad to death. I heard that little Targaryen king is barely 10, might not even be able to use his equipment." The group of bandit chiefs burst into crude laughter, clearly not taking Viserys seriously. Among them, the most striking figure was a burly man with a flaming red beard, Redbeard himself. He had only become the leader of the cat company 2.5 years ago, but his cruelty and greed had already left a lasting impression on everyone who met him. He had no interest in squabbling with these petty warlords. Pentos had already filled his coffers with gold. One fat merchant even promised an extra reward if he could capture Viserys alive. Once everyone was gathered, a long-faced man with a thin brown mustache stood up beside Redbeard and began to speak. "Gentlemen, to block the Targaryens, we've brought in Redbeard and the cat company. Together, we number 5,000 and every man is armored. The Targaryen boy only has 3,000. Even 1 for 1, we'll drive him back to that ruined island of his." "Exactly. Well said. As for the battle lines, Old Punk, Dirty Ben, and the rest of UUVE got the best armor from Pentos, so your men go up front." Several of them didn't look too happy at being put on the front line, but they had taken Pentos's gear, and so they had little choice but to obey. "The flanks will be held by the cat company." Everyone turned to Redbeard. Under his piercing gaze, no one dared meet his eyes for more than 2 seconds. This was the proper way to use mercenaries. No one expected hired swords to lead the charge. They came for coin, not for glory. But to everyone's surprise, Redbeard stood up and declared with a cold, dismissive tone, "My men will take the center and the left flank. I'm not leaving the main line to you worthless trash." 66. Your Majesty. Within the Sea King's palace in Braavos, there was a freshwater lake. It glimmered like a jewel embedded in the lavish court. A boat floated across the emerald waters, adorned with a dense array of smiling face masks. It was Frodo's boat. "Your Majesty, the Targaryen army has begun moving south along the upper Rhoyne River," reported Quairo, Friggo's personal guard and secretary. "Do you think Viserys will win his first battle?" Friggo asked with a smile. Quairo considered the question for a moment. "If not for the Cat Company, I think he would have little to worry about. That Arthur Dayne is a capable commander. But with the Cat Company in play, the Targaryens are now outnumbered. Even if they win, it won't come easily. And if they fail to secure a decisive victory, the guerrilla fighting afterward will give them a headache." There was one more point Quairo didn't mention. Viserys had failed to reach Goer early enough. Even if he had moved the moment he landed, he still wouldn't have arrived in time. After all, Pentos was only a third as far from Goer as Braavos was. There had never really been much chance to begin with. Friggo chuckled. "Well, in that case, it's perfect. Whether Viserys wins or loses, he'll have to rely even more on Braavos. Only then will our early investments bear fruit. The Targaryens are still too troublesome. If only they had just a few hundred men, that would have been ideal." He smiled as he looked over the shimmering lake, as if seeing shiploads of Westerosi gold being hauled to the vaults of Braavos. And that gold wouldn't just be from Viserys' pitiful treasury but squeezed out of Westeros itself, across the narrow sea. In Friggo's eyes, the ideal Viserys was one who could be manipulated like a puppet. That was the only way he could serve as a bargaining chip to extort Robert. "Prepare a shipment of food and weapons," Friggo said suddenly, his tone shifting to something firm. "Price it based on his casualties. If he loses over 1,000 men, triple the price. If he loses over half, charge 5 times. And if he's defeated..." He paused for a moment, a sharp glint in his eyes. "How many soldiers did we allow him under our prior agreement?" "Your Majesty, under the plan and territory we offered, the Targaryens weren't to exceed 10,000 troops." "Make it 5,000, Friggo said, adjusting to a more comfortable position. "If he loses this first battle, we'll limit his forces to 5,000 from now on." As Friggo saw it, if Viserys lost here, he would have no chance of continuing his campaign for Goer. Pentos wouldn't offer him anything of value, and Braavos would become his only remaining lifeline. After about 2 days of sailing, Viserys' army finally reached Goer. He had expected to find the enemy dug in, braced for battle. Perhaps they would try to ambush his troops before they even landed. But Viserys had overestimated their military discipline. They had camped far from the riverbank. By the time the horns sounded their alarm, the Targaryen fleet had already reached the shore. "Quick! Disembark! Move!" Arthur and Ock shouted commands to the soldiers. Before the chaotic mix of bandits and mercenaries could even form ranks, Viserys' army had already lined up in full battle formation. Arthur took command of the 800 cavalry, preparing for a direct assault. Oberin led Viserys' 3,000 infantry. Ock, meanwhile, oversaw the archers. They stood at the front, ready and waiting. These peasant soldiers ranged in age from 16 to 40. They shared one thing in common: it was their first time in battle. Though fear gripped many of them, thoughts of their wives and children back home, the promise of land, and the wages Viserys had already given them kept their legs rooted to the ground. "Hold steady. Stand firm. His Majesty is behind us. Even the sword of the morning fights by our side. Hold the line." Ock shouted encouragement as he moved along the ranks. Even now, he didn't believe in Viserys' so-called training method. But now that they were on the battlefield, he wouldn't say anything to shake morale. Jason looked at the black Targaryen banner flapping beside him in the wind. He realized they had the wind at their backs; their arrows would fly farther. Lately, something strange had begun to happen to Jason. In the monotony of daily bow training, a strange familiarity had taken root. It felt like he had wielded this bow for 4 or 5 years already. His thoughts wandered until he noticed a thin man on the enemy side step forward. He had a scruffy yellow goatee that made him look like a mountain goat. "This is our land. Targaryens aren't welcome here. Get out!" the man shouted. Though thin, his voice boomed across the battlefield. Viserys gave a quick glance to one of his guards. This was the same young man who had once claimed to have a thunderous voice back at the Claw Isle. The guard stepped forward, lifting a bronze trumpet he'd prepared long ago. "Before you stands Viserys Targaryen III, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. He is your king. Any who stand in his way shall die." The boy's voice, though still slightly youthful, carried across the field. The yellow-bearded man scoffed, placed his hands on his hips, and thrust his hips at the Targaryen banner in an obscene gesture. Behind him, the mercenaries and bandits erupted into laughter and whistles. There would be no diplomacy. The battle had begun. "Mr. Redbeard, I believe we may begin," the goateed man said, turning to speak. But Redbeard remained silent. He didn't even look at the man, just stared at him with bloodshot eyes that looked like dirty ice. The stare made the man's hair stand on end. He shivered and quickly looked away. Only then did Redbeard draw his longsword with a satisfied grin. "Draw bows." Over 300 archers raised their weapons and took aim at the Targaryen army. "Loose." The first volley rained down over 300 arrows scattered across the no-man's land between the armies. Only a handful even reached Viserys' formation. These mercenaries and bandits were no real archers. Even the finest bows from Pentos couldn't make up for their lack of skill. In truth, Redbeard never expected much from them. He had only ordered the volley to gauge the distance between the armies. On Viserys' side, the wounded were quickly pulled from the lines. Then Auc gave his orders to the Settler Legion archers. Even now, his heart was pounding with doubt. Drawl. A wave of creaking bowstrings filled the air, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. But before he could shout the command to fire, the enemy horns blared once again. Rip them apart. Loose. Auc screamed with everything he had, his voice cracking, as if shouting louder could make their arrows fly farther. 67, I'm just a farmer. 67, I'm just a farmer. In truth, only about 70% of the farmers had actually received the essence transfer. But fortunately, their numbers were large enough. The visual impact of 2,000 arrows fired at once was far greater than that of 300. In just the first volley, over 100 mercenaries from Redbeard's company were slowed down drastically due to injuries, with several dozen falling dead on the spot. For an army of several thousand, it was like the fur flying during a brawl between two wild beasts. But this didn't strike fear into Redbeard. Instead, it ignited his bloodlust. Kill. Charge them. Break their formation. Capture that little Targaryen king. Redbeard shouted excitedly to the mercenaries and bandits behind him. The thought of capturing a king made the savage brute even more ecstatic. It was as if his crimson beard had turned a shade darker from excitement. The first volley left Auc completely stunned. Though nearly half of the arrows flew off course, to his surprise, the majority had been decently aimed. The arrows hit their targets well, and though many were blocked by armor, the enemy's charge had visibly slowed. Well, even getting one volley off is already impressive. Leave the rest to the infantry. However, he quickly realized that most of the archers were already preparing for a second shot. Auc's spirits lifted. For inexperienced archers, firing even a single volley before the enemy made contact was considered decent. These farmers didn't even qualify as beginner archers. But judging by their current performance, they had already surpassed that level. So Auc gave the order once more. Drawl. This time, though fewer joined in the motion, the sound of the bows being drawn was far more unified. Loose. Another wave of arrows like a swarm of locusts crashed into the charging enemy ranks. This time, the damage was even greater. Although fewer arrows were fired, the closer distance made them more lethal, dropping well over 100 enemies instantly. At the rear, Oberin was stunned. He was absolutely certain that these so-called archers had been nothing more than simple farmers just a month ago. He'd even spoken to some of them. They had dull expressions and spoke plainly not the type to be called clever. Yet after less than a month of training that had seemed like child's play, more than half of them had become proficient archers. What on earth was going on? Oberin resolved that he would try this training method himself once he had the chance. But for now, seeing the enemy charge rapidly approaching, he bellowed. Advance. Attack. The infantry surged through the gaps between the archers, while the farmer archers began readying a third volley. This was a demanding task. They had to avoid hitting their own troops while targeting the enemy's heads. Naturally, the advancing soldiers were nervous. They weren't comfortable having such green archers firing from behind them. But based on the previous performance, these archers had proven themselves trustworthy. Drawl. Kriayak. Loose. The third volley of arrows slammed into the enemy line like a wave hitting a jagged reef. Nearly 200 enemies fell. Watching the archers' devastating effectiveness, Auc was so excited he nearly jumped in place. He turned to one of the nearby archers and asked, "What's your name?" "Jason Mommer, sir," the man replied. Auc found it hard to believe he'd ever been a farmer and continued his questioning. "What did you do before?" "I tilled the land, sir." Auc's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't help but start questioning himself. Could it be that Viserys' training method wasn't flawed at all, just simple? Auc resolved to try it himself. He organized the archers into smaller units and had them continue applying pressure on the more distant enemies. The Cat's Company mercenaries were indeed capable in close combat, and their armor had been repaired or even replaced. In that regard, they were not inferior to Viserys' troops. All 3,000 of Viserys' soldiers had been rigorously drilled by William after the decision to head for the eastern continent, so their formations were solid. Their greatest advantage, however, was the sustained support of firepower from the rear. Even Redbeard couldn't remain oblivious to the reality at this point. These archers were simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, Viserys was adjusting his strategy from the rear. He ordered a portion of the infantry to take archers with them and move to block the enemy's retreat. He intended to turn this into a decisive annihilation. If he let them escape now, he'd have to expend more energy chasing them down later. On another front, Arthur's cavalry had long since been prepared. Clad in white robes and silver armor, he led 800 cavalrymen crashing into the enemy from the flank. It was like a massive hammer smashing into the side of the mercenaries and bandits' formation. Under Arthur's onslaught, their lines held up no better than paper. "It's the sword of the morning. Long live the sword of the morning." The soldiers on the battlefield, seeing Arthur charge in with his cavalry, felt their morale soar once again. Even though the enemy didn't know who the sword of the morning was, Arthur's skill in battle terrified them. He plunged into the enemy ranks like a white tiger into a pack of hyenas. No one could last a single exchange before him. In mere moments, even the ferocious Cat's Company mercenaries lost their will to fight. They tried to flee, but arrows blocked their escape. "Surrender and you will not be killed. Surrender and you will not be killed. Surrender and you will not be killed." The voices urging surrender echoed across the battlefield in both the common tongue and Valyrian. Those who understood dropped their weapons and waited for judgment. Almost no one resisted except Redbeard. Swinging his heavy longsword, he struck down a mercenary who was trying to surrender. He couldn't believe he was actually going to lose here. Weren't the Targaryens supposed to have only 3,000 soldiers? Where had all these archers come from? How did this happen? How did this happen? How did this happen? Redbeard was furious with denial. But no amount of anger would change the outcome. By now, Arthur was already charging toward him with over 100 cavalrymen. Before the battle, Viserys had specifically told him to capture the red-bearded mercenary leader alive. He had a use for him. Of course, that was only if Arthur could guarantee his own safety. Viserys wasn't after Redbeard's essence or his memories. Now wasn't the time to fall out with Pentos, but that didn't mean the time wouldn't come. Keeping him alive would provide a convenient excuse in the future. Arthur said nothing. He simply kept cutting down enemies. He spurred his horse straight for Redbeard, who could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from the silver-armored knight. Most cruel men dare not challenge someone truly powerful. This was a universal truth. Sensing the danger, Redbeard tried to flee on horseback. But Arthur wasn't just unmatched with a sword, his archery was elite as well. He drew his dragonbone bow, nocked an arrow, and shot down Redbeard's mount in a single strike. The horse screamed and collapsed, throwing Redbeard violently to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Redbeard barely managed to lift his head only to find Arthur's spear already pointed at his chest. 68. The smell of blood. In this battle where the two sides had nearly equal numbers, Viserys' forces achieved a remarkably favorable casualty ratio. First was the Cat's Company. Their commander had been captured alive. Out of more than 2,000 mercenaries, 1/5 died in combat. Half of the remainder were wounded, and the rest were taken prisoner. This effectively meant that the Cat's Company had been erased from the map of Essos. Every last one of them had blood on their hands, blood of innocence. Viserys would use them as laborers until the day they died. As for the bandits, they were slightly more fortunate. Fewer than a quarter were killed or wounded. A good number of them hadn't even swung a blade before they dropped their weapons and surrendered on the spot. Thanks to this, Viserys' army acquired over 3,000 sets of intact armor. The rest, even if damaged, could still be repaired and used again. In total, more than 1,300 enemies were killed outright, and over 3,000 captured. Out of the enemy's 5,000 troops, barely 300 escaped. Viserys' own side lost only 70 or 80 soldiers in battle, with just 200 wounded. Most of the wounded would survive not only because many injuries were minor, but also thanks to the Braavos healers sent before the battle, who treated the injured on the spot. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. A perfect victory for your first campaign after crossing east," said loyal Davos, offering timely praise. Viserys smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to our unity. Tell the soldiers we're roasting meat tonight. Everyone eats until they're full." Once the order was passed down, the entire army erupted in celebration. At the same time, Viserys received his reward from the Golden Finger system. Repelled the Goer bandit coalition, final participation rate 93%. Essence gained, Elite, Cavalry, x188, Elite, Infantry, x288, Elite, Archers, x86, Veteran, Infantry, x376, Recruit, Infantry, x244, Recruit, Archers, x166. Over 1,000 essences added to his reserves. Viserys was in excellent spirits, though a closer look revealed that the quality of the essences this time was relatively low. But that didn't matter. Wiping out this force of 5,000 meant that the gates of Goer were now wide open to him, and looting the bandits' hideouts would bring in a tidy profit as well. That night, a victory banquet was held. The farmer archers who had originally been treated as auxiliary troops were warmly welcomed by the rest of the soldiers. After all, in the army, strength spoke louder than anything else. No one would turn away an archer who could shoot straight, no matter how awkward or antisocial they might be, so long as they were reliable on the battlefield. "Hey, what did you do before this?" Jason had already been asked the same question 3 times that evening, but he still answered honestly, "I was a farmer." Jason really had been just a simple farmer, honest and wooden in demeanor. But even the slowest person had started to realize something by now. Could it be that he really was some kind of archery prodigy? Many farmer archers like him were already considering signing up as full-time soldiers. Constructing a full prisoner of war camp would have been too troublesome, so Ox simply herded the captives into several deep pits. He tossed a few pickaxes in and made them dig the sloped sides even steeper. Then he assigned 100 soldiers to watch over them. Anyone who resisted would be shot without warning. Having witnessed the might of the Targaryen army firsthand, the mercenaries and bandits were all exceedingly obedient. Ock even ordered his soldiers to urinate on them for amusement. Anyone who gave him a strange look would be shot dead on the spot. Crude as it was, the method proved highly effective. Take old Punk, for example. The grand boasts he'd once made about capturing Viserys and forcing him to sire dragon children had long since been cast to the wind. 3 of his 4 sons-in-law had died on the battlefield. An arrow was still lodged in his own shoulder, buried deep in the flesh like a leech sucking away his life. But old Punk's survival instinct was strong. He was still thinking hard about how he might escape from the Targaryen prison camp. Cunning like an old fox, he had already discarded every identifiable item on his body the moment the tide of battle turned. His cloak, his fine underclothes, even his leather boots, he tossed them all away. He was certain the Targaryens wouldn't recognize him. So long as he behaved like any other prisoner and did his forced labor, he'd find a chance to escape eventually. At dawn the next day, Old Punk suddenly felt something warm on his face. He opened his eyes to see a Targaryen soldier pulling up his pants. Because of his age and weakness, he had been pushed toward the edge of the pit by the other prisoners. The muddy mix of urine and sweat made him look utterly filthy. But that suited him just fine now. There was even less chance anyone would recognize him. I'm probably even filthier than Dirty Ben now, Old Punk thought to himself. Everyone up. On your feet. The Targaryen soldiers above the pit shouted. The prisoners, after spending a night in fear, damp cold, and the stench of urine, slowly stumbled to their feet. Raise your heads. All of you, heads up. No one knew why, but they all complied. Old Punk, hoping to breathe a bit of fresh air, did the same without giving it much thought. That was when he saw the silver-armored knight from the battlefield. The knight stood with the rising sun behind him, casting his figure in a divine glow like some god from the heavens. Wasn't he called the Sword of the Morning or something? Old Punk didn't really understand Westerosi culture, but he knew enough to stay quiet and act obedient. He squinted to get a better look and suddenly noticed a little dwarf standing beside the knight. The dwarf looked frail, but his clothes were fine and neat. The Silver Knight stood behind him like a wall. The dwarf seemed to be searching the pit for something. He pointed a finger, and a rope was tossed down. As soon as someone was selected, the other prisoners scattered away from him like he reeked of death. Wait, that guy came with the cat's company, didn't he? What's he doing here? Old Punk knew that man must be someone from Pentos but kept his mouth shut. Once the man was taken away, the dwarf turned and left. The prisoners rolled their sore necks and stretched. Old Punk let out a breath of relief. Clearly, the dwarf had just been looking for someone, and his disguise had worked. But before anyone could even sit back down, the man's head was thrown back into the pit. Gasps of horror spread among the prisoners. Old Punk's breathing grew heavy. And this time, he wasn't so lucky. His half-squinted eyes met the dwarf's gaze directly. And when the dwarf pointed at him, Old Punk felt all the blood in his body freeze. 69. The beginning. Viserys imprisoned all the leaders of the bandits together. That included anyone related to them by blood or entangled in their interests. These were the people who had rampaged unchecked along the Little Rhoyne River, oppressing the locals and committing countless crimes. Viserys decided to use their heads to win over the hearts of the people in Goer. He planned to gather the oppressed Undul villagers in the area in a few days and publicly execute men like Old Punk as an example. Until then, the prisoners would be held under tight guard. After a round of torture, the bandit leaders coughed up treasure worth nearly 40 to 50,000 gold dragons. Ak took a detachment to sweep through their hideouts. Food, weapons, and other supplies were the top priority. The Upper Rhoyne and Little Rhoyne rivers converged at Goer, together flowing into the main Rhoyne River. The Unduls were mostly concentrated on the western side of the Little Rhoyne, while the Rhoynar occupied the east. The middle ground, which included the ruins of the original city of Goer, served as a buffer zone between them. Though the battle had been a sweeping victory and eliminated most of the armed bandit presence along the Little Rhoyne, Viserys did not move to seize the territories of the Undul Mountain Kings. Nor did he bother to pursue and root out the remaining bandit leaders. Instead, he led his troops straight to the ruins of the city of Goer. His goal was never to control just the Little Rhoyne River Valley. He wanted all of Goer. Besides, the territory of those old mountain kings was too chaotic and populated with a mix of people's troubles were bound to arise. Accompanied by Arthur and Oberin, Viserys strolled through the remains of ancient Goer. The Rhoynar had built their city on high ground. Crumbled walls could be seen everywhere. After Valyria destroyed Goer, the ruins slowly vanished over time. Even the broken walls of the city were scavenged by nearby settlers for stone to build their own homes. Now, all that remained were wall foundations buried in yellowed weeds barely ankle-high. But even with only these remnants, it was clear the scale of Goer had far surpassed King's Landing. Your Majesty, from the looks of it, Goer must have been at least 3 times larger than King's Landing, Arthur remarked. No city in Westeros can compare with the free cities. Even Sunspear is no match for Norvos, Oberin added, sharing his insights. Of course, most of what he said came from overhearing his sister repeatedly compare Sunspear unfavorably to Norvos. Then he turned to Viserys and said, "It seems time has left you nothing. Building a new castle from a blank canvas will take a fortune." His tone carried a trace of concern. Not for Viserys himself, but for his sister. He worried she might not even have a proper place to live in the future. A princess should reside in a castle, not in a mud hut like some peasant woman. Viserys, however, was quite satisfied with the location. To build a city, one needed the 3 elements: mountains, water, and plains. The Rhoynar had chosen the site well. He would build a new city atop the ruins of Goer. Smiling, Viserys said, "Prince Oberin, land's value lies in its location, and Goer's location is excellent. It is flanked by water on 3 sides and backed by mountains. Great rivers run north and south, and major roads stretch east and west. Countless trade caravans will pass through here. Do you know the Frey family of Riverrun?" Oberin, of course, knew the phrase. Their castle was built on a bridge. They grew filthy rich just from charging tolls. During the War of the Five Kings, they could even send over 2,000 fully armed men to fight alongside Robb Stark. Had Viserys not appeared in this world, that bridge would eventually host one of the most infamous weddings in history. So, you want to collect tolls here? Oberin asked. Exactly. That's Goer's true value. It's a strategic hub. If I can fully conquer it, I'll be able to collect substantial tolls, Viserys said, his gaze stretching toward the distant horizon, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Of course, dreams were beautiful, but he knew very well how difficult it would be to truly conquer this land. In fact, it would be extremely difficult. After all, this was not unclaimed land. The Undals along the Little Rhoyne and the Rhoynar along the Upper Rhoyne were not foes that could be dealt with overnight. To claim this place, there were many hard battles ahead. Even if he managed to subdue it, would Pentos and Braavos simply sit by and watch House Targaryen seize control? Both city-states had massive trade interests in the region and long coveted control of this transport hub. Why did Friggo supply him with weapons and resources, and even offer to buy his warships at high prices? Was it because he had money to burn? Of course not. He was trying to use a tiger to chase off the wolves, hoping to weaken Pentos's power by leveraging Targaryen strength. And Pentos would do the same. Having failed in this attempt to suppress the Targaryens, they were sure to strike again. Viserys knew that even if he crushed the Undals and Rhoynar of Goer, Braavos and Pentos would not stay out of it. If House Targaryen wanted to collect tolls here, they would need the strength to defend the toll gate. He could already foresee it. When he was on the verge of securing full control of Goer, Braavos and Pentos would join forces to stir up trouble. Neither wanted the other to control this place, but they especially didn't want a third power to gain it either. For Viserys, this victory was only the beginning. Corin Antrion was a distant nephew of Friggo Antrion. He had been sent by Friggo to verify Viserys' military results. In this era, relying on trusted kin was standard practice. When Corin arrived at the Targaryen encampment, he found the army using prisoners to build fortifications. Viserys had chosen speed over quality. So the entire fort was built with a combination of wood and stone. In less than half a month, the camp had already taken shape. Once Corin saw the number of prisoners, he could roughly estimate how cleanly Viserys had won that first battle. What baffled him was how the Targaryens had achieved such a result despite being outnumbered. After reporting his identity, Corin was granted an audience with the young king. Your Majesty Viserys, Corin said respectfully, word of your great victory has already reached us. On behalf of Braavos and the Sea Lord, I've come to offer our congratulations. He presented the gifts he had brought: some jewels, several suits of fine armor, and various fabrics. Viserys accepted them with a cheerful smile, offering modest praise for Arthur and the others' bravery in battle. But Corin was no fool. After a few pleasantries, he seized the opportunity to ask, Your Majesty, would you be willing to share the details of the battle? 70. The magic of the Rhoynar. The truth is, those 2,000 farmers were actually elite archers. My real force wasn't 3,000, it was 5. Viserys knew the truth would be discovered eventually. Better to reveal it himself. I once read in a Targaryen ancestor's journal, deception is not illegal in war. So I made those arrangements back on Dragonstone. Corin responded with a look of impressed understanding. Deception is not illegal in war, a wise and thought-provoking strategy. May I ask which Targaryen ancestor said it? Viserys chuckled and brushed the question aside, saying he couldn't quite recall. Corin didn't push further. Instead, he moved on to ask about Viserys' next plans. Does your grace intend to press the advantage and fully secure the Upper Rhoyne region, or launch a campaign against the Rhoynar? According to intelligence from Braavos, there were roughly 100,000 Undals in Goer, while the Rhoynar population hovered around 150,000. More importantly, the Rhoynar were far more organized. In Goer, their power was centralized in a ruling council known as the Elders' Circle. It was precisely because of the Elders that Friggo could not fully control the Rhoynar. Bringing Viserys into Goer served not only to weaken the Pentoshi-controlled Undals, but also to undermine Rhoynar influence, thus increasing their dependence on Braavos and giving Braavos more leverage over Goer. Yet Viserys didn't directly answer Corin's question. Instead, he asked about the Rhoynar themselves. Given the current situation, it seemed likely the Rhoynar were backed by Braavos. What Viserys couldn't understand was why Friggo had never spoken to him about the Rhoynar at all. If they were allies, he should have at least brought it up in conversation. There is indeed some interaction between Braavos and the Rhoynar, Corin explained smoothly, following a well-rehearsed script. But it's strictly trade-related. That said, the Rhoynar do possess certain abilities. Please, elaborate. Viserys leaned forward, wearing the look of a curious student. Braavos. The Sea Lord's palace. He plans to build a city. Friggo had already been shocked to hear of Viserys' victory. But what truly stunned him was that Viserys had begun laying the groundwork for it long before leaving Dragonstone. He had disguised 2,000 trained archers as peasants and fooled everyone. Friggo had even sent men to confirm their identities. Those men reported that the supposed archers were as genuine as farmers could be. Typically, seasoned archers have thick calluses on the inside of their index and middle fingers formed from years of drawing bowstrings. These men had none. Had they scraped the calluses off beforehand? Yet their bodies showed clear signs of years spent toiling in the fields. And there's a visible difference between the build of a farmer and that of an archer. Farmers often have stooped postures from years of bending over crops. Archers, on the other hand, develop prominent back and arm muscles that are hard to hide. Goer couldn't believe his agents would miss such an obvious difference. And now Viserys was planning to build a city. Another surprise. Constructing a city was no small feat. Even a modest one could take months, a large one, years. And judging by Viserys' words, this wouldn't be a small undertaking. Your Grace, Viserys told me he plans to build a rammed earth city. The kind where the soil is compacted, then layered with brick. It'll be large, but the defenses won't be particularly strong. Corran clarified. Oh. Goer hadn't seen a rammed earth city before, but from the name, it was clear the construction material wasn't expensive stone, it was ordinary earth. And Viserys had just captured a large number of prisoners. Under those circumstances, it made sense. Goer didn't have any major powers, and a ring of earthen walls would provide a strong sense of security. What about the provisions we prepared? Goer asked. Sell them to him at a low price. If things continue like this, he might end up wiping out Pentos's influence in Goer. If Targaryen forces purged the Pentoshi, Goer would be split between the Targaryens and the Rhoynar. The Targaryens would remain friendly thanks to Braavos's early support. The Rhoynar, already under Braavosi influence, would now face additional pressure from the Targaryens, making them more dependent on Braavos. Goer believed it was a win-win situation. Viserys' triumph didn't worry him, it pleased him. He didn't believe the young Targaryen could defeat the Rhoynar so easily anyway. Did you inform Viserys about the Rhoynar's water magic? I did, Your Grace. Goer nodded. Within the Rhoynar's elders' circle was a true magic-wieldra Grand Elder named Ladon. Goer had given this intelligence to Viserys not to stir alarm, but to caution him, encouraging the prince to focus on wiping out the remnants of the Undul forces and expelling Pentos's influence from Goer. His hopes for the Targaryens had changed. He no longer wished to see Viserys take too many losses. The Rhoynar's mastery of thick fog and mist was the cornerstone of their power in the Upper Rhoyne. With his instructions complete, Goer leaned back into his chair. Lately, he'd felt oddly lethargic, as if something were draining his strength. His mind drifted to his first meeting with Viserys. He had expected a mere Kingsguard to arrive, not one of the only two heirs to House Targaryen. So young at an age when most were still nestled in their mother's arms, yet bold enough to brave the seas and arrive in Braavos. Goer had admired him from that moment. He thought to himself, if only Viserys and Rhaegar had been switched, maybe the Targaryens would still hold the Iron Throne. Of course, those who believed the Targaryens lost the throne over a woman were fools. If the dragons had still lived, Rhaegar could have kissed Lyanna in front of Robert Baratheon and no one would have dared say a word. Braavos's reaction to Viserys' victory had been mild. If anything, they welcomed it. In their eyes, the Targaryens might win a little, but Braavos would never lose. Such was the confidence of true power. Pentos, on the other hand, was bleeding. 71. Befox's share. 71. Befox's share. Pentos had only one prince but 40 governors. Nearly all the wealth and property in Pentos was under their control. The war between Braavos and Pentos years ago had supposedly started over Pentos's use of slaves. Of course, that was merely a pretext on Braavos's part. The real reason was a land dispute over the Undul Plains. After all, if Braavos truly saw itself as a liberator of slaves, then instead of going after distant Valyria or Slaver's Bay, it should have turned its attention toward the kingdom of the Three Daughters. After losing the war, Pentos publicly gave up the use of slaves. But in reality, they simply shifted tactics, burdening so-called freemen with crushing debt. These debts, with their endlessly compounding interest, reduced the freemen to little more than slaves in another name. The old master-slave relationship had simply been replaced by creditor-debtor. In recent years, people had even begun openly buying and using slaves once more. You idiot. This tea is scalding hot. Are you trying to kill me? A corpulent governor, with chestnut brown hair and a belly swollen like he was with child, hurled the tea in his servant's face. Then, with a vicious glare, he smashed the teacup on the servant's head. Blood streamed down the servant's brow. In truth, the tea had been no hotter than usual. The governor simply needed an excuse to vent. Inside the grand hall of the prince's palace in Pentos, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Servants walked on eggshells, careful even with their breathing. Those assigned to carry tea and water quietly wished they were Braavosi water dancers, then they wouldn't make a sound. The governors, who controlled far more than 100% of Pentos's wealth, if such a thing were possible, looked like men who had lost a fortune. Which, in fact, they had. The gold they had paid to hire the cat company likely now rested in Viserys' coffers. The armor and weapons they had supplied to the local bandits and their agents had been lost in vain. They had long depended on those very bandits to control over 100,000 Unduls, forcing them to supply grain at bargain prices. Though small in unit, the profits added up over time. Now, at least half of those Unduls were likely to submit to Viserys and become loyal subjects of House Targaryen. As for the remaining half, they wouldn't last long either. Even if the governors wanted to protect what was left, the cost would be enormous. They would need to vomit up every drop of flesh and blood they had drained from the Andal sand. Even that might not suffice. Worse still, they had no idea what had happened to Redbeard. If Redbeard exposed their involvement, Viserys would have every reason to cut off Pentos's trade routes, After all, Pentos relied on a Valyrian road that ran between Pentos and Goer. The merchant governors of Pentos used this road to reach the Rhoyne River and extend their influence along both its banks. And so, when another one of Illyrio's ill-fated ideas backfired, he became the scapegoat for the entire room. Their angry accusations and insults echoed throughout the Great Hall. Illyrio, if House Targaryen cuts our trade routes, it'll be your fault. Damn right. You spent our treasury's gold like it was your own. Exclamation point. Illyrio watched them all with a cold, shadowed stare. It was as if he were remembering what it felt like to be an assassin again. Back when Varys was still alive, Illyrio had used inside information from King Aerys to make these men rich. Now that his source had dried up, they showed him no courtesy at all. Illyrio was deeply displeased. Despite being one of the wealthiest governors in Pentos, he had never managed to acquire real power. That was why he found himself in such a weak position today. Just then, one of the elder governors of Pentos leaned forward after hearing a whisper from a servant and announced loudly, "Gentlemen, the Prince of Dorne Oberin has arrived." Though the Great Hall was packed with governors, only 7 or 8 of them were truly qualified to meet with someone of Oberin's rank. Those in attendance were all real power governors. Some controlled the courts, others controlled the treasury or even the army. Thus, the so-called General Assembly became a private council. Oberin and the top governors retired to an elegantly decorated chamber. Coal braziers glowed within, radiating a cozy warmth. The handmaids attending the room were stunningly beautiful, with seductive curves and alluring voices. It was hard not to want to toy with them. Oberin was pleased, very pleased. Compared to his last visit to Pentos, when he had come to help the Targaryens find a relocation site, the governors were far more enthusiastic this time. As the guest of honor, Oberin was surrounded and flattered by all. Such was the difference between needing a favor and being needed. Meanwhile, poor Otro, who had come as a mere figurehead, couldn't help but look at Oberin with a touch of envy. They both bore the title of prince, but the difference between them was stark. Thank the gods Viserys won that war, Oberin thought to himself, smiling. Your Highness, your arrival was so sudden. We were caught off guard. Please don't take offense, said the elder governor respectfully. This is just fine. I'm quite satisfied. Much better than. Better than what? Another governor asked. Better than Goer, by far. Oberin replied with a grin. In truth, he had wanted to say, you're far more welcoming than last time. But the merchant governors had no reason to doubt him. Viserys, even with his royal title, still lived in a tent. He had instructed Oberin to hide the fact that he already knew the mercenaries had been sent by Pentos. Now that he understood the setup in Goer, where the Undals were backed by Pentos and the Rhoyne by Braavos, he intended to play a clever game. The plan was simple, the fox's share. He would keep the power balance between both sides unstable. That way, each side would strive to gain his favor and offer more to ensure their enemies didn't gain ground. So long as their bribes were sufficient, Viserys was more than willing to be their weapon. When the time came, he would swallow Goer whole. This time, Oberin's mission was to secure supplies from Pentos for free. The moment the governors learned that Viserys' next campaign would target the Rhoyne of the Goer region, they became invigorated. But none of the men in this chamber were fools. Why isn't His Majesty Viserys continuing to conquer the remaining Undals? Illyrio asked, eyes narrowing. 72 layers of deception. Illyrio's question was a calculated one. He was testing whether Viserys was aware of Redbeard's involvement. Oberin shrugged. Our Targaryen king has Undal blood in his veins as well. Perhaps that's why he's opted for a gentler method of conquest toward the remaining Undals. Sigh, if young Aegon were king instead, perhaps he'd treat the Rhoyne better. But as things stand, Viserys has already begun making preparations. Within half a year at most, I expect he'll go to war with the Rhoyne. Oberin's words carried a double meaning. On the surface, it was news of Viserys preparing for war against the Rhoyne. But underneath, it subtly hinted at tensions between Oberin and Viserys. These merchant governors were always well informed. Young Aegon's claim to the throne technically superseded Viserys, and he was Oberin's own nephew. It was obvious that, compared to Viserys, who lacked any real blood connection, Aegon would more easily gain Dorne's full support. Of course, that wasn't the most important part. What mattered was that the possibility of division within the Targaryen camp had now entered the minds of those watching. What they didn't know, however, was that these words were something Viserys had told Oberin to say. Viserys' true aim in this meeting was to convey 2 messages to the Pentoshi. First, that he had no intention of threatening their interests. They didn't need to panic or act rashly. Second, that he was preparing to strike at the Rhoyne Braavos' allies, and that if the Pentoshi wanted to see this through, they'd better sponsor his efforts. Illyrio vaguely understood what Viserys was trying to communicate. So, with a probing tone, he asked. So, what brings Prince Oberin here this time? Who hasn't heard of Pentos' wealth and abundance? Oberin replied casually. Viserys sent me here to procure goods at reasonable prices, grain, farming tools, livestock, warhorses, and he also hopes the governors can help us recruit skilled craftsmen. Oberin was basically saying whatever came to mind. After all, Viserys had told him to ask for as much as he could. The spoils would be split 70-30. And Oberin, ever the doting brother, also needed funds to build a proper residence for Elia in Goer before her arrival. Oh, and after the first battle is won, Viserys plans to bring more people over from Dragonstone. He'll need to pass through Pentos's port, so he hopes you can provide some assistance. Assistance? Of course. If they were going to strike at the Rhoynar, they'd gladly assist. The merchant governors quickly made up their minds. The Targaryens were still rootless in Essos. Gaining firm control over Goer would take a long time. In the meantime, these men needed a reliable ally to lean on. One by one, the governors began expressing their support. I'll provide 200,000 stones of grain. You'll only need to pay the price of 50,000. I'll handle the craftsmen. I'll send 500 of them to accompany you to Goer. I'll supply 1,000 livestock and 300 warhorses. Ah, didn't Dragonstone sell us a group of prisoner laborers recently? Why not have Prince Oberin take them back as well? Illyrio suddenly suggested. Viserys didn't have much use for those captives on Dragonstone now, but in Goer still barren and in dire need of rebuilding manpower would be devoured endlessly. Illyrio's suggestion might have sounded generous with someone else's property, but no one objected. Back then, Viserys had made many concessions just to safely dispose of those captives. Even Oberin couldn't help but admire Viserys' tactics. With just a single diplomatic trip, he had secured goods equivalent to Dorne's annual tax revenue. Both Braavos and Pentos were now pouring money and manpower into helping the Targaryens build their new homeland. Oberin even began to suspect that Viserys hadn't touched the royal treasury at all up to this point. He thanked the governors warmly and received many gifts, among them 2 beautiful attendants from an aging governor. The once beleaguered Pentos was now overjoyed at Viserys' extended olive branch. The previous tension had entirely dissipated. The banquet that evening could almost be called a celebration. As usual, Otro played the role of a ceremonial mascot, watching everything unfold from the sidelines. Then, he saw a slightly tipsy Oberin walking toward him. This sudden move caught the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to them, curious to see what was about to happen. With his back to the others, Oberin's drunken expression vanished completely. Otro saw the sharp glint in Oberin's eyes as he reached into his robes and pulled out an envelope. Prince Auditory, this is a greeting letter from His Majesty Viserys. He asked me to deliver it to you. I almost forgot. Otro hesitated as he looked at the envelope. Oberin's expression made it clear that this letter was unlikely to be simple. If its contents were inappropriate in any way, then. But before he could say or do anything, Oberin turned back toward the crowd and chuckled. Had a bit too much to drink, almost forgot I had one more errand. My apologies, everyone. Please, carry on. Haha, yes, carry on. The merchant governors returned to their merrymaking as if nothing had happened, but their minds were already preoccupied with the contents of that letter. As it turned out, the envelope contained nothing more than standard pleasantries. Viserys remembered that before long, this Prince Odro would die from eating a poisoned mushroom. He likely wasn't content being a puppet ruler, but lacked the cunning to survive and thus was eliminated. By having Oberin hand him the letter personally, Viserys was testing him. A man who lacks a sense of security will grasp at any straw offered. These merchant governors wanted to plant their own puppet within the Targaryen camp. Viserys, in turn, wanted to plant his own man inside Pentos. It was now a battle of whose game ran deeper. Once everything was more or less settled, Oberin stayed 2 more days before preparing to depart. That's when Illyrio unexpectedly offered to see him off personally. The two of them boarded Illyrio's private carriage and began to scheme. Prince Oberin, Illyrio began, what I'm about to say may be out of turn. I hope you won't take offense. Go ahead, Oberin replied with a calm smile. Prince Rhaegar was King Aerys' rightful heir. He died at the Trident, yes, but it should be his eldest son who inherits the throne. How could it be Viserys? If I recall correctly, it was the Great Council under Jaehaerys the Conciliator that established this line of succession. Otherwise, the Dance of the Dragons would never have happened in the first place, wouldn't you agree? Oberin's eyes flickered with surprise when he heard Illyrio speak so bluntly. But he wasn't shocked that Illyrio dared say it, was shocked because Viserys had predicted that Illyrio might say exactly this. Could it be, Oberin thought, that Viserys truly can dream of everything before it happens? 73 Two birds with one stone. Inside the carriage, Illyrio was going on and on, pouring out his grievances over young Aegon's situation. He considered Viserys and his mother to be shameless and greedy. After all, Aegon was Rhaegar's son, a trueborn Targaryen. What was Viserys in comparison? Did he even deserve to wear Aegon's crown? Under normal circumstances, he should be content just being granted a princely title. Meanwhile, Oberin wasn't listening at all. He was still caught up in shock over Viserys' astonishing foresight. Why is this happening? Viserys grew up in the Red Keep. How does he know so much about what's going on across the narrow sea? He's still so young. How is this possible? That's right. He killed Varys. Varys came from Essos, but why would he kill Varys? How did he even know Varys was a problem? In a daze, Oberin imagined Viserys standing before him, his youthful face still bearing traces of innocence, but with a mysterious smile, like a man hidden in mist. For a moment, Oberin even had the urge to abandon Goer and return to Dorne. That boy, he was far too unnerving. Prince Oberin. Prince Oberin. I'm listening. Illyrio didn't think Oberin had spaced out. In his mind, the prince was simply considering the proposal and likely ready to agree. I'm willing to offer you a sum of gold. Use it to win over those lords still loyal to Viserys. When the time is right, we'll place young Aegon on the throne. Illyrio's voice carried a seductive undertone. He knew perfectly well if he couldn't uncover the one who killed Varys, he would never truly be safe. Oberin stared at Illyrio and asked, Lord Governor, may I ask why? Why are you so invested in Aegon's claim to the throne? Illyrio didn't flinch at the question. With a smile he had clearly rehearsed many times, he replied, Prince, even a man like me has principles he stands by. But of course, you can also view my actions as an investment. If it all works out, I only ask for the post of Master of Coin. Hopefully Viserys doesn't figure out that Illyrio wants to be Master of Coin, Oberin thought. Otherwise, I truly might have to leave Goer. Feeling somewhat relieved, he began to analyze Illyrio's words, only to find them deliberately vague and unconvincing. That first reason, totally unpersuasive. And as for the Master of Coin angle, wouldn't it be easier to get close to Viserys directly? Given the current state of things, backing a Targaryen claimant was like betting on a dying fire. And supporting Aegon? That was like warming yourself with ashes, utterly pointless. But gold was gold, and Oberin had no reason to refuse. Viserys had promised him a 70-30 split. What's more, Illyrio was nothing if not generous. 3 full carriages, 6 massive chests of gold accompanied Oberin back to Goer. When he'd first arrived, he brought only a few dozen men. Now, including the guards escorting the treasure, he returned with over 3,000 troops. As the heavily guarded convoy rode away, Oberin glanced back at Pentos. Its towering city walls were 3 times higher than those of Sunspear, yet they no longer felt oppressive. To him, this city now seemed like one enormous treasure chest. Not a bad place at all. I'll be coming back. With 2 lovely courtesans gifted by the merchant governor in his arms, Oberin smiled with satisfaction. Back in Goer, however, Viserys had no such good fortune. Although Goer lay mostly in ruins, it was still home to some people, roughly 1,800. They were a mix of Undulls and Rhoynar, intermarried over centuries into something of a new people. Whenever war or bandits threatened, they would retreat into the northern mountain caves to hide. They even cultivated some grain in the crevices of those hills. These people were like weeds growing from cracks in stone, resilient and stubborn. Viserys gathered them together, distributed land, and encouraged them to build their own homes. The caves they had used for hiding varied in size. The larger ones were now being used as storage for supplies. Viserys had also brought some dragonglass from Dragonstone to begin the production of Wildfire. The smaller caves were designated as experimental laboratories for that very purpose. Before the next battle arrived, Viserys took the opportunity to gather his royal guards in a tent for a lesson. These young men were obedient enough, but not particularly bright. Even though he was only teaching basic reading and writing, it seemed to drain the life from them. After a week, some still struggled to write their own names. That killed Viserys' plan of developing a secret military code language. And with it, the idea of leading a full army literacy campaign also died. It was just too ambitious a task, one that would have to wait until only Targaryen banners flew over Goer. More importantly, textbooks were in desperately short supply. Even those with a will to learn had no means. Still, Viserys understood the value of encouragement and reward. Noticing that enthusiasm was flagging, he said, "You must work hard to learn reading and writing. Only those who are literate will be eligible to become officers in the future. And once you know how to write, you can send letters to your families." He turned to one of the guards. "Goris, your first time on the battlefield you killed 2 enemies. Don't you want your grandmother to know?" The young man's face lit up with excitement. "Cadiz, you shot a cavalryman's horse and made him fall and break his neck. Wouldn't you like your elder brother, who raised you, to hear about that?" The young guards were thrilled that their king remembered their battlefield accomplishments so clearly. The idea of wearing honor, even in the dark, was just as enticing in this world. Fueled by hormones and pride, these boys couldn't help but be stirred. Viserys pointed to a stone slab behind him, roughly the size of a door. "From now on, each week we will study this many new words. The first one to write a complete letter, I will personally revise and polish it for them." Energized by this promise, the young guards became restless with excitement. Just then, Goris raised his hand toward Viserys. "Speak," Viserys said with a smile. "Your Grace, what does polish mean?" Looking at the eager face before him, Viserys' smile froze slightly. At that moment, Arthur stepped into the tent. "Your Grace, Oberin has returned." 74. The Encroachment. Above Goer, the air was thick with dust and swirling sands that rose 10 or 15 feet high. When Oberin arrived, he saw Viserys had already begun laying the foundations for the rammed earth walls of the new city. Brickmaking had only just started. From the size of the foundations, it was clear that this first wall would enclose a far larger area than originally planned. This would be no small undertaking, and the daily grain consumption alone would be staggering. Oberin also noticed the vast numbers of laborers at work. Among them were many olive-skinned Rhoynar. Had Viserys already fought another battle? Oberin wondered, noting how numerous these Rhoynar captives were. Though the Martells of Dorne claimed descent from Nymeria, Oberin harbored no special sympathy for these Rhoynar bloodlines. Any local lord would exploit his people without mercy. His only real concern was grain supply. Friggo's provisions had been generous, and another shipment of cheap grain was on the way. If the city required rations only for its original 1,800 inhabitants, Viserys could hold out for a year easily. With Oberin's Pentosian grain, that timeline would stretch even further. But judging by the scale of construction soon to be added to by another wave of soldiers and these Rhoynar laborers, Viserys might be overextending himself. When Viserys saw Oberin's caravan approach, he came out to greet him personally. Although Oberin had spoken brusquely, the prince had delivered exactly what was promised and deserved courtesy. Oberin wasted no time. "Have you been back on the warpath?" he asked. Viserys didn't answer at once but pointed toward the dusty horizon. "Come, let's walk and talk." Escorted by Arthur, they climbed a small rise overlooking the works. Below, the forced laborers toiled like ants, heaping earth into wooden frames. In truth, this first rammed earth wall enclosed only 1/3 of Goer's ruins. Viserys intended to build a larger outer wall next, dividing the city into an inner ward and outer ward. Within the inner ward, he would then construct a proper castle. Only then could Targaryens claim a firm foothold. Watching the laborers, Viserys said, "I hired these workers with coin. I pay them wages. They must bring their own food." To speed construction, he had recruited men who once hid in those mountain caves. Since selling off old warships and repurposed merchant galleys, Viserys' treasury brims, despite scarcely touching Dragonstone's coffers. Assured that grain supply was secure, Oberin asked, "What of Illyrio?" Viserys' expression darkened. "Illyrio's wife is Scylla of the Blackfire line." "The Blackfires?" Oberin exclaimed. He had no inkling of this hidden connection. Varys may well have been Blackfire, too, Viserys continued. They were, in truth, partners. Oberin recalled Viserys' claim that he had slain Varys. Yet how could someone so young know such things? Can he truly dream the future? And if so, why hadn't he foreseen Rhaegar's defeat at the Trident? Every answer only bred more questions. But even if he had dreamed it, what good would it have done? The Mad King would scarcely heed a child's visions. "So what will you do? Do you plan to kill Illyrio?" Viserys laughed. "Illyrio? A fly on an ox. Prince Oberin, I apologize, but this world is far more dangerous than you imagine." Oberin bristled at being dismissed by a boy. Viserys' gaze drifted northwest, not toward Braavos, but beyond the wall into the land of always winter. He chose not to mention the others. Instead, he returned to Illyrio. "Since he hoped to use you to turn my own lords against me, you must help me play this out. Illyrio's coffers still hold much gold. You intend to strip him bare." Oberin could almost see Illyrio stripped of dignity, begging in the streets. "Also you said your next target would be the Rhoynar. Why then pay them to build your walls? With gold in hand, they could buy armor and weapons to defend against you." Viserys turned and asked, "Tell me, how much does a good horse cost today?" "About a dozen gold dragons," Oberin answered after a moment's thought. "And if the world's supply of gold were to double overnight, would a horse still cost a dozen dragons?" "Of course not." "Exactly. Grain is the same. The wages I give these Rhoynar let them buy more grain, but this land produces only so much. It is planting season now. The more Rhoynar labor here, the fewer farmers till the fields, and the higher grain prices will rise. With our gold, I can control the Rhoynar, effortlessly arriving as a savior rather than a conqueror." Hearing Viserys outline this strategy, Oberin felt as though he were observing a strange creature. He no longer cared to dispute Aegon's claim. To tangle with a mind like Viserys seemed a fool's errand, one that might ensnare him as well. Yet, if Viserys ever harmed young Aegon to secure his own succession, Oberin would stand against him, which, in itself, filled him with unease. Once more, the intellectual pressure Viserys exerted weighed heavily on Oberin, a scholar celebrated in Old Town, now left unsettled. Then Oberin spotted a flaw in the plan. "But your strategy hinges on the number of horses remaining constant. The Rhoynar could simply import grain from elsewhere. If they did, what then?" 75. The Evil Dragon. Oberin finally felt like he had spotted a flaw in Viserys, and he spoke with a hint of triumph in his voice. All this time, the young king had exerted immense pressure on him intellectually. This realization gave Oberin a rare sense of relief, like he could finally take a breath. But Viserys didn't even glance at him. Instead, he pointed south and said, "Downstream along the Rhone River lies the territory of the Voluntanes. Why haven't they occupied the middle and upper reaches? Is it because they don't want to?" "It's because of Croyne." Oberin suddenly remembered. Croyne was plagued by the dreaded Greyscale. The Septons of Westeros claimed that only penance could save the infected, which, of course, was utter nonsense. The Maesters believed only axes and knives could help, effective, but terrifying. Croyne had once been a city of the Rhoynar, but the Valerians had destroyed it. Legend had it that Croyne's rulers used a curse to drown the invaders. The Valerians and Voluntanes who attacked Croyne were said to have sunk into the waters, and their dying breaths filled the ruins with grey mist. In short, it was the plague that stopped the Voluntanes from advancing. Yes, Croyne. And if they choose to avoid water routes and go overland instead, the price of grain will remain high, Viserys continued, now pointing west. Beyond the Rhoyne, you'll find the Dothraki Sea. That land belongs to the Dothraki. Do you think they'll have surplus grain to share? Oberin shook his head. He didn't know much about the horsemen, but he knew enough they were like wildlings, struggling to feed themselves, often raiding others just to eat. The grain-starved Rhoynar would only grow weaker. As for the east and the north, Viserys said, as long as I'm here, not a single grain gets through. At least, the Pentoshi won't be selling to them. As Viserys laid out his strategy, the smug expression gradually faded from Oberin's face. Then Viserys added, I'll also build a fortress in the north to ensure the Norvosi sell grain only to me. Of course, Viserys had no plans to challenge Norvos directly. After all, Oberin's sister-in-law, Lady Meralia, was a noblewoman of Norvos. That connection would prevent Norvos from interfering at the very least. They didn't export much grain annually anyway. Viserys wouldn't demand more than he needed. If necessary, he could simply consume whatever came. Oberin was left speechless. He picked up a spyglass and looked down at the Rhoynar laborers building a wall for Viserys. It was no longer a wall, it was a cage they were constructing for themselves. Oberin had always prided himself as the Red Viper. But compared to Viserys' schemes, his own poisons were nothing more than dessert. Truly an evil dragon. Even Arthur felt uncomfortable with Viserys' strategy, because it affected civilians. Still, he wouldn't oppose Viserys. After all, this was war. Jon, hand of the king under Aerys, had once failed to find Robert hiding beneath a whore's bed out of mercy. Arthur wouldn't make the same mistake. However, Viserys had also told him that those Rhoynar who couldn't afford grain would be offered aid if they agreed to abandon their homelands and pledge loyalty to House Targaryen. Knowing the full scope of the plan, Arthur felt a bit more at ease. The truth was, in the region of Goer, both the Undulls and the Rhoynar lived miserable lives. The Undulls suffered under the double oppression of the Pentoshi and local bandits. The Rhoynar were buried under heavy taxes. Their elder councils invented endless excuses to extract more from them. Viserys had learned that even the so-called Great Elder, Lot Han, had spent an enormous sum on some secret project. To fund it, he was forced to levy crushing taxes on the Rhoynar under his rule. His purpose seemed to be the pursuit of something, though Viserys hadn't yet discovered what. In the meantime, Davos had been sent back by Viserys to bring over the next group of people. This second wave would include not only soldiers but also the families of the farmers and troops already relocated, totaling around 8,000 people, with an additional 2,000 soldiers. With that, Viserys' usable forces would exceed 6,000. This second relocation would be more than twice the size of the first. Thankfully, this time, they'd land in Pentos. The voyage was shorter. As per Viserys' orders, the next member of the Kingsguard to arrive would be Oswell. The old crab and his family would be coming too. Viserys needed someone to manage his treasury, and the old crab, who never let go of a single coin, was the ideal candidate. As for Rilla, Elia, and the others, they would remain on the island for now. At least until the earthen walls were complete, then he'd bring them over. Now that Viserys had secured a foothold in Goer, the next pressing task was to take control of the Undull villages that had once been dominated by bandits. The bandits had controlled nearly 100,000 Undulls. After the recent battle, around 60,000 to 70,000 of them were poised to become Viserys' subjects. The rest could no longer organize a proper resistance. Even so, the ordinary farmers remained uneasy. They had no idea what kind of ruler Viserys would be. The bandits had done more than levy taxes on them. Even first night rites were child's play compared to the horrors they endured. Most farming households had no surplus food. They had to go to great lengths to hide their grain. Viserys ordered his men to find and gather the village leaders the Undulls had chosen. He planned to explain to them the new policies, tax system, and the rights and duties that would be enforced. After all, the goal from Dragonstone was clear: population. Population was the top priority, even more important than building his own city. With 4,000 or 5,000 troops, his forces were already a heavy burden compared to the number of people he ruled. And he didn't dare convert those who had surrendered after the Battle of the Gullet into regular troops. Even if the Golden Company, the largest mercenary group in Essos, founded by House Blackfire, came to serve him, Viserys couldn't afford it. He needed more than just military might, he needed a stable foundation. The Rhoynar strategy would take time. So for now, he would start with the Undulls. They shared his culture and faith, making integration easier. The Undull villages were scattered. It took Viserys a month to gather them. When they heard they were to meet a king, they washed their clothes again and again. But when they learned that the so-called king still lived in a tent, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. A village chief in his 30s, with flaxen hair, spoke up. "I'd say this so-called Targ-something king probably won't stay here long. He'll be gone before you know it." 76. The Tribunal Assembly. "Why though, you didn't hear? That king was actually beaten and driven away. He came here to raise an army and reclaim his kingdom. But look at this place, so dirt poor. How could we possibly feed his soldiers?" Ong was young and quick on his feet, so he often heard things others didn't. He'd seen it himself when Ak led a raid on the hideouts of the bandit leaders. "Are we still going then? There's so much work in the fields right now. This trip will hold up everything." Hearing complaints, Ong hurried to persuade them. "That king may have just lost a battle, but he defeated Dirty Ben and Old Punk with his army. We should go at least," Ong suggested. Even if he didn't fully trust Viserys, the man had just won a fight. Offending someone riding high on victory would be nothing short of courting death. With such thoughts in mind, over 200 Undul village chiefs made their way to Goer. But when they arrived, the place they once remembered as a ruined wasteland, like a ghost town, was gone. In its place was a scene bustling with energy. The foundation for the first city wall was nearly complete. Cart after cart of earth was being dumped and compacted onto the base. By the looks of it, the average height already reached a grown man's waist. Looks like this new king is planning to settle here for the long haul. The village chiefs couldn't help but mutter in awe. Though, a rammed earth wall still left much to be desired. It lacked the grandeur a king ought to show. Then again, Viserys, this beggar king, didn't even have a place of his own to live. It was Oberin who had summoned craftsmen from Norvos to begin building gardens and houses for Elia and her children in the area Viserys had allocated. But that too was still in the foundation and supply gathering stage. And since all of it was behind the earthen wall, the village chiefs couldn't see any of it. However, the moment they saw soldiers standing straight along both sides of the road, any trace of disdain vanished like snow under the summer sun. The soldiers' gleaming spears sparkled in the sunlight, almost blinding to look at. The village chiefs weren't taken to see Viserys directly, but were instead brought to the execution ground to witness judgment. When Ong and the others arrived, they found none other than those once mighty big shots standing before them. Except now, these so-called nobles were dressed in thin shirts, hanging on gallows and shivering in the cold wind. The man overseeing the execution was Maester Fieler, the most learned man in the realm when it came to law. Viserys had ordered that each criminal's crimes be read aloud before their execution, so Fieler took on the role of executioner. He understood well if you want to win the people, you need both blood and rewards. Old Punk, Dirty Ben, and their families and followers were essentially the ruling class of those 100,000 wanderers. Now these nobles were facing the weight of their sins and their deaths. Yet neither Viserys nor Maester Fieler considered them nobility. They were bandits. And for bandits, there would be no clean death by sword, only the rope. Fieler sat behind a makeshift high platform, a desk before him. He announced in a firm voice, "Punk Morson, for pillaging merchant caravans, abducting women, and taking innocent lives, his crimes are so vile that even the most merciful mother cannot forgive him. In the name of Viserys Targaryen III, King of the Unduls, the Roiner, and the First Men, and in the name of the Father's justice, I sentence you to death." As he spoke, he pulled a dark red wooden token from a cup on the desk and tossed it out. The token had an image of a hanged man painted on it. A soldier walked up to the gallows and kicked the barrel from under Old Punk. His body dropped with a sharp snap as the rope tightened. Seeing it, the village chiefs instinctively flinched, as though the noose had tightened around their own necks. Old Punk's face turned deep red. Though aged, he fought against death with desperate, primal instinct. It didn't prolong his life, only made it fade faster. His eyes bulged, and his tongue slipped out uncontrollably. Before long, his life ebbed away under the silent gaze of the chiefs. Then the second. Then the third. One by one, the infamous bandit leaders were hanged. As for their followers and families, they didn't get individual ceremonies, they were strung up in a row, executed en masse. A sudden wind blew through, causing the corpses to sway eerily. Chief Ong swallowed hard. He was completely overawed by this so-called King Targaryen. To hang over 100 people in one got his man was fiercer than the bandits he'd killed. And then, in the minds of the villagers, an image formed of a broad-shouldered man with a huge head, steel-wire beard, and eyes like copper bells. After all, those bandits had made themselves look as savage as possible. So what kind of terrifying man must that Targaryen king be to bring them to heel? After the executions, the village chiefs were led away. Many of them, including Ong, were still stunned by the mass hangings. Suddenly, Ong felt a soft texture beneath his feet. Looking down, he realized he was walking on a carpet. Gods above. They're laying fine cloth on the ground just to be stepped on. He thought. The plush carpet made him feel like he was floating. If his wife had ever dared waste cloth like this, he would have beaten her senseless. Soon, they arrived at a lavish tent. It was white, with blue and red silk draped along the outside. The colors dazzled the chief's eyes so thoroughly they could barely find their bearings. "You'll wait inside for his majesty." Yes, of course. Heads lowered, shoulders hunched, the village chiefs filed into the tent and took their seats. Inside, they saw that the ground was also carpeted, the air was warm, and colorful designs adorned the fabric walls. Their reverence for the king only grew. In truth, this was exactly what Viserys intended. With no grand palace to awe them, he had crafted this farmhouse luxury tent to display his strength. If these 60 or 70,000 Unduls could be won over, then at the very least, the food supply would be secured. To establish royal dignity in their minds, Viserys had gone to great lengths. He even made them wait. Not until 2 hours later did he finally choose to appear. But it worked. Many had already decided that, no matter what, the moment they saw the king, they'd drop to their knees. "Your Majesty." When a tall knight in silver armor emerged, Ong quickly knelt and bowed. The others followed his lead. They had made a mistake, however. They were kneeling to Arthur, not Viserys. 77, Village Chief. The small misunderstanding didn't bother Viserys. Once the village elders learned that Viserys was actually a king, none of them dared to treat him lightly. After all, a warrior like Arthur, tall, imposing, and godlike stood respectfully behind the young king. It was obvious the soldiers outside were also under his command. In front of you stands Viserys Targaryen III, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Arthur announced loudly, still omitting the title, protector of the realm. Viserys took his seat without saying a word, letting the silence grow thick between them. Time seemed to slow to a crawl for the village chiefs. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Heads bowed, they occasionally glanced at Viserys, only to quickly lower their eyes to their feet again. My people, Viserys finally spoke, I am your king. The evil bandits who once tormented you have been defeated. They now labor under my command to build city walls. You must have seen them when you arrived. If you remain loyal and perform meritorious service, one day you too might live inside those walls. Viserys knew that for these simple farmers, who had never seen the wider world, living in a city wasn't necessarily an enticing reward. He needed to offer something more tangible. The Rhoynar once left behind a network of canals here, but after hundreds of years of neglect, they are no longer functional. I intend to restore them. At these words, a sense of unease crept into the crowd. Restoring the canals would be a massive project. This small king obviously wouldn't dig them himself, he would certainly conscript laborers from the villages. And once the work began, who knew how many would die before the canals flowed again? Unaware of their thoughts, Viserys continued. There is another matter, taxes. Specifically, how much grain you will provide the state each year. I will collect tax per person. Each adult is required to pay 200 kilograms of grain per year. 200. A younger villager named Anger immediately did the math. He had married at 15 and now had 4 children with his wife. His oldest son was 14, the youngest only 7. 6 people in the family, 1200 kgs of grain per year. His household couldn't even harvest this amount in a good year. This little king was leaving them no way to live. It didn't take long for the rest of the village elders to realize how greedy Viserys was. That silver hair, only a devil would have such a color. Everyone's faces darkened at the mention of the tax. Ang, looking pitiably toward Viserys, seemed to want to plead for mercy. Viserys noticed his expression and gave him the chance to speak. You look like you have something to say. I. Anger stammered. He did want to speak, but nerves froze the words in his throat. Back when the bandits ruled, villagers had dared to complain about their cruel demands. Sometimes the complaints were accepted, sometimes rejected. But even when accepted, the bandits would kill the one who raised the issue, ensuring the others would be more obedient next time. That fear was why Ang couldn't open his mouth. One wrong word could mean never seeing his family again. But staying silent meant certain starvation. Viserys didn't rush him. He simply waited. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. A minute. 2 minutes. 3. At last, Anger summoned the courage. Taking a deep breath, he said, Your Majesty, your tax is too heavy. We can't afford it. Silence fell inside the tent. The other village elders mourned for Anger in their hearts. They were certain he would be executed. Some even began thinking about running. They couldn't possibly survive under this crushing tax. Escape seemed the only option. But to their surprise, Viserys neither agreed nor became angry. Instead, he asked, Then what do you think is fair? Ang hadn't expected the king to ask him. He thought for a moment and replied, 100. 150 kgs per person. A cut of 50 to 100 might mean his family could survive. But Viserys calmly clarified, per person? Only those over 16 need to pay 200. Children under 16 pay just 50 kilograms. Women and girls pay half of that. He had deliberately misled them at first, so that once the real rate was revealed, it would feel like a mercy. Human nature was predictable like that. As expected, the elders' expressions brightened like men who had survived the storm. TSK. On closer look, this little king is actually quite handsome. That silver hair really is beautiful. Then Viserys added even better news. Other than the head tax, there will be no additional taxes. You may cultivate as much land as you wish. Whatever grain you harvest beyond the tax is entirely yours. To farm more land, they would need those Rhoynar canals restored. Thus, Viserys aligned his interests with theirs. And just like that, the resistance melted away. Land meant everything to farmers. Next, Viserys told them that during the off-season, he would send people to train them in military skills. The village chiefs all agreed enthusiastically. Lastly came the matter of law. The Goer region was vast and sparsely populated. For now, there was no need for detailed legal codes. So Viserys laid out just 2 basic laws. If you steal, you die. If you hurt or kill others, you die. Having just eradicated the local bandit clans, harsh penalties would serve as a deterrent. Later, once the region became safer, punishments could be relaxed. Before they left, Viserys treated the village chiefs to a hearty meal. Each of them even carried home a dozen kilograms of grain. After all, a new ruler's image mattered. When someone fills your belly and gives you something to carry back, you're more likely to speak well of them. As he watched the villagers depart, Viserys didn't feel much like a king, more like a village head. Back before his transmigration, he had always thought meetings were exhausting. But now, after hosting one himself, he actually felt invigorated. Maybe it was because he had been the one giving the orders. No wonder principals and department heads always loved having meetings. Just as Viserys was thinking of how to extract more resources from Braavos, a royal guard came to report. Your Majesty, we've captured 2 Rhoynar spies. 78. The spy. When Viserys met and spoke with the 2 so-called spies, he couldn't help but recall a lesson he had once taught in a previous life. There was a line in that lesson. Those who live in luxury often look down on others and fail to see what lies ahead. So you 2 came to me like this only because you couldn't meet with the elders, and wanted to persuade your people to return through me instead? Viserys asked with a blank expression, though in his heart he was already beginning to admire the pair. Yes. One of them responded, a young man with bright eyes and such dazzlingly white teeth they almost hurt to look at. You're trying to cause a famine among our people just to conquer the Rhoynar. But I'm telling you, your Valyrians couldn't conquer us even with dragons back then. What makes you think you can do it now? His voice was clear and firm, his gaze unwavering. Compared to his companion, who stood hunched over and timid, bearing 2 large buck teeth, he was far more impressive. It was easy to see who took the lead between the 2. What's your name? Viserys asked. He hadn't expected someone in this place to see through things so clearly. His interest in the youth piqued immediately. Humph. The young man turned his head away, clearly too proud to answer. Naturally, Viserys' guards couldn't tolerate such disrespectful behavior. One of them furrowed his brows, his hand moving to his sword hilt, ready to draw. But to everyone's surprise, the buck-toothed one suddenly blurted out loudly. Mercy, mercy. His name is Baelor, and I'm Grelish. We're both from the Telnor tribe. Our chieftain is. Shut up, Grelish. Baelor snapped. Clearly, no matter how tight-lipped Baelor might have been, he couldn't stop his idiotic companion from spilling everything. Grelish, face wrinkled with fear, pleaded tearfully. Your Grace, please don't kill us. We have families. We won't stop the others from working anymore. We'll work too. No wages needed, none at all. Viserys immediately lost all interest in the whimpering one. Take him out. I want to speak with this one alone. Compared to the coward, Viserys clearly admired the spirited Baelor more. Once everyone had exited the tent, Viserys walked up behind Baelor and prepared to untie him. What's this? Is he letting me go? But Baelor wondered. Before he could make sense of it, the ropes binding his wrists loosened. Then his ankles were freed, allowing him to stand. He slowly raised his arms and rubbed his sore joints, then turned to face Viserys to find the king shockingly young. He barely reached Baelor's chest in height, and looked about the same age as his little sister at home. But Baelor remained wary. He had no idea what Viserys was planning. Are you interested in pledging your loyalty to me? Viserys asked. You think you can buy me off like this? Baelor sneered, turning his head aside. Viserys didn't press the issue. Instead, he changed the subject. Baelor, do you know what I'm trying to do? Of course. You want to bring the Rhoynar under your rule, don't you? Oh, you think it's just that? I remember your Targaryens were overthrown by traitors, weren't they? So you had to flee to Essos. Baelor taunted. He thought that if Viserys killed him now, perhaps his blood could serve as a warning to his people not to fall for Viserys' lies. Planting season was already more than halfway over. Any crops sown now would only barely suffice to pay taxes. As for the people's own food, they'd have to find some other way. If the elders were kind enough to share grain with the common folk, maybe the Rhoynar migrants along the Upper Rhoyne could scrape by. But thinking of those greedy elders, Baelor had serious doubts. You're right. We Targaryens came here as refugees. Viserys' blunt answer made Baelor glance at him in surprise. And if you're trying to provoke me into killing you, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Even if I kill you, your people will still come build my walls. I don't believe you. You don't? Then tell me, how many people have you convinced to go back so far? Faced with Viserys' sharp question, Baelor suddenly fell silent. He had once been well liked in the village for his cleverness and kind heart. But ever since he started urging people not to help Viserys build his walls, he'd made a lot of enemies. Many had begun avoiding him, especially since those working for Viserys received decent wages and sometimes even a hot meal. Taking someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. That saying held true anywhere. In just under a month, Baelor's good standing had completely vanished. I've seen you today, and I'll report this to our elders. Baelor declared, like he'd finally found some leverage. Go ahead. I won't stop you. Viserys spread his arms, completely unconcerned. He'd already seen through it all on this land of Goer, whether they were Undulls or Rhoynar, all so-called leaders were nothing more than puppet regimes. Expecting them to act for the people's benefit was like expecting pigs to climb trees. As Viserys stepped aside to let him pass, Baelor cautiously took 2 steps forward, then glanced back, took 2 more, and finally breathed a sigh of relief once he was out of the tent. He and Grelish left the bustling worksite behind. Baelor looked back, heart heavy. It was painfully clear that in the not-too-distant future, the fate of the Rhoynar in Goer would truly be in someone else's hands. Baelor, are you really going to see the elders? They said no matter what the reason is, if you meet them, you have to pay triple taxes next time. You've got your mother, and 2 sisters, you should really think this through. Grelish, though timid, was Baelor's most loyal friend, and tried hard to dissuade him. But Baelor's face was filled with resolve. Grelish, I've decided to become a servant in the elder's household. That way, my mother and sisters might get enough grain to survive what's coming. What? A servant? But that's... Grealish was too shocked to finish his sentence. Being a servant was barely different from being a slave. Baylor was basically selling himself. Grealish, don't be tempted by the Valyrians' wages. Go back and tend your land. That's more important than anything else. Do you understand? 79. The price. Baylor arrived at the elder's manor with a sense of near martyrdom in his heart. The cold wind howled like a mischievous child, sneaking into his collar and sleeves with a biting chill. He tightened his coat and knocked on the gate of the elder's manor. The manor was surrounded by a wooden palisade, behind which stood a row of pine trees to block the wind. Of course, their more important purpose was to shield the eyes of commoners from peering inside. Once the gatekeeper learned Baylor's purpose, he went off to inform the steward. The steward had a round face and a pair of large almond eyes that gleamed with moisture. He wore a white outer robe that resembled a long tunic. "You want to work at the manor?" he asked, hands behind his back, looking at Baylor, who kept his head lowered. After all, the idea of selling oneself wasn't exactly pleasant, so the steward preferred to say, work. "Yes, sir." Do you have any family?" "Yes, I have a mother and 2 younger sisters at home." Working at the manor can exempt you from 2 years of taxes, or 800 caddies of." But before the steward could finish, Baylor raised his head in surprise and asked, 2 years? I thought it was 3 years. What? Not willing to work and now you're wasting my time too? Are you playing games with me?" The steward frowned, glaring at Baylor like he was ready to snap his neck and drink his blood. For a moment, Baylor hesitated. He knew that if he backed out now, not only would he fail to meet the elder, but he might also anger the steward and make his family's life even harder. No, steward. I'm willing. I want to work at the manor. But I must speak to the elder. The people from Westeros, they plan to attack us. I've seen their king." The steward sneered. "You saw the king?" "It's true. Please believe me, sir. They're luring our people away with high wages. Our grain harvest will fail this year, and famine will strike our tribe." "Famine? If we've got money, can't we just buy grain?" "But what if they refuse to sell it?" "TCH. The steward scoffed. As the steward, he was well aware of the cooperation between the elders and Braavos. Braavos had more than enough grain. Why would they worry about shortages? But such things were never shared with the commoners. "You don't need to worry about that. The elders will handle it. Please, just let me meet with the elder once. It's very serious." Baylor suddenly dropped to his knees. "Enough already." The steward snapped impatiently. "You just want to tell the elder not to let commoners work on the city wall, right? I'll inform the elder. Now go home and pack. Come to the manor tomorrow, and I'll assign you some work." "Thank you, steward. Please make sure the elder truly understands." Yeah, the steward said, rolling his eyes. "Didn't you say you've got a mother and 2 sisters at home? Hurry and go say goodbye. You won't be able to return freely once you start working." "I understand. Thank you, steward." Baylor turned and left. The steward watched his thin figure walking away, eyes full of scorn and contempt. "Idiot," he muttered. Though quiet, the insult landed like a stone hurled at a dog. The steward thought back to Baylor's appearance. Judging by that, the man's 2 sisters might actually be quite pretty. The manor's master was Elder Turno. Though he was already in his 40s, he looked rather young. A life of comfort and indulgence had kept him well preserved. At that moment, Elder Turno was seated in a cozy room with a fire crackling beside him, and 2 handmaidens attending to his foot bath. Their service was clearly enjoyable. His eyes were half closed in pleasure. But when he finished listening to the steward's report, his eyes suddenly opened. They're paying 30 iron coins a day and feeding them well, too. Iron coins were the currency of Braavos. Yes, Elder. So, in 3 months of work, those commoners could actually afford even more grain. That's right. The steward said eagerly, rubbing his hands. Elder, we're the closest to those Westerosi. Why not take advantage of this? Let's organize the commoners and demand higher prices from that little runaway king. What do you think? Elder Turno's eyes lit up. It was a brilliant idea. But he soon frowned with concern. But what if the other 4 families offer a lower price? Then we'll lose out. Currently, around 30 to 40,000 Roiner controlled the Goer region. These 13 to 14,000 people were governed by 5 so-called elders. Turno's domain, being closest to the western Undul invaders, was the smallest, about 17,000 people. If a price war broke out between the 5 families, there might be little profit to gain in the end. Don't worry, Elder. Leave this to me. I'll convince the other 4. We'll join forces and pressure that little king together. Good. Excellent idea. Go quickly. Turno said, almost unable to hide the greed sparkling in his eyes. Right away. The steward backed out of the room with a fawning grin. Turno leaned back, gazing at the ceiling, feeling quite content. He had actually known about Viserys' arrival in Goer for some time. After all, they had the backing of Braavos. Likewise, he was well aware of Viserys' wall-building plan, and remained completely unfazed. If Viserys dared to use force, Braavos would certainly intervene. And even if Braavos was too far away to send troops in time, their hired sorcerers would ensure Viserys' army lost its way. Because his domain was at the front lines, the other families had even lent him some of their own sorcerers to help resist the Undulls. Since their safety was secure, why not take this opportunity to fleece the Targaryens for all they were worth? With that thought, Turno's mood improved significantly. Even the maid massaging his feet looked especially alluring. Soon, the room filled with the sounds of pleasure and indulgence. Meanwhile, Baelor made one final, thorough repair to his family's worn-down home. He packed only a few sets of clothes before preparing to leave. "Son, is this really worth it?" his mother asked through tearful eyes. Baelor's own eyes shimmered. "We have no choice, mother. If I don't do this, we'll all starve." "Brother, will you come back?" "Aya, don't worry. I will." Standing at the door, Baelor let his gaze sweep across the room one last time, trying to carve every detail into his memory. 80. The King's Treasury. 80. The King's Treasury. Although Old Crab was well aware of Viserys' plans, he still thought the wages being offered were far too generous. "Your Grace, I believe we could reduce the pay to 20 iron coins. That's already more than they earn growing grain," Old Crab advised cautiously. "No," Viserys replied, "I've done the calculations. 30 iron coins is just enough to attract the Rhoynar from farther away to come build our city. Any less, and some of them might decide it's more worthwhile to go back to farming." Sigh, but seeing cart after cart of coins leaving the treasury, I just can't bear it. Old Crab clutched his chest as if someone were cutting into his heart. Viserys couldn't help but chuckle at his performance. He asked, "Ser Adrian, let me ask you, suppose there are 3 kings. The first locks away all his wealth in a vault. The second entrusts his wealth to those he trusts. The third spends his wealth on his land. Tell me, which of these 3 kings is the richest?" Well, Old Crab thought for a moment. If it were up to him, without a doubt he'd choose the first. He didn't even trust his own nephews when it came to counting the treasury. Letting others manage it was out of the question. Even when money was hidden in a cellar, Old Crab would still check on it regularly, let alone leave it exposed. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Viserys continued, "I'll tell you. It's the third one. Gold, by itself, has little value. Only when it circulates does it become meaningful. Once spent, gold can become canals to irrigate farmland, sturdy castles, clothes on children's backs, weapons in soldiers' hands. With irrigated farmland, more crops will grow. Castles will protect lives. Clothed children will grow into laborers. Well-armed soldiers won't fear invasion. Over time, the wealth of the first 2 kings will inevitably become the property of the third." Old Crab nodded, half understanding. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, that's exactly how he'd lost his own money. Seeing that he was still a bit reluctant, Viserys patted him on the shoulder and added, "Don't worry. Right now, we're buying grain from Pentos and Braavos at low prices. When famine hits, the Rhoynar will have no choice but to buy it from us at high prices. One way or another, the money will come back to us." In truth, the wages Viserys had paid out so far didn't even amount to 10,000 gold dragons. It only looked like a lot because they were being converted into iron coins. And besides, he never planned to profit from the poor. Among the Rhoynar, the 5 great families had been entrenched here for centuries. Their accumulated wealth was bound to be substantial. From his investigations, Viserys had discovered that the so-called elder families of the Rhoynar exploited the common folk harshly. They may have seemed more civilized than the Undull raiders, but the people under their rule were still suffering bitterly. The dual titles of Liberator and Savior would be more than enough to cement House Targaryen's rule in these lands. If he had enough troops, Viserys wouldn't bother with such roundabout methods. A direct assault would be much simpler. But he had to look after both Goer and Dragonstone for now. Recently, Braavos had followed through with their agreement and purchased 40 warships, bringing Viserys nearly 300,000 gold dragons. Of course, he couldn't sell off too many at once. On one hand, they were needed to transport people and supplies, on the other, Dragonstone's defenses also depended on them. Viserys had to ensure that Dragonstone had at least 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers stationed there. Once the Rhoynar issue was resolved, he would accelerate the relocation eastward. There were still around 50,000 people on Dragonstone, along with all kinds of supplies. Even with multiple trips, moving everything would take half a year at minimum. Robert might not be in a position to invade Dragonstone directly, but if he caused trouble during the transfer, it would be a huge problem. Viserys had to manage this balance carefully. Once he finished lecturing Old Crab, the two of them went outside to inspect the progress of the city walls. From a high vantage point, the outline of the wall was already taking shape. A long rectangular frame had begun to appear on the ground. Inside the frame stretched rows of tents. Whether soldiers or the civilians brought over from Dragonstone, everyone was still sleeping in tents for now. As for grain, gold, weapons, and other important resources, Viserys had ordered them hidden away in caves behind the mountains. He didn't yet see the need to construct houses. Once we've dealt with the Rhoynar, we'll build an inner wall inside this one. After we've completely taken Goer, we'll add an even larger, though slightly lower, outer wall. 3 walls? Is that really necessary? We've got the Little Rhoyne and Upper Rhoyne protecting us. This place is safe. Walls meant spending money, and spending money was the last thing Old Crab wanted to hear. It's necessary. because by then, we'll be facing an even stronger enemy. Who? The Horse Lords. Viserys looked westward as he spoke. It was now the 284th year since Aegon's landing. According to his memory, in less than 5 years, this world would enter a summer that lasted over a decade. And summer was when the grasslands were at their lushest. The strong and well-mounted Dothraki would inevitably start raiding in all directions. Though Goer was surrounded by rivers, it still stood directly between Pentos and the Dothraki Sea. It was sure to tempt the Dothraki. And more importantly, Viserys had no intention of stopping at Goer. The Rhoyne was vast and wide. He had no plans to be satisfied with just 2 of its tributaries. To prepare for the long night and the threat of the others, he would need much more land and many more people. And then there was the most important reason of all dragons. He didn't yet possess a single dragon egg, but Viserys had already begun plotting how to hatch one. What he didn't know was that to hatch a dragon, one needed the blood of a cull. He only had one sister, and he couldn't bear to throw her into the fire. But those so-called cows, he wouldn't blink an eye at burning 10 of them. So even if the Horse Lords didn't come for him, he'd eventually go for them. His rise may have started in Goer, but it would never end there. King of Goer. That wasn't enough. At the very least, he would become Warlord of the Rhoyne. 81. Dragons and the Thick Mist. Since Viserys had already decided to move against the Rhoyner along the Rhoyne River, he had to accept the possibility of conflict with them. If he wanted to use food as a weapon, then he had to be ready for them to try to borrow grain by force. Frodo's envoy had warned him before. Some of the Rhoyner possessed the ability to use water magic. It was said that they could conjure thick mist to obscure the enemy's vision. When Viserys first heard this information, he thought the man was joking. After all, even after absorbing the essences of several fire mages, he could barely manage to enchant weapons with minor effects. The idea of generating mist on such a massive scale sounded absurd. What unsettled Viserys even more was that the original history never mentioned anything like this. Just imagine a group capable of summoning thick mist would never go unnoticed in a low-magic world. Viserys had sent men to investigate, but they came back empty-handed. These water sorcerers all lived in seclusion and were under heavy protection. Especially when it came to Viserys' own men, all of whom had undull faces. They would be exposed the moment they got close. Even Oberin couldn't help. Although he had Rhoyner blood, he was only half-blooded. Sometimes, being mixed blood made someone stand out even more. Besides, Oberin had no obligation to do this kind of dirty work for Viserys. At this point, his only option was to consult Maester Fëlor. During the Second Spice War, the Valyrians sent 300 dragons into battle, while the Rhoyner gathered an army of 250,000 to resist them. As Fëlor recounted the history, Viserys was stunned by the absurd figure, 300 dragons. I remember that during the Field of Fire, Aegon the Conqueror defeated 40,000 troops with just 3 dragons and 2,000 men. Why would the Valyrians need 300 dragons against an army of 250,000? That feels disproportionate. Viserys thought he had spotted a critical flaw in the story. Could it be that the Valyrian dragons were smaller in size? Fëlor offered uncertainly. This was a war of annihilation. Would the Valyrians send hatchlings like Stormcloud? Stormcloud was Aegon the Younger's dragon, barely heavier than a horse and only capable of carrying a child. The records Fëlor had access to were ancient and vague, so he couldn't give a definitive answer. But Viserys believed the Valyrians must have had a reason to deploy 300 dragons. Taking Frodo's warning into account, he began to suspect those dragons were brought in to deal with the Rhoyner's mist. Maybe the dragons used their wings to disperse the fog. Fëlor looked out at the construction site bustling with activity and tried to imagine that earth-shaking battle. Dragonflame could burn away the mist. Viserys slammed the table, excited. In his mind, he had nearly reconstructed the battle. It's common knowledge that mist typically forms in cooler weather. Or it appears in the morning after a chilly night, only to vanish once the sun rises and the air warms up. The Valyrians must have understood this weather pattern and come up with a way to counter the mist. So they dispatched a massive force of dragons to spew fire overhead, heating up the air and dissipating the fog. Only magic can counter magic. The phrase echoed in Viserys' mind. Ordinary fire might not be enough to dispel fog born of water magic. But what about wildfire? The theory made sense. Of course, the Rhoyner were unlikely to rely on a single tactic. The Valyrians may have had other reasons for bringing so many dragons. Still, Viserys decided to prepare a supply of wildfire just in case. He crushed dragonglass, boiled it with other ingredients, and fermented the mixture. At the hottest hour of noon, he cast enchantments over it. These were the key steps in producing wildfire. Soon, Viserys had a vat of vibrant green wildfire. Thanks to improved spellwork, the heat from his wildfire far surpassed that made by the pyromancers of King's Landing. Testing it on a tree stump, the green flame leapt 2 meters into the air, casting a glowing green hue over a 10-meter radius. When the fire died out, it left a white burn mark on the ground, proof of the extreme heat. As long as he had enough wildfire, clearing away the Rhoyner's mist wouldn't be a problem. But Viserys' successful production of wildfire triggered Arthur and Oswell's Mad King PTSD. Even though they understood the wildfire was meant to counter Rhoyner magic, one thing still puzzled them. How did their king even know how to make wildfire? They had seen with their own eyes that Viserys had killed those fire mages. To that, Viserys could only attribute it to innate talent. He also promised never to execute criminals by fire. Given his history of keeping his word, the Kingsguard trusted him enough to believe it. After that brief interlude, Viserys stored the Wildfire securely and assigned guards to watch over it. Just as he expected, a Rhoynar envoy soon came to request an audience. On his way to the meeting, Viserys summoned 2 Kingsguard along with Oberin and the old punk to discuss the envoy's possible purpose. Could it be they're worried about the tax flow? The old crab, as always, started from the angle of money, but he quickly dismissed his own theory. Viserys had paid them, their profits were safe either way. If they've come knocking, then your wall construction must be causing trouble. The Rhoynar are a clever people. Chances are, they've seen through your plan. Oberin's tone was half boasting, half schadenfreude. It wasn't that he wanted Viserys to fail, but letting Baelor go had seemed arrogant. Better to suffer a minor loss now than bleed later. Arthur didn't voice any opinion. He knew his role clearly. The sharpest sword in the king's hand. Ser went, "What do you think?" Because Oswell, the Kingsguard knight who bore a bat for his sigil, was habitually silent, Viserys asked for his opinion. "Your Grace, it may be that our castle-building efforts have stirred their suspicions. I believe we should prepare for war." Viserys' rammed earth walls still lacked a brick layer. At this stage, it was more of a showpiece than a real defense. But war doesn't wait for one to be ready. And now that he had a plan to deal with the Rhoynar's secret weapon, if they wanted war then so be it. 82, earning while doing nothing. The group soon arrived at the designated meeting tent. Because someone had to keep an eye on the wall construction progress, Oswell left midway. Arthur stood to the right of Viserys, tall and imposing like an iron tower. Oberin and the old crab flanked him on either side. The man they were meeting was none other than the steward of Elder Turno. His name was Ruchel. The moment he saw the lineup Viserys had arranged, a wave of nervousness wrapped around him. Let alone Arthur, whose strength was obvious at a glance. Even that man with a hint of Rhoynar blood didn't look like someone ordinary. Just a single glance from him made Ruchel feel incredibly uneasy. Still, Ruchel had a decent eye for things. He didn't mistake the person of importance and, after bowing to Viserys, stated his purpose. "Your Grace, King Targaryen, after deliberation among our council of elders, we hope you would consider raising the wages for our people." Ruchel forced a stiff and unconvincing smile as he spoke. Lord Ruchel, you jest. No one is forcing those farmers to help build my walls. If I'd set the wages too low, they simply wouldn't have come. Since they have come, it means they find the pay acceptable. So why should I increase it?" Viserys hadn't expected this man to come here asking for more money. Clearly, he had overestimated these so-called Rhoynar elders. His gaze toward Ruchel held a faint trace of contempt. Yet, he didn't throw his royal authority around immediately. After all, the Rhoynar had once created a magnificent civilization. They carried great pride in that history. Both sides were maintaining a stance of courtesy before force. But this turn of events made Oberin's face hard to keep straight. He'd actually spoken in support of these people before, and this was how they repay that? He had hoped those of shared blood would cause Viserys a bit of trouble. What a disgrace. How did the proud Rhoynar come to be reduced to this by a bunch of worms? "Your Grace, the additional wages are for the Council of Elders," Ruchel added with an even more ingratiating smile. "Managing the constant flow of laborers has been very difficult for us." Before Viserys could respond, Oberin let out a short, sharp laugh. Unlike Arthur, who stood tall and righteous like he could be worshipped in a shrine, Oberin exuded a far more sinister air. His sneer chilled the atmosphere in the tent. "Why should we pay for that? Does your Council of Elders think our money grows on trees?" Viserys wiped away his smile. Clearly, the other side had stopped pretending. What Ruchel was saying, in plain terms, was, "Give us a cut." Realizing Viserys might be getting upset, Ruchel quickly tried to smooth things over. "Please, Your Grace, if you're willing to slightly raise the wages, we're prepared to organize the workers for you. That way, your wall will be completed faster, and the poor farmers can earn a little more food." Seeing Ruchel put it that way, Viserys' expression eased slightly. Although from observing Baelor, Viserys already knew Ruchel's talk of improving the farmers' lives was utter nonsense. It didn't matter. All he wanted was to confirm whether the Council of Elders was just trying to cash in on this. "Very well. What rate do you want the pay increased to?" Seeing that Viserys had softened, Ruchel's eyes nearly squinted shut from his grin. "Well, if you could raise it by 10 iron coins per person, I believe that would be fair." "Absolutely not." Before Ruchel had even finished, Viserys shut him down decisively. The daily wage of 30 iron coins per person was a carefully calculated figure. Any increase in that rate could lead to a dangerous consequence. They could afford to buy grain from the south, from Volantis. And if that happened, Viserys' entire plan would fall apart. 30 iron coins. Not a single coin more. Ruchel's offer only confirmed for Viserys that the man was here purely for profit. If they'd asked for 30 or 50 coins, that might have meant they were provoking war. Because Viserys would never accept such terms. But a mere 10 Braavos iron square coins, that meant they truly wanted to make money without causing war. "Your Grace, you really won't reconsider giving just a bit more?" "No, 30 iron coins. Not a single copper more." Ruchel's fat face instantly lost its smile. Straightening from his ever so slight bow, he spoke. Then, I shall relay your grace's words exactly to the council. But I must inform you that, in a few days, there may be no Rhoynar workers left to build your wall. Though his expression shifted, Ruchel's tone remained calm and respectful. But Viserys slammed a hand down hard on the table. Bang! He stood up abruptly and glared at Ruchel with intensity. What do you mean by that? Are the Rhoynar preparing to attack my city? His reaction caught Ruchel off guard, especially the overwhelming pressure he now felt. Ruchel had been underestimating this young king, but under Viserys' furious gaze, he felt as though he were being hunted by a wild beast. And Arthur's stare sharp as arrows made cold sweat run down Ruchel's back. He quickly bent into another bow. Your Grace, please don't misunderstand. We have no intention of launching an attack. No intention of attacking. Viserys shouted. What do you mean by that? You're obstructing my wall's construction. What else could that be but preparation for an attack? Ruchel hadn't expected such a huge reaction. He hadn't even thought that far ahead. Their entire purpose was to make money, not risk their lives. They couldn't afford to risk their lives. How would they make money then? Your Grace, to assure you, the elders have no such intentions. Please don't be angry. I'll return and make it clear to them. I'm sure they'd be willing to compromise on the wages. Ruchel cursed himself for not speaking faster. He felt like his tongue was no longer enough to keep up. Viserys didn't say another word. He simply ordered his guards to escort the man out. Ruchel felt like the tent he was in had become a cage full of beasts. He practically fled. He even tripped over the carpet on his way out. Once he was gone, Oberin asked, What now? What now? Sir Arthur, assemble the army. I'm going to bring war to Turno. 83. Draining the pond to catch the fish. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit too hasty for us to go to war right now? Old Crab disliked fighting wars. Wars not only failed to make money, they cost a fortune. Oberin also thought Viserys' decision to start the war came a little abruptly. After all, the last time even against mere bandits and mercenaries Viserys had started preparing back on Dragonstone. In Oberin's view, they should at least stall a bit, draw things out, and buy more time to prepare. Viserys glanced at the gathered ministers and explained, Don't worry, this won't be an all-out war. We're just going to carry out a quick blitz to let those Rhoynish know we're not soft foreigners they can push around. We'll strike fast, and then withdraw right after. The total military strength of the Rhoynish was somewhere between 10 and 20,000. Because of their unique culture, their army had both men and women, which made it relatively large. But those 10 or 20,000 troops were scattered along almost the entire length of the Upper Rhoyne. As the attacker, Viserys could take advantage of timing. More importantly, he could use this opportunity to test whether Wildfire could neutralize the Rhoynish water magic. If it couldn't, he would still have local superiority in numbers and could retreat in time to minimize losses. Reconnaissance showed that Turno's forces numbered only about 2,000. Half of them usually worked for him as farmers or laborers. The only real asset he could rely on was his water sorcerers. If Wildfire really could counter their thick fog, Viserys could start drafting a far bolder conquest plan. He then added, Also, pass my order to every soldier, no harming or looting the ordinary Rhoynish. Anyone who disobeys I'll personally take his head. Yes, Your Majesty. He knew very well that what he sought to conquer was not just land, but hearts. Before, by executing the bandit leaders, he had won the support of the Undulls. Perhaps with the Rhoynish, he could follow the same formula. Their so-called Council of Elders would make the perfect sacrificial offering. From that recent negotiation, Viserys had seen right through the greed and cowardice at the core of the Rhoynish elites. Even now, they were still trying to talk business. He thought he could kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, forcing them to obediently build his walls. Then, with hunger as his ally, he could conquer both banks of the Little Rhoyne before Braavos had time to respond. In his plan, he might not be able to conquer Goyandrohi within a year, but at least before the next planting season, he would make sure the land he controlled could be farmed in peace. As long as they could feed themselves, they would have the conditions for a protracted war in Goyandrohi. Then time would truly be on his side. But before marching, there was another matter to deal with those Rhoynish laborers building his walls. They were all able-bodied adults. If handled poorly, they could cause trouble. So they were sent to the northern mountains to haul stone. That way, they would be far from the battlefield, and have no tools that could serve as weapons. Even so, Viserys didn't have enough manpower. His total forces were under 7,000. This raid, he planned to take 5,000 with him, enough to ensure that even if Wildfire failed, they could still retreat safely. While Viserys was busy assembling his troops, Ruchel had just arrived at Turno's elder manor. Turno was having a maid wash his feet. When he heard that Viserys had rejected his price, he kicked over the wooden basin in a rage. Water splashed onto the maid's clothes, making her drop to her knees in fear, not daring to say a word. Humph. That Targaryen is just a cur driven from his den, scrounging a living in Goyandrohi. And now he dares refuse my terms. Does he think the Rhoynish are like those Undulls he can push around? Barefoot, Turno bellowed. Viserys' refusal meant a huge loss of profit, something he could never tolerate. Elder, should we call those farmers back now? Ruchel was seething at the thought of the young king embarrassing him. Seeing Turno's fury, he stepped forward and stoked the flames. Yes, call them back. Right now. Tell everyone if anyone dares keep building that Targaryen's walls, I'll hang him. In Turno's view, golden coins should never be wasted on the poor nor should the poor be allowed to earn them. As for fields lying fallow and farmers having no money or grain to pay taxes, that was not his concern. Still unsatisfied, he added another order. I don't care about the other elders' people, but anyone from my lands who has worked on the Targaryen's walls will be fined. How much, elder? Ruchel's pig-like eyes gleam at there was more money to be made. They've worked for about 2 months, haven't they? Fine them half their wages, 100 Braavos square coins each. Although Viserys had begun hiring 2 months earlier, most Rhoynish laborers had worked just over a month. A fine of 100 coins meant many would end up owing money. This only added to the misery of people already crushed under Turno's exploitation. Soon, nearly every Rhoynish household under his rule received a fine notice. Building walls was heavy work, and most who stayed home were the old and weak. Ruchel led his thugs through these humble homes, rummaging through boxes and cupboards to collect the finesse, of course keeping a share for himself. 150 coins isn't too much. Think carefully, maybe your family is just too lazy. And if you hadn't gone to work for that Targaryen king, Elder Turno wouldn't have had to delay buying more weapons. Like it or not, it's all your fault for ignoring the greater good. Turno said these words with righteous indignation against a backdrop of ransacked homes. From this little operation, he stood to gain more than 10,000 square coins. Some elderly Rhoynish, staring at their emptied homes, could only wait for their able-bodied kin to return. But no matter how long they waited, their family didn't come back. Instead, news arrived that they would be staying with the Targaryen king. And while Turno sent men to collect fines, he also sent envoys to demand the return of the wall builders from Viserys. But the laborers did not return. What came instead was the Targaryen army. 84. The Water Mages. Viserys was grateful that the leader of the Rhoynar was nothing like Baelor. If even a small number of them had been like Baelor, his conquest of Goer would have taken years rather than months. As it was, Baelor had already been reduced to nothing more than a stable hand for the elder. Even while cleaning the elder's horses, he never forgot to worry about his fellow countrymen. The stables were in the southwest corner of the estate, a place rarely visited by anyone, which gave Baelor a chance to speak privately with his friend, Graylish, and ask about news from outside. So you're saying the elders have ordered the villagers not to build that city wall for the Targaryen king? Baelor asked, a trace of joy in his voice. It seemed that everything he had done had been worth it. Yes. Elder Turno is very strict. He said if anyone dares to work on that wall again, he'll have them hanged. The word hanged made Baelor's heart lurch. The punishment sounded far too severe. Still, harsh or not, the important thing now was to start planting grain. If the elders reduced taxes and opened the granaries, there might be no need for anyone to starve. How is my mother doing? Baelor asked. Graylish's expression darkened. Not long after Baelor left home, Ruchel had deliberately provoked a conflict with his younger sister. In the end, Ruchel had extorted a large sum of money from Baelor's mother. Unable to repay the debt, the mother and her 2 daughters had gone into hiding. Graylish had found them a refuge in the northern mountains, where they were safe for now, but he didn't know how to tell Baelor. Graylish might not have known the saying, those who bring firewood for the people should not be left to freeze in the snow, but he knew that once Baelor learned what had happened, he would lose control of his emotions. And Baelor was a clever man, he sensed at once that something was wrong. What happened? Tell me. Before Graylish could answer, a furious voice rang out behind them. Baelor, you worthless wretch. You're not in the stables, where the hell have you gone? Get over here, now. The voice was filled with a terrible rage, the kind that seemed ready to tear someone apart just to vent its fury. Hearing the steward's voice, Baelor didn't dare delay. He ran toward the stables. I just stepped away for a moment, Baelor explained, but Ruchel showed no mercy. The calm, self-assured expression he usually wore was gone, replaced with impatience and violence. The hand holding his riding whip trembled from the force of his grip. When he saw Baelor, he shouted, "Get over here." Baelor bent at the waist and approached. His simple but clean clothes hung loosely on his thin frame like a stalk of hemp. Without warning, the whip came down like a scythe. Crack crack. 2 vivid red welts appeared across Baelor's face and shoulder. If I come to the stables again and don't see you, I'll skin you alive. Baelor endured the burning pain, bowing his head and apologizing again and again. Yes, sir. I understand, sir, he said. Within moments, his lips had gone pale from the pain. Now, go prepare the elder's horse. You have 1/4 of an hour go. Ruchel snapped. Viserys, meanwhile, was already leading his army into Turno's territory. According to reports, his forces were at least twice the size of Turno's. No one had expected Viserys to launch an attack without warning. Turno now intended to summon the water mages for aid. It would take at least 10 days to a fortnight for the other elders' armies to assemble. Turno was placing all his hopes of resisting the Targaryens on that group of mages. Baelor quickly readied the horse's tack. When he turned to find Graylish again, his friend was gone. Among the Rhoynar, water mages held high status. They spent their days studying water magic, free from any labor or production work. Even their living quarters were cleaned for them. Turno and Ruchel made their way to a wooden domed building. After the doorkeeper passed on the message, a tall man in a black robe with a golden sunburst embroidered on his chest emerged. 2 attendants followed him, each bearing a smaller sunburst on their chests. Seeing the leader, Turno hurried forward politely. Lord Fenric, a Targaryen from Westeros, intends to invade Rhoynar lands. I beg you to gather your people and protect our kin. That little Targaryen king, how many men does he have? Fenric asked seriously. 5,000. Have you sought help from the other elders? Yes. They will return to aid us soon. Knowing that he should be able to hold off 5,000, Fenric relaxed slightly. Understood. Please arrange for ships to take us to the middle of the reservoir. Rest assured, I have already done so. Turno's lands contain 2 large man-made reservoirs, dug long before the fall of Goer. Even after over 1,000 years, they still serve their purpose. Any army attacking Turno's territory would have to pass between these 2 reservoirs. For the water mages to unleash large-scale mist magic, they needed to be near abundant water sources. They decided to make their stand on the narrow road between the reservoirs. Fenric signaled to his attendants. Soon the wind chimes inside the wooden hall rang sharply. Within a quarter hour, over 100 water mages with golden sunbursts on their chests had gathered. The size of each emblem varied. Some were as large as a fist, others as small as an eye, signifying their rank and power. Looking at the assembled mages, Turno's unease vanished. These mages had been sent by other Rhoynar elders to support him. Nearly half of all the water mages in the Goer region were here. Against any army under 10,000, they could blanket the battlefield in thick mist. As an elder, Turno knew the power of this magic well. It could blind the enemy completely, leaving them like lambs for the slaughter. Worse still, the inability to even see their foe would crush their morale. This was the foundation of the Rhoynar's strength in Goer. Elder, this time we'll make that little Targaryen king taste real suffering, Ruchel said, clenching his fists in excitement as he gazed at the mages. 85. Fire and Mist. The power of Wildfire could be said to be the strongest force in this world. But it was also the most unstable. Transporting it was extremely difficult. Take King Aegon IV, the so-called unworthy king, as an example. He once ordered the pyromancers to construct 7 wood and iron dragons. These dragons were filled with wildfire in their bellies, intended to be used in an invasion of Dorne. But before they even reached their destination, one of the so-called dragons caught fire on its own and burned. So, compared to its creation, transporting wildfire was the greater problem. Yet Viserys dared not use ordinary flame, fearing it would not be enough to disperse the thick fog summoned by the water mages. Thus, he had no choice but to sacrifice speed of march in exchange for the safe delivery of wildfire. Sure enough, before his army even reached the man-made reservoirs in White Sand, their movements had already been discovered. Scouts sent ahead had noticed disturbances in the direction of the reservoirs. Your Grace, an enemy force of 1,500 is already advancing toward us, a young member of the Kingsguard reported. Understood. Viserys lowered his spyglass and gave his reply. Do you really think this wildfire can break their water magic? Oberin asked, his eyes wary as he glanced at the soldiers burdened with jars of wildfire. He had seen firsthand the terrifying destruction of wildfire. One wrong move and Viserys' army could suffer catastrophic losses. To ensure nothing went wrong, Viserys had placed the wildfire under the watch of his personal guard and the elite of the host. If an accident occurred, the result would be disastrous. I don't know. I'm only trying it, Viserys admitted honestly. The Rhoynar are far more organized than the Undulls. If we don't find a way to break their fog magic, I don't know how long it will take to conquer Goer. Even he had no certainty in his heart. This time, his primary goal in battle was not victory, it was escape. Before setting out, he had ordered that a red feather be fixed atop the helmets of certain junior officers. As officers, their composure under pressure was stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. Viserys had told the men that, whether advancing or retreating, they were to keep their eyes fixed on those red feathers. The purpose was simple: in the event of defeat, the feathers would serve as a guide, helping to minimize casualties in the retreat. Of course, he had not revealed the true reason to the common soldiers. Otherwise, they would have lost the will to fight. Only Arthur, Ock, and a few senior commanders had been told the truth. Hearing Viserys' words, Arthur had already made his own plans. He divided his cavalry into 2 groups, one to cover the retreat should the wildfire fail to counter the Rhoynar's fog, the other to carry Viserys safely off the battlefield. So even though the Targaryens commanded superior numbers, they were fully prepared for the worst. Soon, the 2 armies confronted each other between the twin reservoirs. Ruchel, go tell that little king this: if he is willing to pay 100,000 gold dragons, I will let him leave. And afterwards, I will even allow those peasants of his to build their city wall. But if he refuses, I will seize him with my own hands and deliver him to that so-called King Robert. Turno spoke with arrogant confidence, as if Viserys' 5,000 soldiers were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. As you command, Elder. Ruchel replied cheerfully, taking the order without hesitation. Throughout Turno's host, an air of carelessness and contempt for the enemy prevailed. So long as the water mages, gathered from across the upper Rhoyne basin, were able to unleash their magic, victory would be utterly one-sided. When Ruchel once again rode before Viserys, his usual disheveled appearance had vanished. His plump, oily face now bore an expression of stern righteousness. "King of the Targaryens, why have you come to attack our lands?" Though Ruchel believed Viserys' forces were no match for the water mages, he had no wish to die here through foolish arrogance. Only recently, he had profited greatly from fines and extortion. To die before he could spend his wealth was unthinkable. So, in facing Viserys, he maintained an air of dutiful respect. "I already told you, you obstructed me from building my city wall. That is preparation for war against me. Since you wish for war, I'll strike first." Viserys' defiance left Ruchel almost stunned. This little king truly did not know the meaning of fear. "So, you are certain you want war?" Ruchel pressed. Repeating Turno's exact words carried some risk for him. Simply confirming Viserys' intent would be enough. "Go back and fetch that so-called elder of yours. Either he gives me men to build my wall, or we fight. There is no third option." Viserys bellowed from horseback, looking every inch the warmonger. He had already made up his mind. This battle would be the test, to learn whether Wildfire could truly shatter their water magic. "You are certain then? War it is?" Ruchel asked once more, his thin brows drawn tight in an attempt to lend himself authority. But Viserys ignored him completely. "Forward, the entire host. Archers to the front." He roared to his men. Seeing the king's resolve, Ruchel hastily wheeled his horse around, lashing the air so hard with his whip that it left a blur. The wind of his flight sent his hair streaming back as he sped toward his own lines. Playing his part well, he leapt from the saddle before his horse had even stopped, letting himself tumble across the ground in a show of desperate haste. Covered in dust, he came crawling before Fenric. "Elder, that Targaryen king shows us no respect at all. He said Valerians need dragons to defeat the Rhoynar, that he could seize you with a single hand. He is absolutely determined to fight us. One of his Kingsguard even threatened to kill me. If I hadn't run quickly, I might not be standing here now." Ruchel spoke with such conviction that he seemed like a man who had just escaped a brutal slaughter. "You've done well, Ruchel. I will remember this insult," Fenric replied. Then, casting his gaze upon the Targaryen host closing fast in the distance, he raised his hand in command. More than 100 sorcerers, dressed in blue short-sleeved robes, stepped forward. They boarded a dozen small boats and were rowed out to the tower that stood in the middle of the reservoir like a watch-post. As the water mages took their places, a smile spread across Ruchel's face. He knew then that the little Targaryen king was doomed. Soon, the battlefield would be swallowed by dense fog, blinding the invaders, while their own soldiers guided by the mages would strike without restraint. In Ruchel's mind, he could already see the Targaryen army scattering in terror. 86. Fire and Mist, Part 2. The sorcerers upon the watchtower began chanting their obscure incantations. The melody wavered in and out, as though carried from 10,000 leagues above the clouds. With their chant, the once calm waters seemed to be draped in a thin veil of milky silk. That veil thickened rapidly, swelling until it spilled outward from the reservoir banks at a pace visible to the naked eye. Arthur, sensing danger, drew his greatsword. Like a steel tower, he planted himself firmly before Viserys. So it was true water mages. Seeing the strange power they wielded, Viserys' curiosity flared. There were more than 100 of them. If he could absorb every one, he would at once join the ranks of the most formidable water mages in this world. Before, when he had absorbed those fire mages who delivered themselves to his hands, he had gained the ability to craft wildfire, to perceive fire elements, and to wield certain fire magics. Now, beholding the spectacle conjured before him, what stirred in his eyes was not fear, but desire. But though he remained fearless, his soldiers had never seen such a sight. It was midday, when the sun burned brightest in the sky, yet suddenly a heavy fog was rising. The cause was obvious: the sorcerers upon the tower. "Do not fear. The mist clouds only your sight, it cannot harm you. Form ranks. Raise your shields." The king and his Kingsguard stood behind them. For that reason alone, though the soldiers trembled, they did not yet think of fleeing. Even Arthur felt unease at the strangeness before them. The mist had spread among the host, descending like a white curtain from the heavens. It thickened until a man could scarcely see past his own shoulder. Even standing shoulder to shoulder, comrades' faces vanished in the haze. They could hear each other's breath, feel one another's warmth, yet no shape could be seen. Only by pressing faces close could two men even glimpse each other's features. "Jason, Jason. I'm here beside you, I hear your voice. I want to go back." "Don't say that." Jason swallowed hard. He remembered why he had come to Goer, to win a better life for his family. He must not falter now. The soldiers whispered anxiously. Never had they known a battlefield so eerie. Silence, silence, and more silence. "Hold your ground. Keep the formation." At least sound carried unhindered through the fog. The officers' voices still reached the men, steadying their spirits. Then suddenly, from nowhere, a storm of arrows whistled down. They rattled against shields and armor in a deafening hail. Fortunately, Viserys' men were few but well armed. Before the march, every man had been equipped with new armor. Where plate did not cover, padded cloth had been worn. Thus, the arrow storm drew blood but did not bring devastation. "Do not panic. Hold steady. Our armor is strong," the officers and heralds shouted, rallying the shaken troops. But a second volley came, then a third. Wounded men fell, crying out in pain. Yet all around was the blinding whiteness, hiding everything from sight. Morale wavered further. Beyond voices, only the iron tang of blood hung heavy in the air. Even the stoutest armor could not shield against dread. To face an unseen foe was enough to break any man's courage. Something must be done to dispel the fog, or retreat. But Viserys refused to yield yet. If fire mages consumed fire elements when they wove their spells, then surely these water mages too must deplete the water elements around them. Their own reserves of power would dwindle as well. To strike with certainty, Viserys resolved to wait until the fog ceased thickening, or better still, began to thin, then unleash wildfire. Hold fast. Any man who flees will be executed. But endure, and each of you shall have a golden dragon. He bellowed the promise, and his guards spread his words through the ranks. This was no time to invoke ideals or glory. Only fear and greed could bind men to their posts. But what the Targaryens did not know was that every word within the fog carried plainly to those outside. From a distance, their position resembled a vast cloud squatting upon the earth. Beyond a few hundred paces, all was clear. "Ha, that little king is already faltering," Turno sneered, having heard Viserys' desperate offer. Rewards of gold, threats of execution, such things were the resort of commanders on the brink of collapse. "Elder, I think the time has come." At his signal, soldiers bearing great drums marched forth. They surrounded the fog-bound army, striking a pounding rhythm. Drums thundered. Hooves rumbled. A troop of cavalry surged forward toward the white shroud. A narrow gap opened in the mist, and through it the riders' lances swept. They slashed past the formation, as though scraping scales from a fish, carving flesh and blood from the Targaryen host. Screams rang out. The stench of blood grew thicker still, gnawing at the soldiers' will. Turno grinned wide at the sight of dripping lance tips. "Elder, the moment is right," said a man garbed much like the sorcerers. "Yes. This Targaryen has endured longer than expected. One more charge, then offer him surrender." "As you command, Elder," Ruchel replied eagerly. He was already imagining the ransom. The Targaryens were said to carry much gold, time to bleed them dry. Again the drums roared, and the cavalry prepared to strike. Inside the fog, Viserys roared to his men, "Stand fast. One more charge, then we attack." For the first time, he raised his hand and found he could see it clearly. The mist was thinning. The water elements were nearly spent. "Hold on. One more wave." His words, too, carried beyond the fog. Another rush of wind and gore tore at the formation. The soldiers were at their breaking point. And then Viserys gave his true order. "Light it. Light it." Jar after jar of wildfire was hurled from the fog, each erupting in green flame. From outside, it looked as though a white flower bud had sprouted emerald leaves. Those leaves burst into fierce heat, rolling outward in a wave. The fog shrank before the wildfire, vanishing at a pace visible to the eye. That's wildfire." Ruchel, who had been readying words of surrender, froze where he stood. In Essos, wildfire was well known, and feared. The sorcerers atop the tower faltered. They could no longer sustain their wall of fog. In the span of a few breaths, the world cleared once more. The charging cavalry had no time to react. The Targaryen soldiers looked down at their fallen comrades, and in the next instant, there was only one course left to them: kill. 87. The Water Sorcerer. The stunned drummers were cut down in an instant. Arthur led the armored cavalry like a hammer striking through the enemy's riders. Seeing disaster descend, Turno and Ruchel abandoned their men and fled in madness. The water mages, drained of their strength, were like lambs awaiting slaughter. Arrows rained upon them, sending bodies plunging into the reservoir with splashes of crimson. Upon the high platform at the reservoir's center, Fenric looked down at the arrow lodged in his chest. Blood spread swiftly across his tunic. He turned his gaze toward the Targaryen army in the distance, where wildfire still roared in green flame. Clenching his teeth, Fenric snapped the shaft of the arrow, then plunged with a splash into the waters below. Essence gained: Elite Archers 277, Veterans, Infantry 34, Elite Cavalry 78. Viserys felt the familiar rush of his golden hand's feedback, yet he could not help a twinge of dissatisfaction. The quality of these troops was pitiful. But soon the tally of water mages appeared. Essence gained: Water Mages 87, Water Magisters 33. More than 30 Magisters. Viserys was taken aback. From only a handful of Fire Magisters, he had already gained remarkable fire magic abilities. With 30 Water Magisters, he might be able to fuse something far greater. As the battle was already won, he hesitated no longer. He chose to fuse the essence of the Water Magisters. Consuming 30 of them, a single, blue-glowing essence appeared. Essence gained: Water Sorcerer. A Water Sorcerer. Then surely there must also exist Fire Sorcerers, Blood Sorcerers, and more. Without delay, Viserys absorbed it. At once, his senses shifted. A new awareness blossomed, another way of perceiving the world. He felt the surrounding water elements drained away, yet the twin reservoirs slowly replenished them. He detected a cluster of water magic moving swiftly southeast. "Gerald. My king. In the reeds to the southeast, search there. Someone is hiding. Bring him back alive. I'll execute him myself." "As you command." Gerald did not ask how his king knew. It was enough to obey. The battle soon ended. Of Turno's forces, apart from the water mages who had all been cut down, the rest had suffered few losses. Fewer than 1 in 5 were slain. Viserys' army had fared better still, no more than 1 in 10. Most had survived with wounds, their armor sparing their lives. Yet armor, even with Braavos aid and captured spoils, would not last forever. Viserys resolved that alongside grain, armor too must be produced in his own realm. Never again would he allow himself to be strangled by want of steel. The prisoners were taken, and the army did not turn back. Instead, it pressed deeper into Turno's domain. This war's cost, Viserys decided, would be paid for with Turno's lands and wealth. And while he was at it, he would carry off more of their people. By sunset, Baelor remained behind at the estate, anxious for news of the fighting. He sat alone in the empty stables, staring up at the moon. He already knew the Targaryen king had attacked. Yet he felt little fear. He knew of the water mages. It was thanks to them that the men of Rhoynar had secured their foothold. The young king would surely taste bitter defeat. Baelor's greater worry was for his family. His friends' evasive answers filled him with dread. Pain gnawed at his wounds, and hunger hollowed his belly until his mind swam. He longed to sleep, but forced himself to stay awake, to wait for the elder's return. As he drifted between exhaustion and resolve, a clamor rose within the manor. Shouts of rage, sobs of fear, horses screaming, the crash of things broken. What's happening? Baelor struggled to his feet, but the motion tugged his wounded shoulder. He bit down, forcing himself to endure, and staggered toward the manor. Inside the great hall, Turno was frantically piling up the wealth he had wrung from years of exploitation. Standing atop a carriage for speed of command and escape, he barked orders to his servants. The iron coins. Leave them. Gold, jewels, take only what is worth the weight. The grain, burn it. Not a kernel left for them. Each command bled his heart, but he had no choice. He had raced ahead to the manor by sheer knowledge of the land. While Viserys' army marched, he would seize what he could. He knew the estate could not be held. Anything saved was already a victory. Elder, take us with you. From the shadows, the serving girls who had long attended him rushed forward. They too had heard the Targaryens were coming. To fall captive was cruel for any, but crueler still for women. But to Turno, women were worth less than gold. He kicked them aside without a thought. Baelor, watching, could not believe his eyes. The elder he had longed to meet, why was he now revealed as nothing but a coward? As Baelor stood frozen, aghast at the chaos before him, a sharp boot caught him from behind. He stumbled forward several steps, barely keeping his feet. Turning, he saw the elder's steward. Why are you standing idle? Help move the elder's things. Oh, all right. Baelor answered dully, then fell into line, helping carry treasure. Just then a soldier burst in, breathless. Elder, disaster. The Targaryens are here. What? Impossible. Turno's mind reeled. How could Viserys have arrived so quickly? Had someone betrayed him, shown the way? But there was no time to puzzle it out. Already the clash of arms and pounding of hooves thundered outside. The shouts of battle grew nearer, the hoofbeats pressed upon his chest. Forget the rest. Harness the carriage. The steward, clutching a chest of gold, dropped it in panic. Coins spilled across the floor. He dashed for the carriage only to be struck by a blur of gray. The fat steward tumbled to the ground, rolling twice, mud filling his mouth. Bah, who dares? The one who felled him was Baelor. He seized the carriage, swung astride, and wheeled it toward the manor's back gate. 88 Baelor's collapse. 88 Baelor's collapse. He had dared such a reckless act only because of his fear for his mother and sisters. He sensed that the elder might know their fate and whereabouts. It was not truly his intent to take the elder hostage. Baelor knew that only by saving Turno, then joining him with the other Rhoynar elders to drive out the Targaryens, could his family be rescued. The carriage carrying Turno and Baelor had barely left the manor for a minute before Viserys' cavalry surrounded the estate. Those inside, seeing disaster at hand, tried to flee but could not. They scurried about like headless flies. Some perhaps hoped to escape, others to hide, but many did not know what they were doing at all. It was fear that drove them into mindless motion. When Viserys' men broke down the gates, all confusion was crushed. Through the memories he had seized from the water mages, Viserys knew the manor as though it were his own. He knew where the granary stood, where the armory was hidden. Very soon, the serving girls and guards were all rounded up. Among them, Ruchel was dragged forward. Once proud, he was now disheveled and trembling. Your Majesty, merciful king, he babbled. Turno fled. I am only his steward. It was his idea to deny you laborers for your wall. None of it was mine, I swear. Viserys ignored his excuses. He knew only that the elder had fled, and that there was still time before the rest of the Rhoynar gathered their armies against him. He handed Ruchel a small booklet and ordered, "Spread these words as widely as you can, at once." Within its pages were his tax reforms and promises of benefit. Before the Rhoynar lords could unite, Viserys had time to move families willing to follow him to safety. Meanwhile, Turno and Baelor fled for 3 days and 2 nights without pause before they dared rest. At the riverbank, Baelor filled a silver cup with water and handed it to Turno. The elder drank it down in one gulp, but hunger gnawed at his belly. Water could not silence it. They had fled in such haste they carried no food. You find me something to eat. Yes, elder. Baelor himself was in no better state. His back still bore the whip's wounds, and his stomach ached from hunger. He had gone without food as long as Turno. As he turned to leave, he hesitated and asked, "Elder, this river belongs to Lord Lothan, not to us. What does that matter? At worst, we'll repay him later. Wait, Lithan, have we reached his lands already?" "Yes, Elder," Baelor replied, licking his parched lips. Turno swallowed. What could he possibly eat here? At most, roast a fish or two from the river. Better to hold out a little longer, and once in Lithan's domain, demand proper provisions. So he ordered Baelor to drive on. Though weary, hungry, and near fainting, Baelor obeyed. It was better to reach Lothan quickly, to call for aid. Thinking this, he pinched his thigh hard to keep himself awake. A man might drive his body onward by sheer will, becoming like a beast of burden, but horses could not. When exhausted, they faltered. They foamed at the mouth. They fell. Had they not paused earlier, the horses might have held out. But no sooner had they set off again than one collapsed, tongue lolling on the ground, blood-flecked foam at its lips, eyes staring at Baelor in mute despair. "Useless beast." Turno spat. Baelor knew the truth, they carried too much gold. If they cast aside some of the load, the other horse might still go on. "Elder, perhaps we should leave some of the treasure behind, and reach Lord Lothan first." But the moment Turno heard the words "leave behind," his eyes blazed. You are nothing. You are but my servant. This gold could buy and sell you 1,000 times. Baelor faltered, stunned at his fury. Still, he tried once more. "But Elder, the Targaryen army ravages our lands. If we do not summon aid soon, our people will be in danger." Turno laughed bitterly, his face twisted. "Our people? What people? Did I hear you right? Just now you said this was Lithan's river, not ours." "Not ours, mine. It is my river. You are my servant. Everything the Targaryen burns belongs to me. What has it to do with you?" He seized the reins and thrust them at Baelor. "Put them on yourself. Pull the carriage. Now." As the harness closed around his shoulders, Baelor felt something within him break. All he had done, all he had hopped at it was meaningless. He pulled the carriage on numb legs, cold wind cutting his face. Even the lash of the whip brought him no pain. Step by step, across stones and dead grass, he dragged it on. He did not know how long he walked before they reached Lord Lithan's manor. It was vast, larger than any other elder's estate, yet defended only by a thin wooden fence. Through the gaps, one could see plainly inside. Children's laughter carried across the yard, sharp and carefree. It grated on Turno's nerves. He could not fathom this elder. Lothan ruled more people than any other, collected the richest taxes, yet his manor had not been repaired in decades. Instead, he poured all his men and treasure into searching for that thing. Even after all 4 of his sons had perished in the search, he did not relent. If only Lothan were less obstinate, Turno thought bitterly. A show of goodwill to Braavos could bring real gain. Why cling to stubborn pride? And then there were the children. Dozens of them, clean and well-fed, playing in the yard. All of them Rhoynar orphans, whom Lothan had taken in. Turno sneered. If they had the gift to become water mages, perhaps. But most were ordinary. To raise them was waste. Better to sell them to Volantis as slave boys. Gold spent on the poor was gold thrown to ruin. It was a sin. 89. Lothan. The guards around the manor relaxed after confirming Turno's identity. Still, judging from his condition, they had a strong sense that war might soon be upon them. As for Turno, he forced the chaotic thoughts out of his head. He knew very well that he was here to seek aid, and so he could not afford to show even the slightest disrespect. He glanced back at Baelor. The man looked broken, his clothes reduced to strips of bloody rags after the lashings he had received along the road. "Put this on." Turno pulled a cloak from the carriage and tossed it at Baelor as if he were casting scraps to a beggar. The floggings had long since left Baelor's upper body covered in blood. Turno did not feel the least bit of sympathy, nor did he regret what he had done. His only concern was that having a servant in such a state was unsightly. Thank you, Elder." Baelor picked the garment off the ground with a blank expression. It was made of expensive fabric, its edges even trimmed with lace from Myr. Once, he would have been overjoyed to wear something so fine. But now, it was nothing more than cloth to cover his body. After putting it on, Baelor followed Turno up to the gates of Lithan's manor, where they were met by a girl of about 14. She was small and slight, her black hair tied into a loose ponytail that had a natural wave to it. Her black eyes were bright and expressive, framed by lashes so long they reminded one of a young mare. On her back she carried a small round shield and a spear, and soft deerskin boots were laced around her feet. The combination gave her an air of striking spirit. For a moment, Turno lost himself staring at her. Then he quickly regained his senses. This was Jonah, Lithan's granddaughter, and his chosen heir. He dared not entertain any thoughts he should not. He stepped forward urgently. "Jonah, quickly, take me to Elder Lothan." "Elder Turno, what has happened?" Noticing Turno's disheveled, almost wolfish appearance, and catching the foul stench of sweat that clung to him, Jonah instinctively stepped back. Her reaction left Turno a little embarrassed. He forced a stiff reply. "We can talk as we walk." Baelor stayed back with the carriage, while Turno followed Jonah deeper into the estate. Lothan was the high elder of the Loena in the Goer region. Within the Council of Elders, his authority was nearly absolute. In truth, his voice should have been even stronger. All of his sons had been gifted water mages, each with great promise. But they had all perished in the ruins of another Loena city Nassarian. With no sons left, he had no choice but to name his 14-year-old granddaughter Jonah as his heir. Guided by her, Turno walked the stone-paved path to the great hall of Lithan's manor. The massive doors were carved with the blazing sigil of the sun, a great golden eye staring unblinking at the approaching visitors. As they walked, Jonah listened to Turno's hurried tale. When he finally fell silent, she summed it up with a single sentence. So you abandoned your army and ran to save yourself. Seeking aid cannot be called running. Seeking aid, how could that be running? Turno's face flushed red, veins standing out on his forehead as he stammered excuses about preserving himself and not letting his people's sacrifice be in vain. Had there been others nearby, his words would surely have sparked laughter. But Jonah looked at him with open disdain. Quickening her steps, she reached the foot of the stairs and called up, "Grandfather, Jorel, Elder Turno is here. He abandoned the army and has come begging for reinforcements." The little girl's bluntness nearly made Turno's nose twist with fury. Soon, footsteps creaked upon the wooden stairs. An old man appeared, lean and frail of frame, yet with eyes that shone with piercing brightness. His beard, pure white without a trace of gray, spilled down across his chest. Upon his breast gleamed the sigil of the sun, embroidered in golden thread smaller than the one on the gates, but far finer and richer. This was Lothan, High Elder of the Loena. Behind him followed a young woman whose chest also bore a small sun sigil, no larger than an eye. She looked no older than 17 or 18, her features strikingly similar to Jonah's, though with more mature beauty. Her name was Jorel, Jonah's elder sister. At last, Turno stood before Lothan. His heart surged with relief, and he hurried forward. "Elder Lothan, please, summon our people at once. So must defend our homeland." He spoke with righteous fervor, as if he had never cursed Baelor or cast him down like an animal. Slowly now, Lothan answered, his voice calm but commanding. Over 100 water mages could not withstand this Targaryen king. It was clear from Turno's state that those water mages had all been lost. Another might have cried, "You owe me my mages back." But Lithan's words carried only the weight of a leader who sought to understand a failure. "Our water mists were broken by the Targaryen king," Turno replied hastily. "They used wildfire." "Wildfire?" Lithan's brow furrowed. He knew well that wildfire could counter mist magic. But the quality of wildfire needed to break such spells was very high indeed. If the enemy had truly shattered their magic with wildfire, it meant this Targaryen king commanded a fire mage of remarkable skill. With confirmation given, Lothan did not hesitate. Their greatest advantage, the water mists, was gone. The Loena had no choice but to prepare a full mobilization. "Jorel." "Yes, grandfather." "Send word to Elder Gafaz and Elder Tina. Demand reinforcements at the highest level." "As you command, grandfather." "Jonah." "Yes, grandfather." "Gather the soldiers at once. Order every commoner to take up arms and prepare to defend the upper Rhoyne River." "Yes, grandfather." Compared to her calm elder sister, Jonah was visibly excited. Her spear had only pierced hares before. She had never even slain a deer. But soon she would have her chance to fight the Valerians, like the Prince of Nassarian who had stood against them to the very end. Watching Lothan deliver his commands with such steady authority, Turno let out a long breath of relief. By his estimation, the other elders together could raise close to 10,000 soldiers. Surely that would be enough to drive the young king from their lands. 90. The prince's spear. 90. The prince's spear. Turno's manor had been turned into Viserys' temporary encampment. Naturally, the supplies stored there became the spoils of war. The warehouses contained enough grain to feed 10,000 men for half a year. Alongside it were dried meats, fowl, and sheep. Viserys used it all to steady the nerves of his soldiers. Even more surprising, he discovered a large chest of Braavos iron coins. From the markings, they were the very batch he had once paid to the Ryoner. Somehow, all of it had ended up in Turno's private storehouses. Could it be he collected the taxes ahead of time? Oberin suggested. "Doesn't matter," Viserys said. "Send it all back." He imagined the old crab would be delighted to see the returned funds. Not only had the costs of this campaign been covered by Turno alone, there was even a handsome surplus. While exploring the manor grounds, Viserys came across Turno's family crypt. A quick count showed 7 or 8 generations buried there. 2 centuries of wealth and legacy swept away in an instant. Yet for Viserys, the most important matter was the people. At first, some of the Ryoner felt ashamed to yield to outsiders. But the terms Viserys offered were far too generous. Every grown man would owe 400 pounds of grain each year. Women owed half, and children half again. Beyond this, no other taxes. After 1 year, the burden would fall by another 100 pounds, just as it had for the Undel folk who had already sworn to him. The number of Ryoner who volunteered to leave and follow him was staggering. In 3 days alone, over 4,000 had joined him. It shocked Viserys at first, until he learned what the old tax levels had been. Then it all made sense. During this time, the runaway elder Fenric was caught by the royal guards. Viserys had no interest in hearing his pleas for mercy. He ended the man's life swiftly, claiming another water mage essence for himself. Delving into Fenric's memories, Viserys uncovered more information about Lothan than he had learned from any other. Lothan had sent him several invitations, urging him to come with him to Nassarian. Nassarian lay at the southern edge of Goer, on the banks of the Naen River, a tributary of the Rhoyne. Like so many other cities, it had been destroyed by the Valyrians. It was from Nassarian that Oberin's ancestor Nymeria had once led the remnants, the old, the weak, the women and children on the legendary Thousand Ships voyage to Dorne, where she joined with House Martell and forged the rule of the Dornish princes. The Prince's Spear. In Fenric's memory, Viserys saw Lothan mention those words many times, but Lothan would only reveal more about it if Fenric accepted his invitation. He, however, feared the dangers of Nassarian and refused every time. Viserys could only surmise it was some great relic of power. It reminded him of the dragon horn of legend. If the dragon horn could summon dragons, what then could the Prince's Spear accomplish? It had never appeared in any tale he had heard, but that seemed fitting. The Rhoynar had once dared to challenge Valyria at its height. That such a people might possess artifacts of immense power was hardly surprising. From Fenric's mind and those of other captured water mages, Viserys also learned something vital. All 4 of Lythan's sons had perished in Nassarian. And still, Lothan had not given up his journeys there. That fact only deepened Viserys' curiosity about the Prince's Spear. But for now, he could not leave. Not until he had fully subdued Goer would he have the chance to rely on his own water sorcerer's power to journey south. He lingered at Turno's manor for 2 days, during which the number of Rhoynar swearing to him far exceeded his expectations. He might have pressed his advantage with another campaign, but such haste risked heavy losses. Better to let hunger weaken his enemies first. He left 2,000 men garrisoned at the reservoir, building defenses in preparation for the next assault, before withdrawing back to the city. 10 days later, the Rhoynar Council of Elders gathered more than 8,000 soldiers and marched toward Turno's manor. But to their surprise, Viserys had already stripped it bare and departed. And with him marched nearly the same number of Rhoynar commoners. Along the way, Turno noticed that his lands were frighteningly empty of people. He sent Baelor to investigate. When Baelor returned, his report nearly made Turno spit blood. Elder, half the villages are deserted. Barely 700 or 800 households remain. 700 or 800? You mean to tell me that Targaryen king stole away more than 10,000 of my people? In truth, Viserys had taken 8,000. But Turno's lands lay closest to him, and many of the able-bodied had already been conscripted to build Viserys' fortifications. Together, it meant his population was gutted perhaps for a century or more. Turno felt his very heart bleed. Do not fear, Elder Turno, said one of the council members, Elder Gafaz. We will recover those commoners for you. Gafaz ruled over more than 20,000 souls, making him one of the stronger elders. He wore a purple velvet coat, the sort prized even in Braavos. But against his olive skin, the color only deepened the shadows of his features, making him look ill-suited. High Elder, another voice spoke, a woman clad in green. She was the only female among the council, commander of a company of swift, deadly maidens skilled in stealth, scouting, and ambush. My scouts report that at the Demir Reservoir, the young Targaryen king has left behind more than 1,000 well-armed soldiers. At her words, Lothan fell into thought. The reservoir was narrow ground. 8,000 men could not deploy there, and their numbers would be wasted. Of those 8,000, barely half had proper armor. Many carried only crude weapons. A direct assault would bleed them terribly. Yet if they bypassed the reservoir, their movements would surely be seen. Viserys would march his army to meet them, and his men were better armed. Without the mist magic, their greatest weapon was gone. If they failed, all would be lost. Lythan's brow furrowed deeply. He was caught between 2 bitter choices. 91, 3 walls. Because of the ongoing war, the Rhoynar were temporarily unable to help Viserys build his walls. But that didn't matter much, they couldn't farm either. And that, more than anything, was what Viserys cared about. Especially after learning that they were camped with 8,000 people on Turno's lands, neither advancing nor retreating. That could only increase their food consumption. The planting season had already passed, and famine among the Rhoynar was now inevitable. He reassigned a portion of his men to the north to build fortresses, ensuring that no grain could be transported in from Norvos. He also sent Arthur to guard the reservoirs. As for the Rhoynar laborers who had stayed behind to work on the walls, those willing to remain could do so, those unwilling would not be allowed to leave. After all, if they returned, they would almost certainly come back with weapons in hand. He therefore increased their workload but kept their wages the same. He promised them that once the war ended, they would be allowed to return to their families. Of course, he also increased the number of guards watching over them. Elisa, for example, who had been brought down from the wall, temporarily took up the role of overseer. Meanwhile, Viserys was no longer as pressed to complete the walls quickly. The rammed earth fortifications were already taking shape and provided a fair amount of defense. The bricklaying work was nearly complete as well, which meant Viserys could now rely on the walls to build additional defensive structures, ensuring the Rhoynar could not launch sudden raids to seize grain. He was now working with craftsmen and officials, planning the construction of warehouses, stables, and barracks inside the rammed earth walls. These would require a great deal of timber, which they would need to buy from Norvos. Previously, Oberin had already purchased materials from Norvos to build Elia's courtyard, so Viserys intended to send him again to make the arrangements. Fine, Oberin said, pointing at the central area marked out on Viserys' plans. But in return, I want to build another garden here for Elia. Agreed. Apart from the newly built walls, Goer was still surrounded by empty, undeveloped land. Oberin's requested plot might become valuable in the future, but that was a matter for later. To quibble over it now would be meaningless and make Viserys seem petty. Prince Oberin, I'll have to trouble you to make another trip to Pentos, Viserys said. What for? Money, of course. We killed 100 water wizards and captured one of their elders' estates. They can't just let that pass without some contribution, can they? Oberin stared at Viserys' smiling face, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. When other people fought wars, even victories strained their finances. But Viserys was different. After a battle, not only did he seize spoils, he even managed to have others send him gold. When he first proposed moving east to Goer, almost no one had supported him. Yet now, he had skillfully carved out a position for himself between rival powers. At this rate, once the Dragonstone relocation was complete, he might even have to expand his treasury. Oh, and tell Illyrio that Ser Arthur has already been bought off by us, Viserys added. Get him to send more gold. Oberin thought for a moment. Perhaps it would be better to say Ser Adrian instead. Claiming Arthur has been bought might not sound believable. Old crab. One Ser Adrian alone might not be enough, Viserys replied. Old crab. What I mean is, no single person's name will do. Pick a few more and tell him. Hearing this, Old Crab relaxed considerably. Your Grace, would you like to give our city a new name? He suggested. He'd been unexpectedly dragged into the conversation twice already and wanted to regain some of his lost credibility. Viserys considered it but shook his head. Goer had existed for thousands of years. Changing its name wouldn't make people accept it more easily. In fact, it might provoke the locals, especially since he had not yet conquered the Rhoynar completely. Our city will remain Goer, Viserys said. But I've already chosen names for the 3 walls we'll be building. He picked up a charcoal stick and drew 2 concentric circles on the map, one large and one small, representing the walls. Excitedly, he explained, from the inside out, the 3 walls will be named Balerian's Wall, Viagar's Wall, and Meraxes's Wall. As for the castle we'll build inside later, it will be called Dragonhold. As he spoke, everyone leaned closer to the map, picturing the grand sight of the 3 walls standing side by side. Viagar had lived the longest of the 3 legendary dragons that founded the Targaryen dynasty, so the existing wall would be named after her. Its circumference was slightly shorter than that of King's Landing. Viserys hoped this wall would endure as long as Viagar herself once had. The outermost wall would be called Meraxes's Wall. Its perimeter would be far larger, increasing the enclosed area by 3 to 5 times, though its height would only be about a third of Viagar's wall. Its primary functions would be troop movement and communication. It was designed mainly to guard against Dothraki invasions, more like a miniature version of the wall in the far north. Once Meraxes's wall was complete, Viserys planned to build additional arrow towers and bastions outside Viagar's wall, naming them after the other dragons of House Targaryen: Silverwing, Bronze Fury, Sunfire, Glutton, and Caraxes. Of course, no matter how tall the towers or how strong the walls, they would never be as valuable as real dragons. Viserys thought to himself that if Valyria had ever built city walls, they must have been the most useless structures in the world. The Valyrians attacked others, no one ever attacked them. Currently, there were about 50 to 60,000 people living in and around Viagar's wall, including both civilians and soldiers. Once all 3 walls were built, the city would be able to hold 300,000 to 500,000 people, and the entire Goer region could sustain up to 700,000. Viserys sketched enthusiastically on his parchment, planning the future. Many had once believed he was as grandiose and impractical as his father, Aerys, who had proposed building a wall far north of the existing wall, breaking through the Red Mountains, or constructing a fleet that could stretch its bowstrings across Braavos, none of which had succeeded. Viserys, however, was far more pragmatic. Meraxes's wall might be long, but it was low, making it cost-effective and highly practical for defense against cavalry. At that moment, a royal guard entered to report. Your Grace, the Rhoynar envoy has arrived. 92, steady as a rock. Go and set up a reception tent. When he returned from his dreamlike plans to reality, Viserys had to face an uncomfortable truth: he was a king who didn't even have a house. Forget receiving envoys in a proper chamber, he was still sleeping in a tent, making do as best he could. It was winter, and the cold was still biting. The tent did little to keep out the chill. That was also why he hadn't brought Rilla and the others over yet. Everyone had noticed that in his earlier city planning, Viserys had only left an empty space for the royal residence. He hadn't drawn up any elaborate designs. For a king raised in luxury, that was rare. Because of their setbacks in the war, the envoy sent to meet Viserys this time wasn't a steward like Ruchel but a true Elderlethan. Lothan was the only one among the 5 Rhoynar elders who could wield water magic. He came personally to negotiate, bringing several attendants with him, including his 2 granddaughters. As the elders' granddaughters, the girls naturally wouldn't shy away at such a moment. More than that, they wanted to see for themselves the power of the great sorcerer said to serve under Viserys. But when they arrived and saw the royal tent, disappointment flickered across their faces. Humph, what kind of king still sleeps in a tent? Are all Westerosi as barbaric as the Dothraki? Jonah scoffed with open disdain. Don't underestimate this Targaryen king, her older sister Jorel said calmly. He chose to build walls first, even if it meant living like this. That's already impressive. Lothan listened to his granddaughter's chatter without intervening. Just then, they noticed a knight in silver armor and a white cloak standing outside the tent. Lithan's experienced eyes immediately recognized him as someone far above the ordinary. His skill was at least on par with Quaero, the Sea Lord's chief swordsman. For someone like that to guard the young king meant this boy was not to be underestimated. Arthur led Lithan's group into the tent. He had been summoned back temporarily once Viserys learned who was coming. The moment Lothan stepped inside and saw the others present, his respect for Viserys rose further. The first to catch his eye was Oberin, the half-runner prince. His sharp, snake-like gaze alone was enough to unsettle. Then there was O's well-known glance was enough to see he was a rare warrior. Even the oldest man there, Old Crab, radiated a shrewd sharpness. At the center, the young king sat calmly behind a table, his eyes steady as they met Lithan's. Honorable Targaryen king, Lothan said, I am Lothan, elder of the Royner of Goer. I have come to negotiate. Go ahead, Viserys replied. State your terms. We hope you will lower the wages for the wall construction and return the people you previously took. Viserys took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Elder Lothan, I cannot agree to either of those conditions. At once, Jonah glared at him furiously. Jorel, the older sister, gripped the hilt of her dagger. Their grandfather's terms had already been generous. She hadn't even demanded the return of the goods seized from the Turno estate. When Viserys noticed their reactions, both girls quickly averted their eyes. Why not? Lithan's voice remained perfectly calm. First, Viserys began, those Royner were not taken by force. They came to me willingly. I offer them better protection and collect fewer taxes. I will also grant them land. While they must build their own homes, I provide them with tents to keep out wind and rain in the meantime. You're welcome to try calling them back. If you can get them to leave, I won't stop them. His confident tone gave Lothan pause. Conquest usually meant bloodshed and oppression. He had assumed this young king must have used violence to seize so many people. But since Viserys had said as much, Lothan would have to send someone to test it. And the wages? Lowering them would benefit you as well, would it not? Lothan asked. The wages for building my walls are my decision, Viserys replied. It's a matter of Targaryen internal affairs. I don't believe you have the authority to interfere. He looked at Lothan knowingly, his expression openly conveying, it's a trap you can't solve. You're just trying to delay their planting and starve the Royner. Jonah burst out, unable to hold back any longer. You're a poisonous man. Elder Lothan, Viserys interrupted, frowning. Are attendants allowed to speak so freely during negotiations? Jonah grew angrier. Viserys didn't even acknowledge her as someone worth speaking to. He was younger than she was, but she had never met anyone so infuriating. Forgive them, your grace, Lothan said smoothly, his posture relaxed and unshaken. These are my granddaughters. He shifted aside and gestured toward the girls. The older one is Jorel, the younger is Jonah. They heard you are of dragon's blood and wished to see you in person. Lithan's calm flattery brushed away his granddaughter's rudeness like it was nothing. Before his transmigration, Viserys had been a teacher and was often flattered by parents. He could hear exactly what Lothan was doing. Even though he stayed cautious inside, he had to admit he enjoyed it a little. The two girls still looked defiant, but they knew speaking again here would be improper. Their small chests rose and fell as they fumed, reluctantly looking away. It's fine, Viserys said, studying the two girls, who were about 12 or 13 and reminded him a bit of Rhaenys. Famine, you say? Haven't I been paying them wages? The girls fell silent. Their understanding of production and trade was shallow. They couldn't grasp what Viserys was truly after. So, Lothan continued evenly, you are certain you wish to make an enemy of the Royner? Viserys laughed. Certain? You Royner are the ones who've been picking fights. I've done nothing, yet you blocked my wall building, then tried to dictate my wages. You've been provoking me from the start, making me out to be the villain. If you want to fight, then fight. I'll be ready. 93. Lothan's Dilemma. 93. Lothan's Dilemma. The wildfire gave Viserys the power to break through the Royner's mist magic. And after absorbing the essence of a water mage, he had also gained water magic that was no weaker than that of the Royner. These two advantages combined left him with no reason to show any courtesy to Lothan. What he wanted were the Royner people, not their parasitic leaders, toward whom he felt nothing but disdain. There was no need to curry their favor. Faced with Viserys' deliberate provocation, Lothan did not take the bait. He understood all too well the current situation of the Royner. A great famine was on the horizon. It was inevitable. And when it came, they would only have two choices. Either march out to wage war against Viserys, or stay home and starve to death. Lothan had no doubt that once famine spread, the lower-class Royner would very quickly convert to become Targaryen subjects. When that happened, their fate would no longer be in their own hands. Your Majesty has misunderstood. The Rhoynar have no desire for war, and I have no intention of forcing you in any way, Lothan said calmly. Would you allow me, as you said earlier, to meet the Rhoynar who have pledged allegiance to you? Of course. I always keep my word, Viserys replied. He wasn't worried that Lothan might take those Rhoynar back. If Lothan did, it would only increase the Rhoynar's food burden. If he didn't, Viserys would gain their trust even further and perhaps even recruit some of them into his army. Either way, he would come out ahead. Lothan held many onlys among the Rhoynar elders. He was the only one to have served as an elder for 40 years. He was the only one among the 5 elders who could wield water magic. And he was also the most powerful sorcerer in the region of Goer. These onlys combined made him the most respected and representative figure among the Rhoynar. Because of that, he had to meet those who had willingly followed Viserys away from their homeland. He needed to see for himself what confidence this young Targaryen king possessed to make these people choose him. Led by Old Crabbe's nephew, Clement, Lothan arrived at the Rhoynar encampment. Although they were temporarily living in the tents distributed by Viserys, it was clear they were not being forced. In fact, many of their eyes shone with a light that was different from their usual weary expressions. It happened to be mealtime. The people lined up patiently, enduring their fatigue and hunger after a day's labor as they waited for their turn to be served. Those at the back craned their necks, calculating how much longer it would take. The simple pot of rice, spiced just enough, seemed to lure their very guts out with its aroma. Lothan and his entourage were quickly noticed and recognized. It's Elder Lothan. Elder Lothan. It really is Elder Lothan. The Rhoynar faces first showed surprise, then a flicker of shame. They knew what their actions meant for the Rhoynar people as a whole. Away from home, they could still lie to themselves. But with Lothan standing before them, their guilt became harder to suppress. And yet, when they remembered Viserys' promises, they wavered again. That little king said that anyone who wants to leave can leave. He won't dare stop you. Jonah shouted, standing on tiptoe and craning her neck at the crowd. But to her embarrassment, no one responded. Jorel, her older sister, sensed the strange atmosphere too. Their grandfather's unmatched authority seemed to carry no weight here. Everyone, let's go. My grandfather. Jonah. Jorel cut her off. How is everyone living here? Lothan finally asked the question that had been on his mind the most. Elder, a young man wrapped in a tattered cotton coat stepped forward. Elder, after we came here, King Viserys had us help build the walls. He said that when the next farming season comes, he'll give us tools, land, and seeds. He'll even arrange for people to help us build houses. He's going to build you houses? Jonah asked in disbelief. He's lending us the tools, food, and money to build them ourselves, the young man quickly explained. Hearing this, Lithan's attendants nodded in understanding. After all, where in the world would anyone just hand out houses for free? Lothan nodded as well, then continued. But you already had land and houses. Why leave your homes? Elder Lothan, because King Viserys' taxes are lower. The young man's voice grew smaller as he spoke. It was indeed a shameful reason to abandon their homes, to bend their backs for a few sacks of grain. But it was also the truth. Even with the slightly higher standard he had set for them compared to the Undul settlers' 50 caddies more, Viserys' tax was still generous enough to bring tears to their eyes. It was only about a third of what the elders had demanded back home. Lothan listened quietly, nodded again, and then, supported by his granddaughters, left the camp. He knew the true nature of the other so-called elders. Their methods of exploitation bordered on cruelty. Especially Turno, the elder who lived closest to the Unduls. He had used that as an excuse to squeeze every drop of blood and sweat out of the people. Lothan understood that those who had chosen to follow Viserys were mostly those who had no other options left. Still, he decided to return and try once more to see if those who called themselves elders could still be saved. As a Rhoynar himself, he naturally wished for the Rhoynar civilization to retain its independence, rather than fall under foreign control. And the situation had not yet reached the point of no return. He could still appeal to Friggo for help. After Lothan left, Clement stood atop a nearby platform and took out a document. The people immediately recognized what it meant: new work. More work now meant more hope for the future. Clement looked over the Rhoynar gathered below and spoke. Everyone, I have a new job list here. The pay is per day. From a distance, Lothan turned to look back. He saw his people scrambling eagerly to get a share of the work. It had been 1,000 years since the Rhoynar civilization suffered its great catastrophe. Most of them had long forgotten the glory of their ancestors. To them, nothing was more important than a full stomach. And Lothan couldn't help but wonder if all the lives and treasures he had thrown away on Nassar in search of that thing had been worth it. 94. Bringing the fleet in. Lothan brought back both Viserys' terms and what he had witnessed to the Elder Council. These filthy peasants. Turno slammed his hand on the table, furious. When he learned that not even Lithan's personal appeal had persuaded anyone to return, smoke practically poured from his ears. All he did was collect a few extra taxes, and for that, they dared to betray him. When our army gets there, we'll sell them all off to Volantis. Gafaz smoothed out the velvet robe he wore and spoke with a composed tone. That won't work. If you sell them all, who's going to farm the fields? Who's going to fight the wars? Unless you're willing to give me a few thousand men yourself. Turno rejected the suggestion immediately. Watching the others argue, Lothan could only sigh helplessly. "Send word to Friggo. Tell him what's happening here," he said at last. Their biggest advantage, their water sorcery, had already been neutralized. Their army's weapons and equipment were also inferior to those of the Targaryens. At this point, their only real hope lay with Braavos. So, after some deliberation, the council decided to dispatch a fleet. They would travel along the upper Rhoyne, the same route Viserys had taken to reach Goer. First they'd reach the coast near Braavos, then make a transfer and continue on to Braavos itself. But that round trip by river and carriage would take more than a month. That meant they'd have to endure Viserys' pressure for at least that long. Their fleet, however, encountered problems almost immediately. Viserys had slyly set up a checkpoint. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a real checkpoint. Officially, he claimed they were repairing the bridge, and therefore no vessels were allowed to pass. But the Valerians had already built a bridge there long ago. There was no reason for him to be the one to repair it. When questioned, the response was that they were reinforcing the bridge. In the end, the result was the same: they were blocked. They could have tried to force their way through, but that would have meant declaring all-out war. With no other option, they had to switch to carriages. The journey became even longer. Meanwhile, the food shortages among the Rhoynar began to worsen. To make matters worse, 3 of the elders, excluding Lothan, used the excuse of being in a state of war to increase taxes on the common folk. This pushed the lower Rhoynar into even more desperate straits. Many had earned Braavos iron coins working for Viserys and thought they could use that money to buy grain. But prices were climbing sharply. They tried to purchase food from nearby Norvos, only to be told there was no surplus grain for sale that year. Some of the wealthier Rhoynar could still afford to buy food imported from Volantis, but even for them, the costs were becoming unbearable. For most, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. "Your Grace, today we've received another 783 Rhoynar," Clement reported to Viserys. The recruitment task he'd given earlier was simple: bring people in. For each person brought over, the recruiter would receive 20 pounds of grain or the equivalent in Braavos iron coins. The strategy was working spectacularly. Viserys didn't mind spending this money and grain it had all come from plundering Turno's estate. And not long ago, Oberin had secured a shipment of supplies from Pentos at a low price. He'd also wrung a hefty sum of gold out of Illyrio. After the victory over Turno, Viserys' ambitions and plans had grown bolder. Before the next sowing season, he intended to bring all of Goer under his control. Only by achieving self-sufficiency in grain could he secure his position in Essos. But he was fully aware that the only reason he could currently bargain between Pentos and Braavos was because neither believed he could subjugate the Rhoynar quickly. If either city learned he was absorbing the Rhoynar population, both might strike against him immediately. Their armies could sail down either the lower or upper Rhoyne and bring their forces straight to his doorstep. They could easily raise 70 to 80,000 troops. If Braavos learned that Pentos intended to attack Goer, they might even temporarily relax their ban on hiring mercenaries. They might go so far as to contact Robert Baratheon and let that fat stag join the fray. Even if Viserys could win militarily, they could still blockade Goer economically. Over time, that would stifle its growth. Because of this, Viserys shared his concerns with his inner circle and the Kingsguard. "We can expand the army. With our current population, raising another 20,000 troops isn't a problem," Oswell suggested. "Yes, Your Grace. Many of your personal guards are outstanding, and quite a few have the potential to become commanders. They could lead your forces," Arthur added. The two warriors had surprisingly similar ways of thinking. If necessary, Viserys would consider their advice. But even that couldn't solve the looming threat of an economic blockade. "Then your only real option left is Norvos. They might be willing to help," Oberin said as he studied the map. Norvos was deep in the mountains and not easy to access, but it was still more practical than relying on Sunspear. "If only we could get the fleet inside, then we could not only protect the city better, but also use the warships for trade in peacetime," came the suggestion from Old Crab, naturally. The middle section of the Rhoyne between Goer and Nassar lay in a lawless zone, plagued by pirates who terrorized nearby villages and towns. At its peak, the Dragonstone fleet had boasted over 200 ships. Later, Viserys had sold some of the older warships and converted merchant vessels to Friggo. Now, around 150 to 60 ships remained. Even bringing half of them up the river would give him control over nearly a third of the Rhoyne's length, turning it into his de facto domain. "Well said. I wonder if Ser Adrian has any brilliant ideas for how to get the ships through," Oberin said with a grin. Old Crab shot him a glare and turned his head away with a snort. He knew perfectly well how difficult this was. Volantis controlled the Rhoyne's mouth. They would never allow a second sizable fleet to sail past and challenge their dominance of the river. If Viserys wanted to get his fleet through their checkpoint, the only way would be to force it. And even if by some miracle they succeeded, they would then face the second great obstacle, Croyne. Croyne had once been the Rhoynar's festival city, but it had been destroyed by Valeria's dragons. Legend said that before dying, Prince Garin of Croyne cursed the Valerians and Volantines. One night, the Rhoyne rose in a massive flood, drowning the invaders. Since then, thick grey fog had permanently shrouded the city, carrying with it the dreaded grayscale plague. Over 1,000 years later, the ruins had become a refuge for the diseased. Anyone who ventured too close risked infection. Isn't Ser Davos a smuggler? Maybe he'll have an idea, Old Crab muttered, clearly unwilling to give up entirely. No one, however, took the suggestion seriously. 95. Dancing with the Dragon. Friggo's smiling ship sat on the water like an island at the heart of a lake. Although it floated, the vessel remained remarkably steady, a testament to Braavos' shipbuilding skill. Even though it was just a sightseeing vessel, its construction cost was 5 times that of an ordinary warship. A furnace burned in the cabin, keeping it warm enough that even out on the water, the chill couldn't be felt. The heat was so comfortable it made one drowsy. It was practically a floating palace. As Quairo delivered his report, Friggo was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Viserys to break through the Rhoyner's water mist sorcery. Nor had he imagined Lothan would end up coming to him for aid. With the Rhoyner deprived of their proudest advantage, the balance in Goer had been broken. Friggo needed to rethink his strategy toward Viserys. What do you suppose this little Targaryen king is planning? Does he intend to swallow the Rhoyner in one bite? Friggo asked with some excitement, like a man enjoying a spectacle. I saw the ambition in him, Your Grace, Quairo said faithfully. He wants to take Goer as quickly as possible. And do you think he'll succeed? Quairo didn't answer immediately. Reason told him that establishing a stable domain in Goer would be extremely difficult. 2 peoples lived there side by side, and when summer came, they'd face threats from the horsemen as well. The situation was already complex. On top of that, Braavos and Pentos were both competing for influence in the region. It was a whirlpool of blood and power. Fixing one's sights there was, to most, an unwise move. But Viserys didn't follow conventional patterns. Take that meeting over half a year ago, one would have imagined that the Dragonstone army, numbering barely over 10,000, with even fewer archers, would disguise those archers as farmers and bring them to Essos. That kind of burn the ships determination was rare. I think it will be very difficult, Quairo said at last, stating the plain truth. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin, greatness or madness. Had the Targaryens not lost the Iron Throne, Viserys might have been a great king, or at least a capable prince. But now, as Friggo spoke, he picked up a pair of tongs and stoked the fire in the furnace, making the flames burn brighter. To me, Goer is like a furnace. Viserys is the flame. He wants to burn not just inside the furnace, but hot enough to set my ship alight. But we can't extinguish him, because I need him to keep the room warm. It seems like the fire is working for me, but in truth, I'm making a bargain with the flame. Quairo thought about Friggo's words, then asked, So your grace means we should ignore the Rhoyner's plea for help? Friggo set the tongs down lightly and looked at him. Viserys is deliberately creating famine among the Rhoyner. This little fellow is no ordinary man. Friggo had ruled Braavos for more than a decade. He could easily see through Viserys' stratagem. But as Quairo listened, a chill crept down his spine. Instinctively, he touched his sword hilt as if to regain a sense of security. To use hunger as a weapon, what kind of mind conceived such a cruel plan? He distinctly remembered that the second Targaryen king, Maegor the Cruel, had died without heirs. Viserys, as the Mad King's son, should have displayed madness, not the shadow of Maegor's cold calculation. Unfortunately for him, the boy underestimates the power of hunger. Had his original plan gone through, with the Rhoyner's inferior arms and armor, he might have conquered Goer within a year. But neither we nor Pentos would ever allow that to happen. Friggo spoke of Viserys' strategy with clear appreciation for the young king's cunning. Then your grace intends to send troops? Quairo asked cautiously. No, it's not that we can't accept Viserys controlling Goer, but he must pay a higher price and take much longer to do it. Friggo explained that he would send Lothan a shipment of better arms and armor, 4,000 suits and 20,000 spears to increase Rhoyner resistance and make Viserys bleed more heavily. In essence, he wanted Goer in the hands of a weakened power dependent on Braavos. Whether that power was the Rhoyner or the Targaryens didn't matter to him. After speaking, Friggo leaned back into a comfortable position again. If not for Pentos's geographical advantage, he would never have chosen to support the Rhoyner. Their internal unity made them hard to control. This was the perfect opportunity to let both sides consume each other. After all, the total number of people Viserys could bring from Westeros was around 70 to 80,000, including his 10,000-strong army. In Goer, the Rhoyner numbered 14 to 15,000 more than that. Trying to subjugate a population twice his own with limited forces would take years. Friggo didn't believe Viserys could do it quickly. After listening to Friggo's analysis, Quairo felt uneasy. He and Arthur were alike, both pure warriors. Though this wasn't the first time he'd witnessed the ruthless and filthy games of power, it still disturbed him. A swordsman could only kill so many in his lifetime. But kings and lords killed without lifting a blade. One gesture, and entire populations suffered. The Rhoyner's plea for help reached Friggo, and his reply came more than half a month later. During that time, Turno could neither eat nor sleep well. He was restless, constantly longing to reclaim his people from Viserys. Especially since the other elders were living in his manor, yet as the host, he was completely ignored. He knew it was because he'd lost his water sorcerers and the bulk of his army. Friggo's reply offered 4,000 suits of armor and 20,000 spears, but nothing about grain. Lothan, as the High Elder, immediately understood Friggo's intent. He wanted the Rhoyner to throw themselves against Viserys. But after 40 years as High Elder, Lothan refused to see his people's blood spilled for someone else's scheme. Turno, however, desperately wanted those weapons to arrive so he could arm the Rhoynar and attack Viserys, forcing him to return the population. But with only 100 or 2 unarmed soldiers under his command, his voice carried no weight. The little Targaryen king wants to create famine to make us surrender, but Friggo wants us to fight to the death. Tina, the only female elder, saw through both sides' intentions. In comparison, Viserys seemed almost lenient. At least the little Targaryen king didn't want their lives, at least, not yet. Not for now. But if we swear fealty to that little king, do you think he won't one day send us to fight for his Iron Throne? Gafaz adjusted his purple robe and spoke. Yes, Turno quickly agreed, trying to catch Gafaz's eye. But Gafaz ignored him completely. That's for later. If we don't make a choice soon, our people will either starve or die in battle, Tina said sharply. She and Gafaz had always clashed, but in that moment, she dismissed Turno entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. That humiliation made Turno's anger boil inside. He turned to Lothan. No matter how fiercely the others argued, in the end, the decision would be his. After studying Friggo's letter, Lothan spoke calmly. To go to war with Viserys now would be a gamble with everything we have. His soldiers and weapons are superior. And with our water mist sorcery gone, a rash war would bring nothing but bloodshed. Seeing that Lothan had no intention of fighting Viserys, Turno panicked. He suddenly seemed to remember something and leapt up, his face alight with excitement. We can send that little king to Nassar to find Prince's spear. 96. The Sacred Relic. Turno was so excited that when he shot to his feet, the stool beneath him flew backward with a loud clatter. We can make that little king go find Prince's spear. The commotion was impossible to ignore. For once, the others couldn't pretend he wasn't there. Gafaz leaned back in his chair, a trace of disdain on his face. What a brilliant idea. How come I've never heard of Westerosi taking orders from defeated men? Turno flushed immediately at the jab, though his olive-toned Rhoynar skin made it less obvious. Too mean. We can tell him the significance of Prince's spear. He wants to conquer Goer, doesn't he? He won't refuse. Right, High Elder. Lothan studied Turno's eager expression, his entire demeanor sinking into thought. The other elders noticed that their High Elder was considering the proposal seriously, and they all fell silent at once. A long line of brick kilns stretched for several miles, belching out black smoke. Brickmakers worked feverishly, stripped down to light clothing because of the intense heat. The future city required an enormous amount of brick and stone both for public works and for ordinary houses. At that moment, Viserys couldn't help but miss Dragonstone's stone drum tower and round hall, bright, spacious, and perfect for both audiences and councils. If Valyrian building techniques hadn't been lost, he would have constructed a Valyrian-style castle right here in Goer. Instead, he had to make do with tents. Even Turno's manor was grander than the king's quarters. Inside one of those tents, Lothan had come to visit once more. You're saying that whoever possesses Prince's spear can make all the Rhoynar submit? Viserys looked at him with amusement. The idea was so absurd it almost felt like an insult. This old man didn't strike him as someone who treated others like fools, certainly not an Illyrio-type buffoon. Thousands of Rhoynar had already submitted to him. If such a thing were true, he would have known. Your Majesty, I understand your skepticism, Lothan said sincerely. Prince's spear was lost when the Rhoynar resisted the Valyrian invasion. It is the pride of our people. If you find it yourself, you'll conquer Goer much faster. I will personally lead the Rhoynar to swear fealty to you. And not just Goer, the Rhoynar remnants along the Rhoyne River will also pledge themselves to you. Lothan explained the relic's history in earnest. Then why didn't you find it yourself? Oberin asked. I tried. 7 times I journeyed to Nassar, and all 4 of my sons died there, Lothan answered plainly. His story matched what Viserys had learned from Viserys' memories. Lothan truly wanted to find Prince's spear. We still can't trust this so-called relic of yours, Oswell interjected. Even if it is real, it's not worth risking our king's life. To Viserys' men, the campaign was already a sure victory, a matter of sooner or later. The Kingsguard had once waited for Rhaegar to be the wise king they dreamed of, but he had squandered his life away. Now they served Viserys, who carried both Aegon the Conqueror's ambition and Jaehaerys the Wise's vision. They wouldn't allow their dream king to risk his life needlessly. Oswell and Arthur knew that if they let Viserys travel to a dangerous place like Nassar, Gerald and Willem, who guarded Rilla on Dragonstone, would flay them alive. And the same would hold true if the situation were reversed. Of course it's worth it, Lothan said, turning back to Viserys. We've received a shipment of weapons and armor. Now we have 2 choices, go to war with you or starve at home. Which do you think we'll choose? His quiet words were a naked threat. Hands instinctively went to sword hilts. With one word from Viserys, the old man would join his 4 sons in death. Killing me won't help, Lothan continued calmly. The other elders are even more eager for war. You can have as many weapons as you like, and you still won't be our match. Arthur stepped forward. But Viserys raised his hand to stop him. Was it Friggo who gave you the weapons? Viserys asked. Lothan narrowed his eyes. Yes. Then you're coming with me. Your Majesty. Oswell and Arthur spoke in unison, alarmed. The others looked at Viserys with the same worried expressions. But if I go, Lothan said reasonably, who does Prince's spear belong to when we find you or me? And Friggo has his men in the council. If I leave, they might start a war in my absence. Viserys couldn't refute his logic. I can send my granddaughters with you, Lothan said, gesturing toward Jonah and Jorel behind him. It was a clear sign of good faith. 2 girls in exchange for our king? Absolutely not. The old crab barked the moment he heard it. His instinct and experience told him this was a 9 in 10 disaster waiting to happen. Jonah and Jorel frowned at being called little girls, but they understood what was at stake. If Viserys agreed to go to Nassar, their people would have hope. Arthur, Oswell, and the old crab all opposed the idea. The reward was tempting. If Viserys retrieved Prince's spear, he would gain not only Goer but also the allegiance of the Rhoynar along the Rhoyne. But compared to the risk, it was not worth it. Viserys could conquer Goer within 2 or 3 years through sheer ability alone. Not everyone opposed him, though. Oberin was eager. The prince loved chaos. He'd heard tales of Nassar during his mercenary days in Essos but never had the chance to go. If Viserys agreed, he'd be the first to sign up. Oberin had an unshakable confidence in his own survival. In his mind, even if everyone including Viserys died in Nassar, he'd make it out alive. And if Viserys fell, little Aegon would ascend, and with Prince's spear in his hand, Oberin could conquer Goer and command the Greenwater orphans back home. The thought made him impatient for Viserys to give the order. All eyes turned to their king, waiting for his decision. 97. The King's Will. 97. The King's Will. When Viserys asked whether the weapons had come from Friggo, both sides already understood each other clearly. To secure their independence in the future, they would have to unite with the least possible cost. Who was their friend, and who was their enemy now? It was obvious. Lothan studied Viserys' expression carefully. To ensure the king would agree to go to Nassar, he continued, "If your majesty agrees to my proposal, I will offer the maps and routes for my previous expeditions to Nassar. My grandfather and I have been there once," Jorel added, stepping forward after receiving Lithan's signal. "I will do everything I can to assist you." All eyes in the tent turned to Viserys. Every man there hoped to hear the young king say one word refuse, but his answer disappointed them. "Very well," Viserys decided at last. "But I have one condition." Arthur had already made up his mind. He would stop Viserys from taking such a dangerous risk. Their migration to Essos had gone smoothly so far. First, the fleet though somewhat old and modified had sold for an astonishing price. This ensured that the crown would have no financial troubles for a long time without even touching the treasury. Second, their relocation had been seamless. Braavos received them first, then they found a landing point in Pentos, much closer than expected. That saved time, money, and reduced risk significantly. Lastly, their first battle here had been a decisive victory, securing their position for future plans. If anything happened to Viserys now, all that they had built would shatter like glass. "Your Majesty," Arthur said sincerely once Lothan and his group had left, "the Rhoynar's prince spear might be real. But if you truly want it, we can wait until we're stronger and gather enough men to search for it. If anything happens to you, the entire royal house would be thrown into danger again." Oberin watched coldly from the side. He didn't care whether Viserys went or not, intended to go regardless. But first, he needed to get his hands on Lithan's maps. House Martell's sigil was the Spear Sunday. If he could find this artifact, all of Sunspear would roar with pride. The old crab stepped forward as well. "Yes, Your Majesty. I've done the calculations. In 2 months, we'll recover all the labor costs we spent, and even turn a profit. Those Rhoynar are clearly desperate. That's why they came up with this idea." Viserys glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curling faintly. The old crab was truly a simple man. Everything he saw was measured in coin. He was probably the kind of man who could even imagine a price tag on the king's head. Viserys turned to his gathered lords and asked, "My lords, do you think our arrival in Essos has been smooth so far?" They all nodded. Oberin, however, looked at him with keen interest. He could tell Viserys wanted to go. "Then can anyone explain the cat's company we fought in our very first battle?" Viserys asked. "Why did Braavos pay such a high price and almost give us supplies for free? Why didn't Friggo tell us he was secretly supporting the Rhoynar? And why did he send them weapons instead of food? Have you forgotten how that fat Pentosian merchant tried to tempt Prince Oberin with little Aegon?" As Viserys mentioned his name, Oberin lowered his folded arms, his expression turning serious. Viserys had never strung these events together so clearly before. Arthur and Oswell were great warriors, brilliant on the battlefield and paragons of virtue, but their political insight was lacking. The old crab, though a master of finances, was no better in that regard. Perhaps Davos would have noticed something, but he was burdened with leading the migration and had no time to focus on Goer's situation. Now that Viserys laid all the hidden dangers bare before them, they finally understood that this land was not as simple as it looked. "We must pacify Goer as quickly as possible," Viserys declared. "We must build our new territory fast, expand our strength rapidly, or those hidden predators will swallow us whole." The tent was warm, but his words sent a chill through everyone present. The old crab suddenly felt that the thin canvas walls offered no safety at all. Even the walls of Viagarhal outside seemed fragile. He even thought Viserys' plan for triple-layered walls wasn't excessive in the slightest. Essos was far too dangerous. Arthur finally understood. He had never realized Viserys saw so deeply. His king's vision reached farther than his own. His insight was sharper, his plans broader. For the first time, Arthur felt a pang of insecurity. Did his king even need him anymore? Could he still serve his king as he once imagined? The sword of the morning fell into silent self-doubt, and Oswell, usually quiet, became even more so. The brazier crackled, filling the silence with sharp, popping sounds. So, my lords, Viserys said, I will go to Nassar. Even if I don't find the so-called prince spear, I will push as far as possible. We must never show weakness to anyone. Viserys revealed the true nature of his decision. Their enemy wasn't just in Goer. If they weren't strong enough, enemies would appear everywhere. For a fledgling power, nothing declared independence louder than military victory. Sir Arthur, I need you to protect me. We will go to Nassar together. Arthur straightened, finding his resolve again. Yes. I am a king's guard. Even if I can't advise my king, I can at least clear his path. He stood tall, his doubts burned away. As you command, your majesty. I'm going too. Oberin burst out eagerly the moment Viserys made up his mind. A voice inside him whispered that the prince's spear was destined to be his. 98. The blessing of the gods. This Lothan, he truly isn't an ordinary man. Viserys watched as Lothan departed the city walls with wagons loaded high with grain, a sigh escaping his lips. Since arriving on Essos, he had always been the one taking advantage of others. This was the first time someone had managed to fleece him instead. Still, Lothan had left behind his 2 granddaughters and half of his trusted men to aid Viserys in the search for the prince's spear. In that sense, the grain he offered was a fair price. Yet, as he watched cart after cart roll out of the granary, the old crab couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Your grace, he muttered, if I have failed to find the prince's spear, wouldn't all that grain be as good as a gift to them? We will find it, Viserys said with quiet certainty. You've seen it in a dream, then. Viserys didn't bother to explain. The old crab's talents lay entirely in trade. Explaining such things to him would only be a waste of effort. Even if this journey to Nassar ended with a false prince's spear, the elder would still accept it. It was clear he had no desire for war. He only needed a reason to unite the Rhoynar under the Targaryen banner. And Luthen's personal credit could serve as a guarantee for Viserys' word. Of course, once he swore allegiance to the Targaryens, Lothan would also gain greater autonomy in return. At any time, should he wish, he could revoke that allegiance. Viserys would have to continue offering benefits in exchange for loyalty, just as the Targaryens had long done with House Martell. At least until Luthen's death, this balance would hold. Before he died, the old man might even pass the truth of it on to his granddaughters. Unless, of course, Viserys managed to marry that Jonah girl. Without such a union, his rule would always bear a hidden weakness. On the other hand, if Viserys could find the true prince's spear, then he would no longer need Luthen's backing at all. From that moment, the Rhoynar along the Upper Rhoyne would become his loyal subjects in name and deed. With the genuine spear in hand, he could even rally more of the scattered Rhoynar remnants to his side, expanding his strength swiftly in the days to come. And truth be told, the chance of finding the real spear wasn't small. Lothan had handed over all his records and experience from past expeditions. Moreover, Viserys had absorbed the essence of a water sorcerer, granting him stronger perception and deeper mastery of water magic than Lothan himself. There was every chance this journey would not end in failure. 3 days later, Viserys set out with 20 of his royal guards, 300 elite soldiers, and several dozen of Luthen's trusted Mina force of nearly 400. Arthur and Oberin accompanied him. Their destination, the ruins of Nassar. Since the site lay far inland, Viserys' great fleet was of no use. Not a single warship could reach those waters. In the end, it was Lothan who prepared the vessels, 13 in total, all low-drafted riverboats barely 3 meters high, far smaller than ocean-going ships. Before departure, Lothan met Viserys for a final briefing. He wanted to personally impart his experience exploring Nassar. Your Grace, he warned solemnly, if you ever encounter the prince's roar, you must turn back at once, otherwise, your entire force could be wiped out. Both his eldest and second sons had perished to the prince's roar. I've run into it twice, Lothan said gravely. The second time, we turned the moment we heard it stand still, more than half our men never made it home. Viserys' expression faltered. The danger sounded greater than he'd imagined. But what Lothan said next stirred a hint of excitement in him. Later, I learned that the prince's roar isn't a creature at all, but a remnant surge of water magic, like a violent gust of wind. You can't hide from it. But if one were a true water sorcerer, he might sense it in advance and warn his men to flee. Well, isn't that convenient? I am a water sorcerer, Viserys thought to himself. He remembered that the might of water sorcerers went far beyond that. Prince Galen of Shaorn had slain 3 Valyrian dragons with their aid. He didn't bother to tell Lothan of his own powers. The man wouldn't have believed him anyway. Instead, he kept listening as the old explorer shared his wisdom. There's one more thing, Lothan continued. If you encounter the old man of the river, you must avoid him at all costs. He bears the blessing of the Mother Rhoyne. He will not harm travelers passing through, but he will attack anyone who dares venture deep into Nassar. What kind of blessing? Viserys asked. He knew of the old man of the Rivera massive turtle said to be a lesser god under the Mother Rhoyne herself, guardian of the river's creatures, but the notion that he had received a blessing surprised him. There's a legend, Lot-Han explained. The Mother Rhoyne grants blessings to her children. Some become stronger, some wiser. I don't know which gift the old man received, but it's certain he has one. So that's what a divine blessing is, Viserys mused. He suddenly realized that this so-called blessing wasn't so different from his own essence transfer. There were many tales of blessings in Westeros too. For instance, Blue-Hand Garth was said to bless his followers, making women more beautiful and men stronger, so that his people thrived across the Reach. The Stark family's wolf spirits, or skin-changing, likely came from the Greenseer's gift. Melisandre's prophecies and fire magic, Thuras of Myr's resurrection powers, those too, it seemed, stemmed from devotion to their god, the Lord of Light. It all felt strangely familiar to Viserys. In his case, only those who were truly loyal to him could receive his essence transfer. It made him feel almost like a counterfeit god. Thinking of his mother Rilla and Lyanna's strange childbirths, Viserys felt renewed confidence to face the unseen powers of this world. He was now certain those hidden forces were real and not all were friendly to him. If that was so, then he would need allies among them. He turned to Lot-Han and said, Elder Lot-Han, if I return with the prince's spear, then you must move your council into the city. In return, I will see to it that the Rhoyne is worshipped alongside the Seven. Lot-Han didn't hesitate. He could tell that this young king before him had ambitions far beyond ordinary men. Hundreds of thousands of Rhoyners still lived along the Rhoyne, and Viserys would need his help to win them. One more thing, Viserys added calmly. Whether or not I return with the spear, I will kill Turno. If I can't, I won't leave. He spoke of murder as casually as cleaning a room. Lot-Han accepted without protest. After all, this journey to Nassar was, for both sides, an act of submission, a bow from each party to the other, neither wanting to kneel too low. If Viserys failed, killing the loudest dissenter would give both factions space to recover. If he succeeded, he would have to kill Turno anyway. Once you've swallowed something, you don't spit it back out. Most importantly, Viserys' decision to personally travel to Nassar was already a great concession. It spared Lot-Han from having to choose between him and Friggo. So, even if only out of gratitude, Lot-Han owed it to him to help remove Turno. And besides, after losing most of his people, that man was worth little more than the trouble he caused. 99. The map. When Turno learned that his suggestion had been accepted, he was in excellent spirits. It meant his position was now secure, at least for the moment. And if Viserys were to die on Nassar, then things would be even better. He would not only reclaim the Rhoyner peasants who had pledged to the Targaryens, but also seize vast amounts of money and supplies. Perhaps, with some luck, he might even move into the fortified city Viserys had built. That would make his life much safer. Once settled, he could buy himself a few slaves and servants again. Yes, his good days would return at last. Thinking of this made him even happier, and when his stomach began to growl, he shouted toward the door. Baelor, Baelor. Baelor, now his only servant, appeared almost immediately, his expression blank and dull from exhaustion. Get my clothes, Turno ordered. I'm going to see Lot-Han and the others. Elder, Baelor replied quietly. Elder Lot-Han is escorting King Targaryen to Nassar. Turno froze. What about the others? The other elders have already departed with their troops. Turno swallowed and gave a slow nod. When an army moved, the amount of food it consumed in a single day was terrifying. He wasn't surprised that Gafar and the others had left. Besides, managing his own estate by himself was far more comfortable anyway. Then, from outside, came a deep clatter of armor and steel like the sudden onset of a violent storm. When he saw the commander leading the soldiers, his face turned pale. The man's breastplate bore the sigil of a three-headed dragon. You with that little king? Turno shouted in panic. What are you doing here? What do you want? The soldier named Ak waved a hand. His men surged forward, wrapping thick iron chains around Turno like a snared beast. Our king has prepared a house for you, Ak said with a grin, showing sharp white teeth. He invites you to move in. Viserys intended to deal with Turno publicly after his return before all the Rhoyner who had sworn to him. Turno would serve the same purpose as a bandit chief before an execution, an example to the rest. And his roommate would be none other than that brutal mercenary leader Redbeard. Inside the cabin of one of the ships, Viserys sat with Arthur and the others, studying the maps Lot-Han had given him. There were 8 maps in total. 7 of them corresponded to Lithan's 7 separate expeditions into Nassar. The 8th, much larger map was a compilation of the 7, layered together. Red crosses covered it, densely marking the sites where men had died or vanished. Circles in red ink showed the areas Lot-Han had failed to reach. The pattern was clear: the outer regions were filled with crosses, the core with circles, and the borderlands showed a tangled mix of both marks of failed exploration. Besides the maps and the notes Lot-Han had provided, Yona and Ya, his 2 granddaughters, were also there to serve as guides. Nassar is 10 times larger than Goer, said Yona, her young voice wavering between explanation and warning. It's shrouded in mist all year round, and strange songs echo through it, songs that lure people to their deaths. Grandfather always said, if 10 men go in and half come back, that's already considered a success. It's just mist, isn't it? said Mathos, the son of Davos, who had spent nearly a year studying under a maester and now served as Viserys' secretary. His grace has already broken your people's fog magic before. How could it be the same? Jonah exclaimed, stamping her foot, but her sister quickly held her back. The mists of Nassar are far denser and stronger than any fog conjured by sorcerers, Jorel said coldly. You'd best tread carefully. The sister's tone carried a bite, but Viserys didn't mind. He only wanted more useful information. These mists and songs are mentioned in the notes, he said. Did Elder Lothan ever tell you how he managed to go deeper each time? Of course, Jonah replied. Because his water magic grew stronger and stronger. You didn't know that? He used to say drop him 10 leagues away from Nassar, and he could find it with his eyes closed. Elemental perception. The phrase flashed through Viserys' mind. After absorbing the fire mage's essence, he had gained an uncanny sensitivity to the position of Dragonmount. He could feel its presence without even opening his eyes. Now, after his battle with Turno, he had absorbed the water sorcerer's essence as well. His sensitivity to water magic should far exceed Lithan's. If that was true, he should be able to sense Nassar's location from even farther away and perhaps detect the prince's roar long before it struck. As for the prince's spear, Lithan's notes were vague. He had never seen it himself, only describing it as a blue spear about 2 meters long. Viserys reasoned that, just as he had once sensed the presence of Valyrian steel during the Battle of the Reservoir, he might likewise feel the magical resonance of the true spear when they neared it. In any case, he would see for himself when they arrived. The Rhoyne doesn't look that wide, said Marcus to Clement as they stood on deck, chatting idly. The Mander in Westeros is twice as wide as this. Their conversation carried across the deck, catching the ears of Yona and Ynir by. Humph. We're still on the upper Rhoyne, Yona shot back. We haven't even reached the main flow yet. The upper Rhoyne is just one of the mother Rhoyne's children. When you see her full breadth, you'll understand how vast her embrace truly is. Oh really? Clement smirked. Then I can't wait to dive right into it. He and Marcus exchanged a laugh, their words laced with crude humor picked up from the soldiers. Jonah didn't quite understand, but Arthur had overheard. He stood nearby with a grim expression, and both men quickly straightened their faces. Before long, their fleet reached the main flow of the Rhoyne. As the river widened before them, both Marcus and Clement were struck silent in awe. The Rhoyne spread out before them like an endless sea, wide enough for a full naval fleet to maneuver freely. How about that? Jonah shouted proudly. It's much wider than your little Mander River, isn't it? But even this was not the Rhoyne in its entirety. Only after it was joined by the Norn River, the Kin River, the Lurluru, and the Seahiru did the Rhoyne reach its full, glorious breadth and depth. This vast waterway had once nurtured the splendor of Rhoyner civilization, but after that civilization's fall, it had also become a breeding ground for flies and decay. Then, from the watchtower of the lead ship, a lookout called down, his voice sharp with alarm. Captain, 10 ships ahead closing fast. They're as large as ours. 100, the River Pirate King. On the vast, 2-kilometer-wide stretch of water that looked more like an endless sea, 2 fleets met. Their commanders, as if sharing some unspoken understanding, ordered their ships to turn broadside to each other, ready for battle. Seen from above, the fleets looked like 2 black serpents gliding forward, drawing closer with every stroke. All hands, battle formation. Archers, prepare. The man giving the order had a scholarly air about him. He was Jim, the self-proclaimed king of the Rhoyne River, and commander of this fleet. His men were a mixed lot, Rhoynars, Undals, and even Westerosi among them. Jim's entire force counted about 40 ships, though today he had brought out barely half of them for this hunt. That was still plenty, for his archers were his pride and his most formidable weapon. When his pirates spotted the approaching convoy coming downstream, excitement surged through them. The fleet ahead had more than 10 ships, all of them new and sturdy. From how deep they sat in the water, it was clear they were loaded with goods. My lord, what do you think they're carrying? One pirate asked eagerly. Looks like Rhoyner ships, probably grain or cloth, Jim replied. He knew the vessels of this region well. Rhoyner ships always had high, curved prows shaped like waves in motion. This fleet is a big one, Jim said with a smirk. When we're done, let 2 of them go. He was not a mindless bandit. With 40 ships under his command, his ambitions were far beyond simple plunder. He understood what it meant to fish sustainably, to never strip a river bare. Understood. His men shouted. Meanwhile, Viserys had already spotted the pirates closing in. Something about this group felt different. Even though there were still more than 200 meters between them, the pirates were already drawing their bows. Ordinary longbows had an effective killing range of barely 100 meters 60 if one wanted to pierce armor. Unless these pirates were using dragonbone bows. Dragonbone bows were known as the finest in the world, but they were extremely rare. Even a dead dragon provided little usable material, and the Targaryens themselves possessed only a few dozen such bows, all of different sizes. Yet the pirates numbered 400 or 500. There was no way they all had dragonbone bows, or so Viserys thought. The next moment, the pirates proved him wrong. Even at 200 meters, they loosed their first volley. Arrows arced high through the air before plunging down toward Viserys' ships. Most splashed harmlessly into the river, but more than 100 thudded into hulls and decks. A few even pierced soldiers' armor. 7 or 8 men fell, clutching their wounds and crying out in pain. Arthur immediately noticed. At that range, normal arrows couldn't pierce armor. Such volleys were usually just for adjusting distance and accuracy. If armored men were being wounded, then the power of those longbows was far beyond ordinary. After the first volley, Jim ordered his fleet to close in faster. From his experience, the perfect range was between 100 and 150 meters, far enough to blunt enemy arrows but close enough for his own to dominate. Soon, the two fleets were barely 120 meters apart. On land, it would have been the distance of a single cavalry charge. They could now see each other's faces and even the color of their skin. Pentosian. Jim muttered, surprised to see pale-skinned men aboard the Rhoynar ships. He hadn't expected that. Pentosian and Westerosi looked alike, which explained his earlier misjudgment, though it hardly mattered. No matter the skin tone, all died the same beneath his arrows. Second volley. Ready. Jim shouted. Through his spyglass, Viserys noticed something strange. There were women among the pirates. Not captives, but archers. They were drawing bows and firing alongside the men. That was unheard of. Pirates never brought women aboard. It was considered bad luck and, more practically, dangerous. Women weren't loot to divide. A single woman on a ship could turn men against each other, jealousy leading to duels, betrayal, even murder. Most pirate captains would rather bring a goat aboard than a woman. Yet these pirates not only had women among them, they treated them as equals. It was bizarre. But Viserys had no time to dwell on it. The second volley was already in the air. This time, the arrows came straight, not arcing. They struck with terrifying force, hammering into decks, masts, and armor. The impacts were not fatal, but the armor of his soldiers was being punched clean through. If the pirates got any closer, the armor would become useless. A few soldiers tried shooting back, but their arrows barely reached the enemy ships before dropping into the water. Watching the weak shots clatter to his deck, Jim frowned. The craftsmanship of those arrows was excellent. Uniform, fine work. Faster. He shouted. Close the distance. We've hooked a big fish this time. Ha ha. If the enemy was using standardized weapons, that meant their master was someone important, perhaps a noble, or even a king. Capturing him alive could earn enough ransom to make Jim rich for life. There's a big fish on the line. His men shouted in excitement. Let's reel him in. Their cries carried all the way to Viserys' ships. 2 volleys had struck them already, while they hadn't fired even one. Morale wavered. As the pirate fleet drew ever closer, little Jonah felt her legs trembling. Moments ago, a Rhoynar soldier had leapt in front of her and taken an arrow through the neck. His blood had splashed across her face. Those eyes going dull even as they stared at her would haunt her dreams forever. Barely 13 or 14, Jonah was seeing the cruelty of war for the first time. Then she heard Viserys' voice cut through the chaos. Raise shields. Forward, meet them head on. Jonah couldn't understand it. The enemy's archers clearly had the upper hand. Shouldn't they be retreating instead of charging forward? To her, it looked like suicide. She glanced at Viserys just in time to see him say 2 words to Arthur and then vanish into the cabin below deck. Coward, she thought bitterly. A king who hides while others die for him. But before the pirates could loose their third volley, a thick mist began to rise from the river's surface.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.